Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 2 of What If a Noob Found Himself Trapped in Sword Art Online, trained and cleared all 100 floors. Let the tale begin. Chapter 26, Extra Skill. 8 people easily made their way through the knee-high dry grass of the second floor's savanna biome. They were Drifter's party of 6, plus their guide, Argo, and a curious tag-along, Lisbeth. The blacksmith had been insistent on coming after hearing the info broker mention a hidden skill. Such a large group of players was rarely seen, and the mobs on this floor were mainly solitary, so they could advance almost casually. That didn't mean they weren't paying attention to their surroundings, however. With the exception of Liz, all of them had plenty of experience diving into the labyrinth, where monsters could literally spawn in the middle of your party, so they all walked in formation, so they could react and support each other almost instantly should the need arise. On cue, a wind wasp appeared, and zoomed towards them. The monster, which was quite literally a wasp, only 1,000 times its normal size, aggroed on Argo, who was at the front of the group. Before its menacing stinger could strike, however, it was intercepted by a spear reaching from behind and above Argo's head. Not allowing the mob to recover, 2 of Sinan's picks hit it, bringing its health down to half, and Kirito and Asuna finished it off with a flurry of blows. The entire battle lasted no more than 5 seconds. Whoa! That was incredible! A gobsmacked Liz stared at the remains of the wind wasp, while the rest of the party nonchalantly went through the loot and resumed walking. Asuna grinned at the blacksmith. Wind wasps have high attack but low defense and HP, Liz. The secret is killing them before they hit you. The secret to every battle, you mean, Asuna. The fencer stuck her tongue at Sinan, who smirked. The others smiled while Liz proceeded to praise them. Out of the entire group, she was the one with the least battle experience, having spent most of her time improving her forging skills. She had also only watched the party fight through the livestream of the first floor boss raid. Witnessing it firsthand was very different. How far are we, Argo? Not too much now, Dr. Cross that stretch of plain over there and into the trees. And that they did. Almost immediately afterwards, they found themselves in a clearing full of rocks of all sizes, and, on top of the biggest one, there was the weirdest NPC Drifter had ever seen. An old man, with an incredibly long beard, was laying lazily on his side, head propped up with one hand. He had an unnerving smirk, complete with missing teeth and all, on his face as he watched the 8 players get closer. Ho ho ho! What do we have here? Some hot-headed adventurers, I see. Hee hee hee. The old man jumped down from his rock with surprising agility and hopped until he was standing in front of the group. He completely ignored Argo, but circled the others, all the while mumbling and cackling. It didn't take a genius to understand that he had one screw loose. Came to learn my secrets, have you, little warriors? Huh. I can teach you, I can. Should I? Hee hee hee. Error. Argo? Unnerved, and not just a little creeped out, Kirito looked at the info broker asking for help. What the old man was saying was clearly a quest prompt, but the way it was delivered didn't inspire much confidence. Argo nodded, but when Drifter sneaked a glance at her, he couldn't help but get the feeling she was grinning. And not the good kind of grin, but an evil one, that promised mischief. If he wasn't sure she would never purposely harm them, he might have told Kirito to stop when the boy started to answer the old man. As it was, he just prepared himself for some kind of prank. And he was right to do so. Unfortunately for him, this was not one that could be avoided. As soon as Kirito told the old man that they wanted to learn whatever it was that he was teaching, his face split into a predatory smile, and he became a blur, jumping from one party member to the other faster than they could see. Even Liz wasn't spared. Clearly, Kirito's acceptance had been taken as the agreement of the entire group. What the? Hey! Hi hee hee. Instinctively, Drifter, Kirito, Asuna, and Sinan all tried to react, and stab the old man with their various weapons. But he jumped and flipped his way out of range and back to the big rock with a speed that would forever be impossible for players to catch up. All the while he was laughing madly. And he wasn't the only one. Pfft. Wah! Argo's shrill laughter broke the tension that had fallen over the group. When they turned to her, the info broker was literally rolling on the ground, clutching her sides as she guffawed. There were even tears in her eyes. Whenever she looked like she was calming down, she would take another glance at the party and start laughing again. Almost afraid, Drifter hesitantly turned his eyes to his other party members. What he saw caused him not to know whether to cry or laugh. He facepalmed and let out a deep sigh. Little rat, you are going to pay for this. Wah! Ugh! Look at your faces, people. Groaning, Drifter watched as the others did as they were told, and discovered what he already had. Suddenly, the clearing was filled with shouts of surprise, stunned looks, and not just a few snickering laughs. Of course, none of them missed sending a death glare to Argo. Right there, on everyone's faces, including Drifter's, were 3 pairs of painted whiskers identical to the ones Argo had. Now they all knew where she had gotten them from. With a murderous glint in their eyes, Yuna and Asuna started chasing after the info broker, who shrieked in mock fear and ran. Meanwhile, Drifter opened his quest log and saw that it had indeed been updated. The new quest's objective was to break the large rock upon which the old man was laying, but they couldn't use sword skills or their weapons. It had to be done with their bare hands. The only upside was that it could be done as a group. Reminder for the future, never try to blackmail Argo again. Ignoring the calls for help from the info broker as Asuna and Yuna tickled her into oblivion, Drifter walked towards the big rock they had to break. The old man had fallen asleep on top of it and didn't show any intention of moving. Telling himself that there was no pain in SAO, Drifter took a deep breath, clenched his hand into a fist, and punched the rock with all his strength. It did nothing. Shaking his hand to get rid of the phantom pain, Drifter gestured for the others to try too, though he didn't expect it to do anything. The rock was almost as hard as an immortal object. Not happy, he walked towards Argo, who had managed to free herself from the girl's clutches, and was watching the 7 other players alternatively hit the rock, curse, and try in vain to wipe out the whiskers. I will admit, Argo, that was a well-executed prank. Hi. Thank you very much, Dri Boo. HM. How much more can you tell us about the quest? And how much will it cost? Consider it a professional courtesy, Dri Boo. And I'll say we're even. What do you think? I hate you. Deal. The rest gave up trying to break the rock for the moment and joined Drifter in a semicircle around Argo. The whiskers were comically distracting, but the info broker made an effort to be at least somewhat serious. During the beta, there was an NPC on the 7th floor that hinted at this quest. I followed his tips and gained the whiskers. The beta was too short for me to spend days trying to shatter a damn rock, so I just accepted it. Gotta admit, they kinda grew on me over time. Thus was born Argo the Rat. Kibu! Drifter sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Needless to say, Argo had rushed here as soon as the 2nd floor opened and regained her trademark whiskers. She had also conveniently kept silent about the fact that, if they wanted to complete the quest, they would have to bear with them too. It wasn't like the painted whiskers interfered with their combat power, but it was damn humiliating, a constant reminder that they failed to finish the old man's quest. And the only way to get rid of them is by breaking this boulder with our hands? No shortcuts you know about? None that I know of, on. Ugh. This is going to take forever. Drifter happened to agree with Yuna. He didn't think there was anything they could do, however, other than complete the quest, unless they were like Argo and rock the whiskers. Since we're already stuck with it, can you at least tell us what the reward is, Argo? Don't you worry, now boo, it's more than worth your time. Like I said, it's an extra skill. Martial arts. Martial arts? Yep. It's a bunch of unarmed techniques, from what I know. That doesn't sound very useful. Ha! You think so, Sinchan? But what if you lose your weapon mid-battle? Or you are fighting another player and don't want to kill them? And what if I tell you that martial arts doesn't share the same cooldown with the sword skills? While the first 2 points Argo put forward were only useful in very specific situations, as soon as the last point was mentioned, everyone's eyes widened. Argo gave a knowing smirk. Martial arts not sharing the same cooldown with other skills meant they could easily integrate it into their combos and use it as a buffer between sword skills. It allowed for countless new possible combinations and attack patterns. Others might not understand its value, but how could they, who were known as frontliners, not see it? Alright, let's get to it, then. Clapping his hands, Kirito stood up and walked towards the rock. Unequipping his sword, he clenched his hand into a fist before pounding the boulder. Once, twice, 3 times. He repeated the action until dust and small fragments finally started falling off and a small crack appeared. It was minuscule, but it was a start. Turning to look at the others, who were watching him in amusement, the swordsman showed an embarrassed smile and scratched the back of his head. Error. I thought we better not waste more time than necessary here. Sorry. Drifter chuckled and took Kirito's position in front of the boulder. He teased the boy. Don't be, party leader. You are right, after all. Let's get to it. Chapter 27 Bulbous Bow. A week after opening the second floor, Drifter found himself in a reunion of sorts. Or maybe it was a party? Neither of those felt like the right term. But what was it, then? Argo had called this meeting together yesterday evening, and even booked a private room in one of Urbis's inns that cost a pretty core. She had also called a lot more people than Drifter originally thought she would. On one corner, Agile and his band of merchants he really had to get their names sometime were chatting enthusiastically with Liz. There was also a party of 5 Braves something, he thought they were called, which he vaguely remembered seeing on Talbana and later in Urbis itself, though they didn't take part in the raid against Ilfong the Kobold Lord. They were a boisterous bunch, who had quickly wrapped Kirito in a discussion about sword skills, much to the young swordsman's initial distress and later interest. Sinan, as always, was the quietest of their party. Their long-range expert was silently sipping a drink while leaning on the wall, content with just observing the meeting. When she caught Drifter looking at her, Sinan raised an eyebrow. Gesturing with his head that it was nothing, he searched for the others. Looking to his left, the spearman saw the last 3 members of his party. Yuna, Nautilus, and Asuna were engaged in a discussion about SAO's cooking mechanics. Spoiler, none of them were happy with it. You just needed to tap the ingredients with a knife and they would be instantaneously ready. It took all the joy out of cooking. Drifter could understand their displeasure, since he also enjoyed it as a hobby. On the upside, at least the 2 shyest members of their party were bonding over it, so that was something. The songstress, on the other hand, seemed content to just listen, providing her input now and then. The one who called the meeting, and called all those people together, Argo, had disappeared almost immediately after she finished introducing everyone. She didn't give them any clue of why she had gathered everyone. Without much to do, Drifter wandered his way towards Sinan. He had gotten to know all 3 of the newest members of their party pretty well since that amphitheater on the first floor, but Sinan was by far the one he communicated the least with. It wasn't because he disliked her, of course, but because the girl was guarded and closed off by nature. He was pretty sure that, were not for the raid forcing them to party up, she would have been a solo player for the rest of SAO. Kirito too, for what matters. Well, now seemed as good a time as any to get to know her better. Hey, Sinan. Enjoying the whatever this is? It's a nice change of pace from grinding all day long. The girl smirked, causing Drifter to shake his head and snort in amusement. He knew he sometimes pushed the others too hard. Yuna and Sinan made sure to tease him about it from time to time. Looking at the short-haired girl, Drifter thought of what he knew about her, which wasn't much. She was 14, the same age as Kirito and Asuna, and was also a student. She liked to stand in corners and out-of-the-way spots, simply observing without voicing her thoughts or taking action unless someone specifically called for her. He wasn't sure if that behavior was due to what she experienced in SAO, or if she was always like that. He didn't ask. Other than that, Drifter realized he knew nothing about Sinon. What she liked and disliked, what happened before she joined the party, nothing. It almost felt like she didn't consider herself part of their group, and that was why she didn't open up. That thought bothered him more than he imagined it would. They had shared life and death, after all. It shouldn't be so hard to talk to her. You know, Sinon, I'm surprised you agreed to stay after we bested Ilfong. You strike me as more of a loner than even Kirito. Is that supposed to be an insult or a compliment? 'Cause if it is the latter, then it's a very backhanded one. Sinon glanced at Drifter from the corner of her eyes, clearly unimpressed. He, on the other hand, grinned and put both hands over his heart, as if he had been shot. Only when the girl rolled her eyes did he stop being dramatic. I always had trouble making friends. Nobody invited me to a party before, and I never took the initiative. But that doesn't mean I wanted to be a solo player. When Argo pushed us together, I decided to stick. It helps that you are all pretty good people, unlike that ass Kibu. Before Drifter could continue his line of questioning, Sinon answered in a low murmur. He was stunned. It turns out the reason was so simple. She never joined a party before because no one ever asked. This time, he fully turned towards Sinon to have a good look at her. The girl was bowing her head, gray eyes piercing a spot on the floor. Her shoulders were slanted, as if she was expecting to be rebuked or scolded. After a brief moment of confusion, Drifter understood. Sinon always put on a brave front and passed the image of a closed-off, curt, even rude teenager. Most of it was probably her true personality, but she used it to disguise her insecurities. Crap. This was supposed to be a happy occasion. How did I make it so depressing all of a sudden? Sinon. I don't know what I am to you and the others, Drifter. A friend, an acquaintance, or just another party member. But I want to escape. I want to beat SAO. And I realized I would like to have all of you with me. In an instant, Sinon's previously depressed tone changed to one charged with sheer determination. The change was so sudden that Drifter was caught by surprise. Those piercing gray eyes didn't belong in a teenager. He was about to say something when the door to the inn swung open, and Argo strutted in. Though her face was covered by her hood, Drifter could feel the smug grin she was sporting. Gather round, everyone. I've got news. The almost 20 players raised their eyebrows in unison and went to the middle of the room, where the info broker was standing. Argo pushed her hood back, revealing 2 cunning brown eyes and 3 sets of whiskers. First off, let me introduce everyone. Those 6 here are part of the frontliners, the songstress party, Kirito, Asuna, Sinon, Drifter, Nautilus, and Yuna. For the sake of clarity, Argo didn't use her nicknames to introduce Drifter's party. Each of them nodded or waved when their names were called. The only people they didn't know were the new 5-people party anyway. Also part of the frontliners, Agile, Wolf, Namate, and Shigeo, the merchant warriors. And, next to them, Lisbeth, SAO's best blacksmith. What's up? Drifter had the distinct impression that when Liz was introduced, the remaining party of 5 was uncomfortable. Though they greeted her very enthusiastically a second later, so maybe he was imagining things. And finally, the legend Braves. This is their leader, Orlando, and, in order, from left to right, Beowulf, Chuchulain, Enkidu, and Gilgamesh. They were part of the first floor boss raid, but don't underestimate them. Friends! We, the legend Braves, are honored to make your acquaintance. Loud. That was Drifter's first impression of Orlando. But the sturdily built man didn't seem like a bad person, if the way Kirito readily opened up to him and his party before was any indication. After many days of working together, Drifter knew the young swordsman was quite introverted. The rest of the Braves were just as energetic as their leader. In Drifter's opinion, they were a half role-playing party, since all of them had the usernames of mythical heroes from around the globe. Everyone! Argo clapped her hands to catch everyone's attention after the introductions were over. Her face took on a serious expression. I called y'all here cause I got 3 pieces of news I need to share with you. They are all related to the field boss, Bulbous Bow. Hearing this, everyone understood the seriousness of the situation. Kirito, Drifter, Agile, and, surprisingly, Orlando all leaned forward with narrowed eyes. Argo raised one finger. First off, y'all should know that after the change to Ilfang's weapon on the first floor, I started investigating the boss of the second floor. We don't want another Diavel. Kirito trembled when he heard the info broker. Next to him, Asuna put one hand on his arm and gave the boy a sad but sweet smile. She was telling him, yet again, that it wasn't his fault. The whole party had tried to convince Kirito of that over and over again, and though on the surface he accepted it, everyone knew he still blamed himself for what happened. If the beta was anything to go by, Kaiba likes to leave clues about the boss throughout the floor. So, I'd been doing all the quests I could, and told all my informants to keep their eyes and ears open. It paid off. I have in my quest log a quest which should give us some intel about the floor boss. Only thing is, I need to hand in an item from the field boss to complete it. With that last sentence, Drifter already had an inkling about how this meeting was going to go. Meanwhile, seeing several nods, Argo raised a second finger. Second thing, also related to the drops of the Bulbous Bow. And it concerns your party and yet especially, Shinchan. Me? Yep. Remember our talk a few days back about that bow player? Why yeah. Sinan's eyes lit up with hope. If Argo said what she thought she was going to say, then all her worries about her usefulness to the party would be washed away. That beta tester didn't join SAO, but someone who partied with him did. The bow was called Grafted Horn Bow, and was the Bulbous Bow's last attack bonus. Unconsciously, Drifter's eyes searched for Kirito, or, more specifically, his black cape. The Code of Midnight was also a last attack bonus item, and, if Drifter was right, the reason Diavel died. That was a suspicion he planned on never sharing with anyone, even his own party members. Then, he looked at Sinan, who, despite her incredible self-control, was almost shaking from excitement. He could understand her. After all, which respectable player wouldn't be excited about a new weapon, even more so one so unique as a bow? Calm down ya. I know you're anxious to get your hands on it, but remember what I said, it's a last attack bonus drop. That means you have not only to be the one to land the last hit on the Bulbous Bow, it also has to be the first time players kill it. Argo was quick to pour a bucket of cold water over Sinan's growing hopes, and received a pointed glare in return. The info broker summarily ignored Sinan's disgruntled look, and a third finger joined the first two. Lastly, I just learned both that cactus-haired fool Kibu and the Diavel wannabe Lind plan on fasten the field boss tomorrow. Which means if y'all want to take it down before them, it has to be done tonight. After the first floor boss raid, Kibu had gathered a good number of the players who participated, plus quite a few others, and started running around calling themselves the Aincrad Liberation Squad, or ALS for short. It was a group of almost 100 players, by far the biggest in SAO. Drifter was sure it would become the largest guild when those could be created. It was a pity, however, that much of Kibu's campaign was based on the whole beater bullshit. As for Lind, he was one of the original players from Diavel's party. After the man died, Lind dyed his hair light blue, supposedly in honor of his fallen leader. Though he wasn't as obnoxious as Kibu, Lind also didn't hold any good feelings towards Kirito, and, by extension, the rest of the party. He wasn't shy about it either. We will do it. Drifter didn't even need to look at his party to know what they were thinking, so he just directly agreed. We are in too. So am I. Agile discussed it with his 3 party members for a few minutes before giving his confirmation. Liz also joined, eager to fight a boss, and also to discover what sorts of forging materials it dropped. Everyone turned to look at the legend Braves, who still hadn't voiced their opinion. Though they didn't know the boisterous group before this meeting, Argo obviously trusted them, at least enough to think they would be able to contribute to the battle, and not be dead weight. Contrary to the impression he had given until now led them to believe, the leader of the Legend Braves didn't agree immediately. Instead, Orlando had a calculated look on his face as he faced Argo. "I can understand them, but what's in it for us?" Argo grinned. "To start with, if you don't join hands with us, you will never get to fight the field boss just with 5 people, so that's that. Then there's also the obvious, experience and loot. Finally, defeating this boss will give us information that could save lives during the boss raid." From the way Orlando struggled to hide the matching grin on his face, it was clear to everyone that just that last point was more than enough to convince him. "You can count on us." Chapter 28 Everything, not according to plan. Argo watched as the 3 parties, plus Liz, who temporarily joined Agile and his friends, filed out of the inn. When Kirito was about to leave, she held him back. "Argo? What is it?" "I need you to do me a favor, Kibu. Keep an eye on the Braves, yeah?" The swordsman frowned. "Keep an eye as in make sure they are safe or as in expect trouble?" "Not really how I would have put it, but the second, Kibu. I don't mean they might stab you in the back, but that there might be disputes after y'all defeat the bulbous bow." Hearing that, Kirito relaxed slightly. Conflicts when dividing up drops were commonplace in RPGs. Still, he pinched the bridge of his nose, thoughtful. "I don't like this, Argo." "Me neither, Kibu. I want to believe the Legend Braves are genuinely good people, but they've got their own circumstances. I'm still investigating, but it's nothing that should affect the fight. Just be careful, will ya? And look out for the others." "I will." Kirito rushed to meet the others, leaving Argo alone in the room. The info broker let out a deep sigh. She knew Kirito hated not being able to trust those he was fighting with. But there was no way around it. It was better that he knew and be prepared, even if, hopefully, nothing happened, than not knowing and suffering a loss because of it. The whole beater situation had taken a toll on Kirito. He had fought so hard, only to have pretty much everyone turn against him. Even with everyone having watched the broadcast, and Argo's silent efforts in the shadows to minimize the impacts of Kibu's accusations, there were still many players who believed them, and despised and feared the young swordsman. Luckily, Drifter and the others hadn't abandoned him. That was another player with trust issues. The spearman may appear outgoing and willing to think the best of everyone, but Argo liked to think she was the third person who knew him best in SAO, after Yuna and Nautilus, obviously. She could see that even now, apart from herself and the 2 original members of his party, Drifter didn't really trust anyone. No doubt a reflection of what he experienced in the labyrinth that day. Which was also why she had chosen to ask Kirito to keep a lookout on the Legend Braves, even though Drifter would be able to do a better job. The spearman had too much to worry about already. He didn't need his head filled with yet unconfirmed suspicions of an ongoing scam. Right. Now to find the last member of the Braves. With a slight groan, Argo opened her Messages tab and started typing. She only had a night to solve everything. Drifter noticed how Kirito got held back by Argo, but didn't pay any attention to it. It was their business, after all. He was sure that if it affected the party, they wouldn't hide it from him and the rest. He was more concerned with their upcoming fight against the bulbous bow. While it might be just a field boss, they had just 16 players, 3 times less than what they had when they went up against Ilfong the Kobold Lord. Furthermore, apart from his party and Agiles, he wasn't sure how the others would fare in battle. Needless to say, he was worried. So, when Kirito finally joined them a few minutes later, Drifter grabbed him, Agile, and Orlando, the party leaders, to discuss their attack plan. While Kirito was officially the leader of their party, Drifter was always included in those kinds of meetings. It was almost as if he and Kirito shared leadership. Everyone got Argo's intel, right? The bulbous bow shouldn't be that hard to deal with, it has simple attack patterns. But it hits like a truck. Agile, we will have to depend mostly on your guys to tank it. Nautilus 2. Orlando, I saw that Beowulf and Enkidu are carrying shields. Are they tanks too? When it concerned battles, Kirito changed into a different person. His voice carried much more conviction and confidence than normal, proving once again that Drifter had made the right choice in giving up his spot as party leader to the boy. Orlando nodded. Yeah. Beowulf is going a pure tank build, while Enkidu is splitting it up between vitality and strength, but he can act well enough as a tank. So, it is decided. Nautilus, Wolf, Shigeo, Enkidu, and Beowulf will tank, and the rest focus on attacking. Remember, while the field boss only had simple charge attacks during the beta, there's no guarantee that nothing has changed, so be ready to change tactics and improvise. Got it. Let's do this. While he offered his verbal agreement, Drifter couldn't help but worry if putting Nautilus in front of a 4-meter-tall charging bull was the smartest move. He didn't doubt the blade user's courage, but if his FNC acted up. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do other than keep an eye on his friend. He couldn't just oust him, not when he had promised to keep the secret. He also didn't want to undermine Nautilus' confidence before the battle began, so he resisted the urge to pull him aside. What little he understood from Argo's explanation the other night taught him that Nautilus' FNC was probably triggered by psychological issues. Trying to warn the blade user might have the opposite effect. Everyone, be ready! We are almost there. Remember, keep your potions at hand, and drink them if your health drops below yellow. Kirito's right, don't tempt fate, people. Yoon, start with Firemare, but switch to rest if you think it's necessary. Okay. With all the preparations complete, the three parties silently walked the last 100 meters to where the field boss stayed, right in the path to the city just outside of the second floor's tower. The first indication that something was wrong were the flickering lights. Their group had chosen not to use torches, as the moonlight was more than enough to illuminate the path, but ahead of them they could see the reflexes of many moving lights against the night sky. The second signal was the noise. Few players dared to adventure outside of the safe zones during the night. Apart from the odd fight against some mobs, the 16 of them had barely heard a sound during the entire journey here. But now, there were lots of shouts and indistinct screams coming from over ahead. Recognizing one particularly annoying and familiar voice, Drifter cursed under his breath as they overcame the past stretch of tall grass obstructing their vision. As he feared, more than 40 players came into sight, evenly divided into two camps. The two groups were arguing, having a shouting match, really, with each other, while the field boss lazily slept a safe distance away. Seeing Drifter's group appear, the leaders of the two camps turned to them in unison, their faces scrunched up with disgust. Lind and Kibu yelled in one voice. Beat her! What the hell are you doing here? After many messages and trades, Argo took a final look at her notepad and then closed it. She was fairly certain she was right. She better be, or she would have spent a lot of money for nothing. Nimbly climbing the stairs 2 steps at a time, the info broker stopped in front of a simple wooden door with a plaque with the number 4 engraved in it. Taking a few seconds to compose herself, she knocked and waited. 10 seconds passed, and there was no response. Others might get impatient and knock again, but her eavesdropping was high enough that she could hear a faint rustling sound, as if someone was getting out of bed to answer the door. Another 10 seconds later, a young man opened it, rubbing an eye, clearly still half asleep. Orlando, is that? Huh? Who are you? The man had an honest-looking face, his pale blonde hair parted in the middle. He looked to be slightly older than Argo, maybe 17 or 18, not that she really cared. She was much more interested in how he tensed up after discovering that the one who knocked on his door in the middle of the night was not, in fact, Orlando. His posture spoke mostly of curiosity, but also not a small amount of anxiety. Who are you? What do you want? The boy asked again, freaked out by how Argo was just standing there. He couldn't see her face clearly due to her hood. If it wasn't because he knew he was inside a safe zone and that no one could enter his room without his authorization, he would have definitely slammed the door in her face. As it was, he was feeling just slightly terrified. Neza, right? Name's Argo the Rat. I want to have a chat with ya. Neza shook when he heard her name. Argo the Rat was not someone you wanted visiting you. Sometimes it meant you were able to gain a lot of money. Most of the time it meant you were screwed. And Neza couldn't think of anything he knew that was worth a lot. Apart from the one thing he didn't want anyone to know, of course. Sorry, but I don't know you. Good night. Neza of the legend Braves, a relatively famous blacksmith, for some not-so-good reasons. A scammer, really, Neza was so stunned he stopped in the middle of his action of slamming the door. Seeing his fearful look, Argo smiled a predatory grin and decided to strike while the iron was hot, pun intended. Smart stuff, really, discovering you could use the quick change mod to swap players' equips for some copies without durability, and pretending they broke. Made a pretty COR sellin' 'em later, did ya? And no! Aye. You are lucky nobody died cause of what you did, or what I discovered would be on the first page of my guidebook's newest edition. Giving up on closing the door, Neza slumped to the floor, fingers loosely grabbing at the hem of his shirt. He cowered before the much smaller girl, not daring to look into her eyes. But Argo wasn't done just yet. And don't you think of message in Orlando. He's on a job for me right now. Humph! You can't run away from what you've done so easily. Aye. You don't understand. I had no choice. That last sentence sent Neza into a spiral of denial. He kept mumbling under his breath, but Argo couldn't care less. Why? 'Cause of your little problem? You've got an FNC. So what? Someone else has got it too, and he's fighting side by side with the Braves tonight. They're your party, so why can't you do the same? How did you know? It's my job. I watch, I listen. I gather tidbits of information and piece the whole together. I've been keeping an eye on you for the last few days. You've got some kind of depth perception issue, don't you? You've missed your victims, sorry, I mean customers, hands more than once when they're handing their weapons to you. Neza looked up at Argo with surprise, shock, and no small amount of admiration. Though he had been plagued by his FNC ever since he entered SAO, and fallen into depression due to such, he was a sharp young man. Now that he had some time to think things through, he knew Argo's intention wasn't to expose him, or she would have done so already. Are you saying I should fight with them? But I'm just a burden. Chuchulain almost died to save me. Hell nah, you shouldn't fight. You are gonna die without a grave if you try. But then. What should I do? Argo shrugged, her attention caught by something else. Who was messaging her at this time? I dunno, I'm not your babysitter. Maybe become an honest blacksmith? Figure something out. But stop scamming people, otherwise somebody's gonna die one day. I'll stop you before that happens. And when I do that, your party's gonna be disgraced alongside you. So put a stop to it while you can. In deep thought, Neza stared at his hands. He knew this was Argo's last warning. But could he really do something else? Could he really amount to anything without his tricks? He was startled from his divagations when Argo suddenly stomped and turned around. Her figure quickly disappeared, leaving Neza kneeling where he was. Before she left, he heard her last sentence. God damn it, Kibu, you effing idiot. Chapter 29, Unwilling Cooperation. Beater! What the hell are you doing here? Drifter felt a major headache incoming. One stupidly obnoxious Kibu was already enough to ruin his day. Add Lin to the mix? He wasn't sure his mood would recover within the week. Drifter, hate to say it, little rat, but you dropped the ball on this one. Lin and Kibu are here, and they brought company. Without taking his eyes off of the two approaching men, Drifter deftly typed a message for Argo. He knew it likely wasn't her fault, but that didn't stop him from complaining. Well? What you doing here, beater? Probably the same as you, Kibu-san. We are here to kill the field boss. Agile interjected before Kirito could answer. The big man knew that, if he did, the discussion wouldn't go anywhere. To Kibu, anything Kirito said, no matter how much sense it made, was lies and deception. No, you bloody aren't. Ilfong wasn't enough, now you want to steal the field boss from us too, beater? Listen well, the field boss Bulbous Bow will be defeated by the Aincrad Liberation Squad. Nonsense. We of the Dragon Knights Brigade arrive first. The boss is ours. This time Agile didn't even have to speak. After hearing Kibu's declaration, Lind immediately forgot their supposedly common enemy and resumed shouting at Kibu. Should we just go? We can probably take down the Bulbous Bow before they are finished. Drifter overheard Asuna whispering to Kirito, and couldn't help but snort in amusement. The fencer smiled bashfully when she realized she had spoken too loudly, her cheeks dusted with a light pink that had the young swordsman blushing. Drifter idly wondered when Kirito had become so conscious of Asuna. He knew now wasn't the time nor place to have such thoughts, but he couldn't help it. No matter how you looked at it, it was normal that Kirito would start to develop an interest in Asuna. They were both around the same age, when teenagers started to experience feelings of affection and possibly love, though it obviously hadn't reached that point yet. The fact that Asuna was a beauty in the making didn't hurt either. It was also quite predictable that Kirito would be the first to show those feelings. He was a boy, after all. But he and Asuna made a good pair, at least in Drifter's humble opinion. They were so in sync, both in and out of battle, that it was frankly unnerving sometimes. Having confronted death multiple times, Drifter was deeply aware of how easy it was for feelings to sprout between companions. Those feelings needn't be of love, but simply of trust and affection, a bond which tied them as close as family. He sneaked a glance at Yuna and Nautilus. Deep down, in a part of his heart he was not yet ready to confront, he knew he would lay down his life for them if necessary. After having spent so long and fought so hard just to survive, the simple thought of that was terrifying. His gaze lingered on the songstress for a few seconds more before he focused on the scene in front of him again. Kibu and Lind, the so-called leaders of the frontliners, were still yelling at each other. Suddenly in a bad mood, Drifter became even more annoyed because of the two players bickering. He stepped past Agile, who was trying to mediate, bless his giant heart, and squeezed between Lind and Kibu, pushing them apart. All right, that's enough. Wah. Hey! Shut it, you two. It's quite clear this discussion won't get us nowhere, and we don't have all night. I don't think any of us is willing to give up. Hell no! So let's do this the old-fashioned way. What are you proposing, Drifter? Lind was more courteous towards Drifter, Yuna, and Nautilus than he was to the others. He had met them before when Diavel was still alive, and his late party leaders sometimes mentioned them. His discontentment with them for siding with the beater Kirito was quite clear, however. Each of our groups will stay on one side of the boss, and attack. Good job for the one who manages to catch its aggro first, but it's fair game for the other two to steal it. Inside certain limits, of course. I don't think I need to say it, but attacking other players won't be tolerated. Drifter's tone was bone-chilling when he said that, and for once, no one complained. Even Lind and Kibu, as much as they disliked each other and everyone else, never thought of turning their blades against other players. Not even once. After all, that would be murder. What about drops? You keep what you get. Final attack bonus too. And we claim that we brought the boss down together too, which will be the truth anyway. That's not fair. Nope, Drifter is right, Kibu-san. Whether we like it or not, there are thousands of players looking up to us. I'm sure you've noticed that too. Kinda hard to ignore all the stares. Nautilus's grumbles lighted up the mood a little. Agile tapped the ash-haired player on the shoulder, causing him to stumble, and continued. Yep. We need to show a united front to them, Kibu, Lind, Kirito. Show them that there's someone working hard to beat this game. Not just show, Drifter thought. They needed to be a truly united group. The frontliners with a capital F. But he didn't think that was going to happen anytime soon. At least, However, Agile's words seemed to do the trick. Though somewhat disgruntled and unsatisfied, Kibu and Lin nonetheless agreed to the attack plan and went back to their respective followers to explain it. Thanks, Agile. You too, Drifter. Hey, don't worry, Kirito. They'll come round eventually. Error. Okay, maybe not those two, but everyone else will. Agile's right, Kirito. And even if they don't, it doesn't matter. You've got us. Drifter's words carried more weight than Agile's. After all, they belonged to the same party. That didn't make the young swordsman feel any less grateful to the big man, however, and he thanked him once again. Then, Kirito turned to their group. Things aren't exactly going according to plan, but this is not too bad either. I was worried we might have problems with just us. Our strategy hasn't changed. Once everyone nodded, Kirito looked at Sinon, who was clearly sulking. He barely managed to hold back his laughter, but kept a straight face for his own safety. Nobody teased a pissed-off Sinon. Sinon, I know you want the last attack bonus, but don't be reckless. Even if someone else gets it, they don't have anyone who plays as a ranged attacker, so we can trade with them. Kirito's right again. We might have to bleed a little, but I'm sure we can work something out. Don't forget we have the scheming merchant Agile with us. Hey! What do you mean by scheming? I am a very upright businessman, I'll have you know. Drifter and Agile's banter brought a welcome reprise to the tense atmosphere. When he saw Sinon's gray eyes regain light, Drifter sighed in relief. He smacked Agile in the back for good measure. Sure you are, big guy. Of course, if you can, get the last hit, by all means, Sinon. As long as it's safe. Okay. They are starting. One of the legend braves, Gilgamesh, pointed a finger in the direction of the bulbous bow. As he said, the ALS and DKB had already started to move toward it. When they were still 50 meters away, the field boss started to move in their sleep and get restless. Drifter's eyebrows shot up. What a large aggro range. Hurry! Beowulf, Shigeo, Taunted, Nautilus, Wolf, and Enkidu, you guys get ready to swap with them when they need to heal. Everyone else, attack and switch. Don't get greedy. What Drifter was thinking, Kirito was already putting into action. The boy quickly yelled orders while rushing to meet the field boss. Asuna was right on his tail, with Drifter, Agile, Orlando, and the others right behind them. Since they acted a little late, the bulbous bow was pulled by the ALS first. Kibu's man yelled in delight, which ended very quickly. Their two main tanks were rammed away by the field boss, literally sent flying. In SAO, numbers were everything. As long as your stats were high enough, you were undefeatable. If you had big enough numbers, even a child could stop a 20-meter-tall boss. On the other hand, a bunny could send a grown man scurrying away with a single kick. All hinged on numbers. And very clearly, the bulbous bow's stats were much higher than the ALS was expecting. They still managed to slow the field boss down a lot, however. The ALS players waiting on the sidelines took the chance to strike at the bulbous bow's unguarded flanks. They were good, Drifter would give them that. Not as good as his own group, he didn't think, but he was also admittedly biased. Each party moved as one, dishing out half a dozen blows before switching with another. Apart from the tanks who had no other option but to take the field boss' first attack head-on, no one was hit by its frenzied headbutts and kicks. Charge! Of course, Lind and Kirito wouldn't let Kibu have his way so easily. Both led their respective groups to attack the field boss while it was distracted with the ALS, and, in no time, managed to wrestle it away from them. Kirito was the first from their group to reach the bulbous bow. Without hesitation, he used a slant to propel himself up, almost reaching the top of the field boss' body. He not only left a blooming red gash on the flank of the field boss when he went up, but much also matched it when he came back down. Instantly, the bulbous bow moved in pain. The huge bull turned to Kirito, sending a few DKB players stumbling back when he did so, with bloodshot eyes and huffing breaths. The field boss snorted, preparing another charge. Before it could move, however, Asuna was there. If Kirito was fast, then Asuna almost teleported. As a fencer, most of her stat points went into dexterity, and it showed. A linear, followed by a sharp hail, dotted the field boss' snout with many small but deep wounds, one of which almost blinded it. Switch! Once, calling a switch without specifying with who had almost been the cause of Drifter's death. Now, however, they had battled together for long enough that it became instinctive. A snake bite covered Kirito and Asuna's retreat, and a double cleave from Agile smashed the field boss back far enough that Beowulf and Enkidu could enter the fray and grab the aggro with a set of taunts. Good job! Keep the pressure on. Surrounded by over 60 players, the field boss could do nothing but bellow in rage and wait to die. The three groups of players kept stealing the boss from one another, their attacks getting more frantic the lower the bulbous bow's HP bar dropped. When it reached red, the field boss entered a frenzy. Its bloodshot eyes turned completely red, and it was foaming at the mouth. With a deafening roar, it suddenly turned away from the DKB and charged towards the ALS with its head close to the ground, the pair of sharp horns glistening under the moonlight. Shit! It reset the aggro. Watch out, it's berserk! One of the DKB's tanks yelled, put a warning. Some mobs could enter a berserker period when their health dropped too low, and that was even more common in bosses. During that, their aggro meters would be cleared, and all their stats would increase. Unfortunately, while everyone knew that and was prepared for it, no one imagined the bulbous bow would ignore the closest DKB and aim for the ALS, which was even farther away than Drifter's group. Due to that, the ALS wasted precious seconds trying to get into formation. The entire tank squad of the ALS was knocked aside and trampled. One of them even had their chest pierced by one of the bulbous bow's horns. If this were real life, they would surely be dead, but, as it was, their health still dipped dangerously low. Cover them! Go! Go! Backup tanks, intercept it. Squad C and D, give it everything you've got. Say what you will about Kibu, he was a competent leader. His major faults were his arrogance and temperament, but it was easy to understand why so many people were willing to follow him when the man was the first one to run towards the field boss. It was the same reason why Drifter so easily conceded command of the party to Kirito. In this regard, those two were the same. But this time, Kibu may have gotten things under control a tad too quickly. Seeing that the wounded ALS players were now safe, and that the field boss was somewhat contained, both Kirito and Lin changed their intentions from helping them to stealing the boss. After all, the bulbous bow was only a breath away from dying. The last attack bonus could be anyone's. Hiya! Kirito's sword glowed blue as he carved a red square on the field boss' hind legs. Lin delivered a mighty blow to its flank. Agile's axe bit deep on its side. Sinan's throwing picks accurately struck its eyes and nose. Orlando's two-handed greatsword directly cleaved one of its horns off. Seeing all the attacks landing on the mortally wounded field boss, Drifter purposely held back until he could barely see the red of the bulbous bow's health bar. Then, he stabbed with a purple glowing spear, with such strength behind the blow that the air whistled and howled. Comet Break was Drifter's strongest skill to date, unlocked when his two-handed spear mastery reached 380. It was a single blow, with all of his power behind it. And it was not enough. Though he couldn't even see its health anymore, the bulbous bow was very much still alive. And Drifter was still burdened by the skill's cooldown. Any second now, someone else would land the last hit and steal the last attack bonus. Without hesitation, Drifter let go of his spear and assumed an awkward stance. With a low growl, he jumped up, and then extended his leg, before bringing it down right on the middle of the bulbous bow's back. Martial arts, high kick. Congratulations. Huffing, Drifter landed amidst the bursting polygons that one day formed the field boss. He first took back his spear from where it had fallen, before frantically scrolling through the many screens that had appeared after the bulbous bow's defeat. Last attack bonus, last attack bonus. It wasn't there. Chapter 30, The Mysterious Buyer. In the aftermath of the bulbous bow battle, players collapsed one after another. The battle, while not exactly dangerous, was intense, and everyone had to maintain 120% focus the entire time. It was exhausting, both physically and mentally. Under these circumstances, nobody really paid attention to Drifter's last attack. If anyone saw it, and the silver glow on his body, they just thought their eyes must have been tricked by the lighting. After all, there were dozens of skills flashing around at the time. Not to mention, they all believed it was impossible for someone to use a skill without a weapon. But it was a fact that Drifter had, indeed, done just that. If one wanted to understand this matter, it must start from 4 days ago, the afternoon after Argo had led the party to that dreadful clearing. Flashback. Ha! 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 Periodic shouts cut the air, each time followed closely by a low thud. Nautilus wiped the non-existent sweat off his face, and panted. Damn! Rock! Is too hard. Af! Slow down, not. We've been going at this for almost 2 days now. A few minutes more or less won't make a difference. Yuna tapped the ash-haired boy's shoulder and dragged him to sit down with the rest of the party. Nautilus took the water Asuna offered him and eagerly gulped it down. Ack! I know. But when I think that we are wasting time here while everyone else is leveling up. The blade user sighed and stopped talking. It wasn't like the others didn't understand what he meant. All of them were so-called frontliners, the group of people who charged headfirst into battle, always climbing higher and higher. How could they not feel restless when they had to punch a stupid rock the entire day? Think of it as an investment, Nautilus. We are losing a few days of leveling, but we will get an extra skill, and one which doesn't share a cooldown with sword skills on top of that. It's more than worth it. Besides, we haven't even started clearing the tower yet. We need to get past the field boss first. Only a few days had passed since they unlocked the second floor, but the players had already found the entrance to the tower, and were almost ready to fight the field boss Bulbous Bow. Drifter even had a feeling that finding the boss room wouldn't be so hard this time. It was quick. Part of it could be attributed to the players getting used to SAO, but Drifter was almost sure that month-long period of terror and despair had been caused by Kaiba's direct interference. He didn't know what the madman wanted to accomplish by trapping all of them in SAO. Akihiko Kaiba was a name known throughout the entire world due to his contributions to virtual reality technology. So what could he want? Fame? He was already famous worldwide. Money? He had more than he could spend in 10 lifetimes. Maybe he was overthinking it, and Kaiba was just an evil megalomaniac who wanted to be god of a world of his own creation. Drifter sighed. Thinking of this was a waste of time. Getting up, he idly scratched the damned whiskers on his face, and walked towards the rock. After an entire night and almost 2 full days of 6 players taking turns to hit it, the boulder was now a spiderweb of cracks, some as wide as 2 fingers. Every time someone struck it, large amounts of dust and debris would fall. Taking a stance, Drifter closed his right hand into a fist, and punched with all his strength. The entire rock shook, and the cracks expanded a few millimeters more. For the nth time since this hidden quest started, Drifter thought about how lucky they were that SAO didn't simulate pain. He didn't know if that was because it was too complicated to imitate, or because Kaiba still had a little bit of morals left. Doubtful, but this was probably the only thing the players could feel thankful for. Otherwise, not to mention 2 days, even if he spent 2 years in this clearing, their party wouldn't be able to shatter the boulder. After all, which sane person could continuously punch a rock while feeling the pain of broken bones every time? Crack! Drifter was so absorbed in his thoughts that he only registered the loud noise after throwing a few more punches. He looked at the big rock, and saw it shaking slightly. A large fissure had appeared underneath where his blows landed, and was spreading quickly. Ha! Wait, is it breaking? It's breaking! The other 5 who were sitting in a circle not too far away also heard the noise, and looked over. Their faces first showed confusion and then astonishment, before lighting up with joy. They all quickly rushed over to inspect the boulder. Haha. We are almost done. Finally. Come on, Drifter. Hit it a few more times. Just as excited as the rest, Drifter increased his pace. Now the cracks were getting visibly larger with each blow. Kirito, Asuna, and Yuna also couldn't hold themselves back and started hitting it too. Crack! In the end, it was, ironically enough, the songstress, who had the lowest strength stat of the whole party, who landed the final blow. With a loud noise and a lot of dust, the huge boulder shattered completely. Everyone stepped back, covering their eyes and nose because of the dust. When their vision cleared, what they saw were many irregular rocks and debris scattered around. All of them, even the usually silent Sinon, laughed and celebrated. Ho ho ho! I did not expect the brave warriors to complete my test so fast, I did not. But a reward shall be given where a reward is due. Here, here! The old man, who had jumped away from the rock without anybody noticing, startled the party by suddenly appearing behind them and clapping Nautilus on his back. Then, just as quickly as the first time, the old NPC waved his hands in front of everyone's faces. When the party looked at each other, they discovered the whiskers were gone. Just like that? Asuna wasn't the only one who felt it was very anticlimactic, the others too were speechless. But the old man ignored them and jumped from rock to rock until he disappeared into the trees, agile like a monkey. All he left behind were a few cryptic words. Heroes, warrior heroes. Take the newly given strength and reclaim this precious land from the tyrannical one above. Ho ho ho! That was something. The party automatically ignored what the old man said. For the past 2 days, whenever the mad NPC opened his mouth, he would belittle them, so they couldn't be bothered to try and make sense of his parting words. Stop complaining and look at your skill tab. We really didn't waste those 2 days. When Sinon spoke out, the others immediately opened their skill tab. Sure enough, the extra skill, martial arts, was there. Furthermore, this was a whole new skill branch instead of just one skill. For now, since they just acquired it, the only skills unlocked were martial arts, high kick, and martial arts, brick break. No one felt discouraged by the simplistic names, however. If anything, they were more excited than ever. Look, they had just acquired martial arts, but they already gained 2 new skills. How many more would they have when they reached full mastery of it? And not only that, but it was also a skill with a separate cooldown from the sword skills. Sinon's right, it wasn't a waste of time, not by a long shot. No, more than that. Even if we had to spend a week here, it would be worth it. True. But we still have to make Argo pay. That's for sure. Ha ha ha. Seeing everyone in a good mood, Drifter suddenly had a very mischievous idea. He clapped his hands to catch their attention, and smiled. For some reason, the others shivered. It's great that everyone is happy. Now all we have to do is catch up to the rest of the frontliners. Drifter, you don't mean? Yep. Let's get to grinding. Back to the present, 2nd floor wilderness. How come the last attack bonus wasn't there? Drifter clearly saw the bulbous bow shatter as he hit with martial arts, high kick. Could it be that someone else hit it at the exact same moment? That was the only option Drifter could think of. And, if so, how unlucky was he? Now, he couldn't care less about the other rewards from the field boss. Drifter quickly turned to his group. How is it? What did you get? Unfortunately, he was bound to be disappointed. Everyone knew what he was really asking about, and shook their heads. Sinon was biting her bottom lip with a surly look. To her, getting the last attack bonus wasn't just a matter of getting a new weapon, but of survival. Her throwing picks were becoming more useless by the day, and if she couldn't get her hands on the bow, the only weapon which truly suited her, soon she would have no choice but to leave the front lines. She knew Kirito, Drifter, and the others would never kick her out, but she would be the one to make that choice. She couldn't accept becoming a liability and deadweight to the party. But, as someone who chose to dive into the labyrinth on her own, who fought Ilfong the Kobold Lord, how could she easily accept leading the frontliners? She just didn't want to be a burden. I got Argo's quest item, but not the other thing. Enkidu shared a screen with the rest, showing a broken horn. At least not all was bad. As much as they would like to get Sinon her bow, the quest item was still more important to the SAO players as a whole. Seeing as the ALS and DKB were already dispersing after trading insults a few more times, Kirito gestured for everyone to go back to Urbis. We'll get Argo to ask around and discover who got the last attack bonus, Sinon. I'm sure we can trade with whoever it is. The short-haired girl mumbled something in agreement, but everyone could see how dejected she was. Unfortunately, there was little that they could do now. Just as they were arriving in Urbis, Orlando halted, his brows furrowed at a message he had received. The leader of the Legend Braves sneaked a glance at Kirito before gesturing to his party members to follow him. He turned to the rest of the group and apologized. Sorry everyone, something came up, so we will go ahead. 'Twas a mighty battle we engaged into tonight. I hope to share the battlefield with you again. Without giving the other two parties a chance to make heads or tails of what he just said, Orlando rushed with his team members towards Urbis. Drifter, Kirito, Agile, and the others exchanged glances. Okay? Before they could reach the city, a repeat of what just happened occurred, but this time Kirito was the one who stopped to read a message. Immediately, afterwards, he opened his mouth, as if to speak, then closed it again, glancing at Agile's party. The merchant noticed it, and waved. We will be going too. I'll see y'all tomorrow? Sure. Thanks for all the help today, Agile. And sorry. Party business. Don't sweat it, Kirito-san. See ya. Bye people. Drifter's party was much more familiar with Agile's than they were with the Legend Braves. They warmly bid farewell to the merchants, and Asuna and Yuna hugged the cheerful blacksmith. Liz might not have contributed much to the battle today, but just the fact that she was willing to follow them to fight a field boss in the middle of the night meant a lot, so everyone felt grateful to her. After waving goodbye to everyone, Drifter turned to Kirito and waited for him to speak. Nautilus, Yuna, Asuna, and Sinon also looked at him inquisitively. I've just got a message. From Kibu. What? Kibu? What does that cactus hair want with you? Instead of answering, Kirito changed his menu settings to public and showed everyone a print of the grafted horn bow, as well as Kibu's message. Kibu, beater, that girlie from your party wants this, right? Meet me behind the old market tonight. And bring your sword with you. Don't try to cheat me, beater. Reading this, even Drifter couldn't help but curse under his breath. Just how rude could someone be? But it was Asuna who noticed something which they didn't at first. Wait. That part of the message here, where he's asking that you bring your sword as if anyone would go anywhere without their weapon. It's almost like a challenge, but the meeting point is in a safe zone. Unless he wants to duel. Kirito, wasn't there somebody pestering you in Argo to buy your sword? You don't think Kibu is that guy, do you? He hates me. Kirito seemed to be panicking slightly, so Drifter stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. No, it all checks out. You should go, Kirito. That bow is important to Sinon. To us. Having a long-range fighter could make a big difference in boss fights. But I can't trade my weapon. As he spoke, the boy placed a protective hand over his anneal blade. But Drifter smiled. He swiped at his menu for a few seconds, materialized a second sword, and threw it to Kirito. You don't need to. We have a replacement, remember? Chapter 31, The Archer. When Kirito returned it was already past 4 a.m., but no one was sleeping. Drifter and Nautilus were playing a game of stabscotch under Asuna's disapproving glares. She only allowed them to play after they convinced her that, since this was a safe zone, the knives would actually bounce off their skin and they wouldn't be hurt. When the fencer huffed and looked the other way, annoyed, the two boys exchanged smiles. Nearby, Yuna rolled her eyes. It was obvious that of all of them, the the one who was the most nervous about the trade was Asuna. Even more so than Sinan, and the other girls spent the last hour staring at the inn's door. They were both anxious, but for different reasons. Sinan was more rational, and knew Kirito would be completely safe inside the city as long as he didn't agree to a duel which the young swordsman had already assured them he wouldn't do. So, Sinan was more worried about whether or not she would get her bow. As for Asuna, she had been very vocal against Kirito's insistence on going alone to meet Kibu. Even if this was a safe zone, she was still worried about his well-being. But Kirito argued that Kibu might refuse to trade if he felt pressured by the whole party, so she could only begrudgingly accept it. Drifter and Nautilus' sudden wish to play stab scotch was a very obvious move to distract her, but it worked. Still, when Kirito pushed the door open, Asuna immediately forgot how angry she was with him. She leaped off of her seat, and was standing in front of him in a matter of seconds. The others weren't too far behind. "Kirito! How did it go? Are you all right?" "Did Kibu?" "Whoa, slow down Asuna. Let Kirito breathe." Drifter put a hand on the fencer's shoulder to calm her down, but there was a very conspicuous smile hanging on his lips. Next to him, Yuna was even less discreet, and giggled. She gave Drifter a meaningful gaze, to which he could only roll his eyes. A few days ago, when he first noticed Kirito's interest in Asuna, Drifter had made a bet with Yuna. He put money on the fencer taking another floor to reciprocate the feelings, while the songstress bet it would happen on the second floor still. To both Drifter and Yuna, it was never a matter of if, but when it would happen. And while Asuna hadn't exactly said that she liked Kirito out loud, neither had he, but it was clear to anyone with eyes that they cared about each other. When she heard Yuna giggling, Asuna blushed so furiously that Sao animated steam flowing out of her ears. The fencer glared angrily at the girl who had quickly become one of her best friends, and didn't forget to stomp Drifter's foot, for being the one who started the teasing. Ahem. Error. I'm okay, Asuna. It was weird, but Kibu didn't play any tricks. Speaking of which, this is yours, Sinan. Kirito scratched his cheek in the manner he did when he was embarrassed. Catching a glimpse of Yuna's grin, he quickly changed the subject, and took out an item from his inventory. Once it appeared, everyone's eyes were drawn to it. Not because it was impressive, no, it looked like a simple curved bow made of white bone, with a few lines and engravings. But it was a bow. In Sword Art Online. Sinan picked it up in an almost reverential manner. It was clear this was the first time she ever touched this kind of weapon, and she pulled the string awkwardly a few times. She would have to ask Liz and Agile to make her arrows later. Oh. I just got bow. Talk about lazy naming. All the other base skills are like that. One-handed sword, dagger, two-handed spear, etc. Just the fact that there is a basic skill for it is a good sign. It means this is probably not just a one-time thing or an abandoned project by Kayaba, but that there will be more bows dropping later in the game, and even combat skills for it. A genuine smile of happiness graced Sinan's normally stony expression. The girl kept playing with the grafted horn bow in her hands as if it was a new toy. Drifter, meanwhile, turned back to Kirito. You said the meeting with Kibu was weird? How so? Well, he didn't scold me. Called me a beater, but that was all. I was sure he would yell and curse, but he was very serious. It looked like he really wanted an anneal blade, to the point which he didn't even care much about me. Truly strange. Does it really matter? That cactus-haired brute is probably putting on a show. To the other players, not Kirito, I mean. What are you talking about, Asuna? The fencer paused for a second to organize her thoughts. She pulled on her bottom lip with one finger, unaware of how that action had Kirito staring at her before Nautilus poked him in the ribs. Well, you see, Kibu founded the ALS on the premise of protecting the low-level players and whatnot, right? But a large part of his recruitment propaganda was how he would stop beta testers and cheaters and make them all give up all the equipment they supposedly stole. We all know that he meant Kirito by that. Right. If there weren't live broadcasts, that might have worked. After all, if you believe his speech, Kirito is a cheater who hacked the Cardinal system and is controlling SAO to make players' lives hell. But that's a moot point, because of the broadcasts. Everyone watched the battle, so after they calmed down, anyone with half a brain can tell Kirito might be a beta tester, but he is not a cheater. Asuna showed a smile in the young swordsman's direction when she said that, and, for once, Kirito answered with a genuine smile of his own. He knew no one in the party considered him a beater, but hearing Asuna say it out loud was still reassuring. Anyway, I said Kibu is probably putting up a show because he certainly understands that as well. But the ALS was partially built around hating Kirito. If he went back on that, he would lose the respect of his subordinates. After Asuna finished speaking, there was silence. The fencer discovered that everyone was staring at her wide-eyed, and raised her hands embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't mean to ramble. Don't be, Asuna. That was very well analyzed. I hadn't thought of any of it. You know, I'm starting to think that I can only be the third in command of this party. You are clearly much better suited to be Kirito's right hand than I am. Or maybe he should be your right hand? Ah, well, you can just lead together. Drifter's words took a teasing edge towards the end, and Yuna made the situation even more embarrassing for the two teens when she started jeering, but Drifter was being completely honest. He always knew Asuna was an intelligent girl, but this was the first time she truly came out of her shell and said what she thought. The party chatted for a few more minutes before Nautilus yawned, and they decided to turn in. It had been an exhausting night, but none of them thought of taking a break the next day. Before Drifter could escape, Yuna grabbed his arm with a cheeky smile. The spearman grumbled, but took out a small bag of COR and passed it to her. The songstress grinned widely. Thank you for your patronage. Just you wait. Hi. How about another bet then, Yun? Oh. Clearly interested, Yuna stopped in her tracks and looked at him. Drifter smiled defiantly. Which floor do you think we will be when they get together? Closest wins? Deal! What's the wager? Drifter was about to say money, but stopped when he saw Yuna tilting her head sideways to look at him. He didn't know what came over him, but he changed his mind. How about a secret? If I win, I will tell you something I've been hiding. If you win, you can choose whatever you want. That. If you win, you'll tell me a secret? Sounds like you lose even if you win. Obviously, the bet didn't make much sense to Yuna. But to Drifter, it did. He would win a lot, indeed. Not trusting himself not to chicken out and take back his words, he didn't answer verbally, but just smiled meaningfully. Yuna saw that, and nodded. All right, you're on. Second floor labyrinth. Here it comes! Brace yourselves. The mob, a monstrosity half-human, half-bull, known as a lesser Tauros striker, spawned and already swinging its damn gigantic hammer. Nautilus was the one who jumped forward to receive the attack, thrusting his shield at a very specific angle, so that, instead of withstanding the brute force of the hit, the hammer was deflected to the side. That not only saved the ash-haired player from losing a lot of HP, but also caused the mob to stumble forward, right in the path of Kirito and Asuna's combo. Linear and vertical knocked back the monster, giving Drifter enough space to accumulate momentum and throw it in the air with a rage spike. Sinon! Switch! He needn't have said that. While the lesser Taurus striker was still falling, a shadow flew over Drifter's head and buried deep into the mob's right eye. It was a critical hit, and the monster shattered, leaving behind only the arrow that killed it. Sinon casually walked over, picked it up, checked the durability, and stored it away on her quiver. Phew! I never thought we would have such an easy time killing labyrinth mobs one day. Here. Remember how hard we had to fight against the ruined kobolds? It won't be that easy always, Yuna. To start with, we now have a complete party, not to mention that our tactics and gear have improved by leaps and bounds. There's also the fact that this floor's mobs are mostly solitary. And the lesser Taurus striker has high attack, but low defense and health. As long as we don't let it start its rampage, it's not that hard to kill. Yuna snorted and blew a raspberry as Drifter and Kirito went on what she called lecture mode. The boy scratched his cheek and flushed a little, but Drifter, in all of his maturity, stuck his tongue out at Yuna. Ignoring the giggles from all around, he gave Sinan a thumbs up. "You've really gotten used to the bow, haven't you, Sinan? That was a masterful shot." "Yeah, it's like it was made for me." Sinan had taken to the bow like a bird to its wings. Drifter and Nautilus caught a few unlucky shots to the back of their heads at the start, but not even 10 tries in, Sinan was already able to aim properly. By the end of the first day after she got the grafted horn bow, Sinan could already accurately hit most of the time. Now, she had completely integrated the bow into her playstyle. The only downside of all that was that, once again, there were some idiots spouting rubbish, saying that Drifter's party had used Kirito's beater knowledge to cheat and gain another unfair advantage. Asuna was incensed when she heard that, but Kirito just told her to forget it, and Drifter was of the same opinion. "What they think and say doesn't matter, Asuna. We indeed have a beta tester in our party, and it is also true that we are using Kirito's knowledge of the beta. We would be stupid not to. But we know we are not cheaters, and that's enough." But this is so unfair. It's not even Kirito who is using the bow and they are blaming him. No offense, Sinan. The girl waved Asuna's apology off. She also felt somewhat guilty that Kirito was, once again, getting scolded, but like the boy, she didn't care much about what unrelated people thought of her. In the end, it was Argo who put forth an argument even Asuna had to agree with. "Let 'em cry, Ah-chan. That's all they can do while they're hiding in the safe zones. Just remember, they complain and bitch bout, but you are the ones they watch when the broadcasts come." Argo! Language! Though Asuna answered that almost as a reflex, she stopped insisting after that. And Argo, after having gotten her point across, turned to Kirito. "But you see, I never expected our Kibu to be so cunning. Trading Kibu a +5 while making him think that was your main weapon. And all that to get cinch on her bow. How romantic." Argo! Argo! The info broker, ever happy to cause chaos, gleefully ignored the blushing teens. Her chocolate brown eyes hadn't lost the familiar teasing glint yet. "Still, your party's accumulating a lot of titles now, ain't it? The Beater, Kirito. The Songstress Yuna. And now, Sinan the Archer. Dri boo, now boo, Ah-chan, you need to hurry up or people are gonna forget 'bout ya." Drifter wasn't anywhere near as offended by the thought as Argo thought he would be, and that upset the info broker, who pouted. If this was just a normal game, Drifter might relish the chance to become famous. But this was SAO. There were enough expectations laid on him as it was. Changing the subject, what's the deal with the Braves, little rat? They didn't seem too happy with you when we passed by them yesterday. 800 core. It spoke loads about their familiarity with the info broker that Drifter didn't even blink before tossing her a money bag. While 800 COR wasn't exactly a lot, it wasn't little either. If Argo was asking for that much, it meant the intel was worth it. Can't tell you the whole story cause I made a promise, but the Legend Braves had a 6th member none of you's met, and he was doing some bad things. I threatened him to stop, but I haven't been able to find a solution to their problems. She didn't say anything else, and the party didn't pry. If it was intel she could sell, Argo would have put a price on it. The fact that she didn't meant she wouldn't open her mouth no matter how much they offered. And they weren't that interested either. The Legend Braves were a cheerful and easy to get along group, not to mention good fighters, but they only had one battle together. Drifter's curiosity was only so much. "Hey, Drifter! Look over there!" The spearman was snapped out of his memories by Kirito. They had just turned a corner, and, in front of them, was a sight that filled Drifter with both trepidation and fear in equal measures. A set of engraved steel doors, flanked by 2 pairs of ominous torches. "You think that is?" "HM. We found it. The boss room. Chapter 32, the second time. The world was waiting for it. The moment screens all over the globe were hijacked by the man known as Akihiko Kayaba, so he could proudly display his perversion. His conquests. His creations. 16 days after the boss raid of the first floor was live-streamed, it happened again. Many were caught by surprise, having assumed that, since logically Sword Art Online should only get harder the higher players went, it would take more than a month for that moment to arrive. But this time the news organizations around the world were quick to broadcast it. Nobody bothered trying to take it down like the first time, knowing it would be a wasted effort. In Japan, it was not only news channels that were buzzing with activity, but also the government, and, indeed, the entire country. Schools interrupted classes, knowing that it would be useless to try and make the students maintain focus during that time. The teachers weren't much better either. Of course, the ones who paid the most attention were the family members of the trapped SAO players, and Kakuka in his office. He closed himself off in his room, and watched the broadcast on his computer. As the frontliners entered the boss room, he had only one wish. Please nobody die. Argo was running. She was running as fast as she could. But she knew she would be too late. And it was that blockhead Kibu's fault. His and Lin's, damn them. When Drifter and his party brought back the news that they had found the boss room yesterday, their intention was to gather all the frontliners and formulate a plan, much like they had done on the first floor. But of course Kibsu and Lin couldn't wait. The two arrogant idiots instead spent the entire meeting fighting about who would lead the raid party, and, obviously, neither of them was willing to concede. They didn't let anyone else put forth their opinions either. And since the ALS and DKB were the two largest player forces, Kirito, Agile, Orlando, and the other party leaders couldn't intervene either. Unable to come to an agreement, the two players decided to start the boss raid the morning of the next day, meaning, right now. And they set off with not even a basic attack plan, and, to make matters worse, full of infighting. The fact that Argo was on the verge of completing a quest that would give them possible intel about the boss' weaknesses was also completely glossed over. Well, now Argo had completed the quest, but it was too late. She was sending messages to every player she knew in the raid party, but no one responded, which meant they were already inside the boss room. She didn't have the time to be distracted by the broadcast, so she didn't even open it to watch. She knew trying to rush there in time was a futile effort. But she still had to try. Because if she didn't make it, people were going to die. Drifter scanned the boss room with cautious eyes. Much like Ilfang's, this one lit up section by section when they entered. But while Ilfang's boss room looked like a throne room, this one was more similar to an arena. It was fitting, he supposed. Their enemies, plural, roared and appeared in front of them. Almost immediately, Drifter frowned. Through Kirito and Argo's guidebook, they had learned that the second-floor boss fight was actually multi-staged. Their first enemy would be Nato the Colonel Toros, a 3-meter-tall, blue-skinned minotaur, and, after the player brought him to the red of his third and last health bar, the real boss, Baron the General Taurus, would join the battle. But now, both appeared at the same time. This upped the difficulty by a lot. Thankfully, that had been one of the possible changes they thought Kayaba might make, and had discussed amongst themselves what to do if that was the case. He saw the ALS and DKB scrambling to fight Baron, who they recognized as the main boss, and, as such, the one which would deliver the most rewards when slain. Just as expected. How disappointing. All right, let Lind and Kibu struggle against Baron, they should at least be able to tie him down. We will join hands with Agile, the Legend Braves, and the other smaller parties to bring down Nato first. Kirito nodded to show that he approved of Drifter's decision, and made a comment of his own. Watch out for Nato's numbing impact, it is his most dangerous attack. In the beta, the telltale sign he was going to use it was a long moo and raising his hammer above his head. And the horns are weak points of both bosses. Quickly imparting all he knew to the others, Kirito was the first to charge towards the boss. Before the tanks aggroed Nato, they had to kite him away from Baron. Drifter nodded somberly to Agile and Orlando while he took his position. Let's watch each other's backs. We can't count on the two idiots to come to our rescue if we get in trouble. Ha! Way more likely that we have to save their asses. But you got it, Drifter. Ha ha ha. When I said I hope to do battle by your shoulders once more, I didn't expect it to be so soon, Spearman Drifter. But an occasion better than this there isn't, don't you think? I couldn't agree more, Orlando. Let's get a drink on the 3rd floor when this is over. Fun fact, you could get drunk in SAO. Drifter had never tried, but the defeat of a floor boss seemed like an appropriate occasion to celebrate. Switch! Like an arrow leading the bowstring, Drifter shot forward as soon as the heard Asuna yell the first syllabus. His spear tip shone blue when he struck Nato the Colonel Taurus with a simple sting. Sting was one of the more basic one-hit skills, and was shared by the sword, dagger, and spear. It didn't deal much damage, but had almost no cooldown, making it a great opener for bigger combos. And Drifter utilized it as such. Sting was followed by a horizontal arc cutting across Nato's shin, and then 2 more regular attacks before the boss turned its attention to him, and Drifter decided it was time to retreat. Switch! Nautilus took his place, bashing Nato's knee with his round shield, and causing the boss to stumble and lean to the side. Safely in the back, Sinan was letting arrow after arrow fly at the boss. She was aiming for his pair of horns, his weak points, but Nato was moving around so much that she missed most of the times. After all, while she was a natural, she only had the grafted horn bow for a few days. Eventually, she settled for a bigger target and fired at the boss head, which had higher chances of scoring critical hits. Ah! Many screams suddenly startled Drifter. His head snapped to the left, and he saw a disaster happening. At least a dozen players from the ALS and DKB were laying on the ground, defenseless. Sparks were flying around their body, the visual effect of the paralysis debuff. Baron the General Taurus raised its hammer from the crate it had left behind after it used numbing detonation, the upgraded and more dangerous version of NATO's numbing impact, and prepared to bring it back down on one of the paralyzed players. If that truly happened, there was no doubt the unfortunate DKB member would be smashed into a pulp. Thankfully, Lind wasn't a complete idiot, and had arranged for 2 parties to stay back. Initially they were supposed to switch with the ones in combat, but now they were playing the part of rescuers. And, while they bickered daily, at this time of need the DKB didn't abandon the paralyzed ALS members, but dragged them back too. It was one thing to dislike someone, and another entirely to watch them die, after all. As for the reason why Kibu didn't have other ALS members rescue his own people, it was because the fool had too engrossed in his own battle to notice Baron about to use the one skill the guidebook mentioned in bold red letters, and was, as such, also one of the paralyzed players. Unfortunately, paralysis only meant players couldn't move, but they could still speak, and so Kibu was letting out a string of expletives. Okay, maybe Drifter was being a little harsh. Kibu was actually giving some orders, as much as his current condition allowed him to. But he had been behaving like an idiot the entire time the raid party made their way through the tower earlier. He was particularly vicious towards Kirito after he saw the young swordsman had a second annealed blade in his hands. He probably thought he had been tricked, which wasn't entirely untrue, but from his behavior, Drifter had come to realize that Kibu's objective in trading with Kirito wasn't actually to have an annealed blade for himself, but to deprive Kirito of his main weapon. After understanding that, any modicum of respect Drifter had left for the cactus-haired brute vanished. But now the spearman didn't have the time to dwell on how much he wanted to slap some sense in Kibu. Seeing as all the paralyzed players had been saved and were recovering, he turned his attention back to Nato the Colonel Taurus. The group attacking the secondary boss had about 15 people less than the ALS and DKB combined, so, even though Nato was slightly weaker, having only 3 health bars instead of Baron's 5, they had to put in just as much effort. Agile, fall back and heal. Braves, take their spot. Logically, their group should be having even more trouble, since they were composed of many smaller parties. But Kirito was having no problem commanding everyone. That could only happen because Agile and Orlando were both listening to his orders. If the other players didn't, they might end up without any support, not because Kirito purposely abandoned them, of course, but the young swordsman could only focus on so many things at once. It was also because all of Kirito's orders made sense, otherwise no one would obey him. Kirito, you have to rest too. I can still keep going. No can do. Look at your health. Drifter barely heard Asuna and Kirito discussing while the duo dodged another of Nato's hammer blows. A quick glance at his HUD showed Drifter that Kirito's health had fallen to yellow at some moment. She's right, Kirito. Retreat and heal. All of us actually. Vas, switch with us. Right. Ignoring Kirito's protest, Drifter landed one last snake bite on the boss, and had Asuna drag the boy away while he followed. At the same time, he called for one of the reserve parties to take their spot. Kirito was a great fighter, but his sense of responsibility was too much sometimes. He would tell other people to switch and heal, but only did the same himself when his health was in the red. That was a trait of his that Drifter and the others had been working hard to change. This was why, while Kirito was the party leader, Drifter sometimes used his authority as the oldest both in terms of age and being one of the original three to overrule him. When they got back, Yuna switched the melody she was playing from Firemare to rest. In doing so, she also had to change her instrument from the small harp to her old flute. It had come as a surprise for everyone the first time she did that, since you couldn't change your weapons while in combat. Apparently, musical instruments didn't count as weapons, which made sense, they supposed. You alright, not? Smiling at the songstress, Drifter patted Nautilus's shoulder. Other than Kirito, the ash-haired boy had also been hit a lot, inevitable, in his position. But that wasn't what Drifter was asking about, and Nautilus knew that. He showed a forced smile amidst his labored breaths. Yeah. No problems. Nautilus FNC hadn't flared up since the battle against Ilfong. They had been worried it would happen when fighting the bulbous bow, but it didn't. It seemed like it was truly random. Good. Let's bring this thing down then. They had barely rejoined the fight when Nato the Colonel Toros roared and raised his hammer. Drifter's eyes widened, but he was in the middle of unleashing a skill. Even if he cancelled it, he wouldn't be able to get out of numbing impact's range in time. Get back! Drifter wasn't sure who yelled that, but he could only watch as the massive hammer opened a crater in the ground, thankfully far from him. Still, the sparks and bolts that left it struck him, and Drifter felt his whole body go numb. Unable to stand, he fell face first into the ground. Drifter! His right arm, still holding his spear, was uncomfortably stuck underneath his body, the shaft poking at his ribs. In the corner of his vision, he saw a yellow lightning bolt symbol next to his health bar. The spearman wasn't the only one who had fallen. Although they were more prepared than the group fighting Baron, there were still 6 or 7 players paralyzed. And, to his despair, he discovered that 3 of them were the tanks. Without them, Nato the Colonel Toros was free to roam. And it was coming right for him. Move! Move! Damn it! Inwardly, Drifter was screaming at his body to move. Of course, that was useless. This was a game. A death game, but a game nonetheless. Any amount of willpower was useless, and the system was absolute. He couldn't rid himself of his paralysis status just because he wanted to. Watching the boss raise its hammer to crush him, Drifter couldn't help but wonder if this was how he died. His health was almost full, so he should be able to take one blow, right? And his party should be able to get to him in time, no? But that hammer was huge. So was the boss. What the hell had he been thinking when he decided to become a frontliner? Unwilling to, but unable to stop himself, Drifter flinched and closed his eyes when Nato prepared to swing its hammer. But the expected hit never came. Instead, he heard the boss scream, and opened his eyes just in time to see an arrow land on its horns, causing shards to fly off. And then Nautilus was there, the brave blade user, who was many years younger than him. The shy boy who had a condition that caused him to literally freeze in fear. But there was no hesitation in his steps as he placed himself between the defenseless Drifter and the hulking Minotaur. Ugh! Nautilus grunted and stumbled when the delayed blows smashed into his round shield, but he didn't fall. He stood his ground, allowing Asuna and one of Agile's friends, Namate, to grab Drifter and pull him to safety. "Drifter, how are you?" It took Yuna shaking his shoulder with a worried voice and putting a paralysis heal potion to his lips for Drifter to tear his eyes away from Nautilus' back. As the numbness receded, he got up and ruffled the songster's hair. "I'm good now, Yun. Thank you. I didn't do much." It was Sinan and Nautilus who reacted fast. "Yeah. I can't believe he ever thought he was a coward. He is really brave, isn't he?" The conversation was so random and out of place, considering the situation, that Yuna was stunned for a second before she smiled brightly. "Yes. Yes, he is." Chapter 33, Asterius the Taurus King. "Phew!" The young girl let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest. That had been a close one. If the archer and that other player didn't have such quick reactions, the spearman would have died. Whoa, that was really close. Yeah, no kiddin'. Hey, stop shaking your phone. Kirigaya Suguha was in class today when someone screamed and interrupted their homeroom teacher. The teacher glared, but the student who was sneakily playing on his phone didn't even care. He yelled to whoever was listening that the SAO players were fighting the second-floor boss. That set the entire class ablaze. Everyone, including the teacher, took out their phones to watch the broadcast. Suguha was the quickest. After all, the other students might treat this just as some kind of show or entertainment, but it was different for her. Her brother was trapped in that death game too. And just as she expected, he was also part of the raid party. Again. Gods, how she hated Kazuto, or Kirito, as he was called in-game, for that. She had cried so much when she discovered he was laying in a hospital bed and might die at any moment. And then she had felt so happy when she saw him again a little over half a month ago, only to cry again when she realized that the only reason she could watch him was because he was battling against the most dangerous monster in SAO at the time. Even though they won in the end, Suguha was still so worried for him. And then when the whole beater thing started, she felt so angry. Even after that nice man from the government, Kikuka Sijuru, explained why he did it, she still didn't forgive Kazu Kirito for trying to make himself to be the villain. How stupid was that? As much as she wanted to see him again, to know he was still alive and well, Suguha had hoped she would never find Kirito in one of the SAO broadcasts again, because that would mean her brother was, once again, fighting the worst Kaiba had to offer. But deep down, she knew she would be disappointed. And she wasn't mistaken. Unsurprisingly, Kirito was there when the live stream of the battle against the second-floor bosses started. But she was also surprised to see that not only he was leading his party, he also seemed to be ordering a lot of other players around. To her, who knew Kirito was a loner, that came as a happy shock. During the fight, she paid special attention not only to her brother, but also to the other 5 who were members of his party. During the chaotic melee, she managed to catch their names. There was Drifter, the spearman who seemed to share leadership of the party with Kirito. He was older than the rest, but if he was fighting with her brother, he should be a good person. Then, there was also Asuna, the unbelievably pretty girl who used a rapier and always followed Kirito to attack the monsters. The two of them were incredibly in sync, and Suguha's little sister instincts told her there might be something going on between them. The only person in the party who used a shield was called Nautilus. He was pretty plain-looking and didn't have much of a presence, at least in Suguha's opinion. There was also Yuna, the girl who took a musical instrument of all things to a boss raid. According to some analysis she saw on the internet after the first-floor boss fight, she could use music to heal people. Lastly, there was the archer girl. Suguha barely noticed her in the first broadcast, that was how inconspicuous she was. Even now, she still didn't know her name, because the girl hadn't spoken a word the entire fight. But she had a freaking bow, so it was kinda hard to miss her now. Where the hell had she found a bow between the first and second floor boss raids? Whatever the answer to that was, Suguha decided to pay attention to Kirito's party members too. When Drifter was almost crushed by NATO the Colonel Toros, she was horrified. Thankfully the Archer girl and Nautilus saved him. "Are you okay, Suguha?" "Eek! I mean, Kirigaya-chan? You are kinda pale." Suguha glared at the skinny boy sitting next to her. He flinched, his glasses almost falling off his freckled nose, and charged the way he addressed her. The boy was called Nagata Shinichi, and he could probably be considered Suguha's best male friend. She still didn't like others to know that, however, so she didn't allow him to call her by her first name. But seeing how he had noticed how she was pale while everyone was focusing on the broadcast, her heart softened a little. "I'm just a little worried. He almost died." "Well, yeah. Those bosses can paralyze players. I'm surprised no one was seriously hurt yet. I guess that's why they are the ones fighting the bosses, They really are the elites of SAO. Especially that boy with black hair over there. Look at how good he is." Suguha followed Shinichi's pointing finger and discovered he was talking about Kirito. Her brother was, at the moment, using NATO's hammer handle as a platform to jump up and hit the Minotaur in the face with some sort of skill. Suguha couldn't help but stand a little taller when she heard people praising her brother. He looks kinda familiar. Don't you think so, Sugu? Kirigaya-chan? What are you talking about? Pay attention to the fight." Startled, Suguha panicked and slapped Shinichi on the back of the head. The boy pouted, confused by why she hit him, but too afraid to ask. Suguha sighed in relief when she saw he had stopped asking questions. Suguha hadn't told anyone that Kirito was her brother. She was pretty sure that if she did, her friends wouldn't stop pestering her with questions. The guy who died on the first floor boss raid, Diavel, was already being treated like some kind of celebrity. Could you imagine her brother, of all people, receiving the same treatment? Her classmates probably wouldn't believe her even if she told them anyway. Sighing inwardly, Suguha suddenly felt conflicted. She was glad that her brother had found friends and people he could trust inside SAO, but at the same time she felt like she had lost something. The truth was, for a few years now, her relationship with her brother had become strained. One day, Kirito simply started distancing himself from her, and she never understood why, until a few weeks ago, when her mother explained to her that Kirito wasn't actually her brother, but, in fact, her cousin. His parents had died in an accident, and her mother adopted him. She planned on telling him when he was older, but Kirito found out by himself when he was just 10 years old. For the longest time, Suguha had thought that Kirito was pushing her away because of something she had done. She had been relieved when she discovered that wasn't so, and more than a little angry at him for doing what he did. Adopted or not, he would always be her older brother. There was so much she wanted to tell him. Unfortunately, now it was impossible. But not if he got out of SAO, she would tell him everything. After she scolded him for making her worry, of course. Careful! It's going berserker! Drifter didn't need Chechelane's warning to notice that. It was hard to miss how NATO the Colonel Toro's blue skin suddenly acquired a reddish hue. Their group, even though smaller than the ALS and DKB, was the first to get a boss down to the last third of its last health bar. Baron the General Taurus had 2 more HP bars than NATO, so that was understandable. What wasn't understandable nor acceptable, in Drifter's humble opinion, was how NATO's raging mode consisted of it repeatedly spamming numbing impact. Not to mention damaging the boss, the players were now running around like headless chickens to avoid being paralyzed to death. The only one who could unconcernedly attack was Sinan, who stood in the rear with her bow fully drawn, launching arrow after arrow. Very soon the boss, who had its aggro cleared when it entered its berserker phase, turned to the archer, steam puffing out of its nostrils. "Tanks! Make a barrier! Everyone else, when it stops, hit it with everything you have." Seeing this as a chance they couldn't miss, Drifter silently apologized to Sinan in his heart for using her as bait. It worked surprisingly well. NATO the Colonel Toros smashed into the shield wall, sending quite a few of the tanks to the ground. But they managed to stop the boss, and, In the short interval before it could charge again or initiate a skill, attacks rained down on it from all sides. It was very anticlimactic. After struggling for a long time, and a lot of close brushes with death due to the annoying paralysis, the combined attack of over 20 players wiped out the last of NATO the Colonel Toro's health without it even being able to unleash one last numbing impact. A player from some party Drifter didn't know was the one to get the last attack bonus. It seemed to be some kind of armor, but the spearman didn't have the time nor energy to care about it now. Kirito was already gathering everyone again to go help the ALS and DKB against Baron the General Taurus. A quick glance told Drifter that Lind and Kibu's people were holding on, albeit just barely. Unlike their side, which was more or less coordinated, the two large groups of players were actively bickering and sabotaging each other in the middle of the battle. For example, right now the DKB tanks held Baron's aggro, but instead of helping them split up the pressure, the ALS players were wildly attacking in a desperate bid to steal the boss. Those idiots! Do they even realize this battle is being watched by all the players in SAO? Tisk! Grunting in annoyance, Drifter trailed Kirito and rushed towards Baron. The black-haired boy positioned his sword behind him, almost dragging the tip on the ground. Seeing the signature starting stance of Sonic Leap, Drifter grinned. His spear glowed red as he prepared a rage spike. Without the need to communicate, the duo suddenly accelerated, leaving Asuna, Orlando, and Agile behind. Oi! What do you think you are doing, you goddamn beater? Kirito turned a deaf ear to Kibu's insults. When he was still more than 5 meters away from Baron the General Taurus, the swordsman jumped, leaving only a dust cloud in his wake. Bringing his sword in an upward slashing motion, Kirito cut open Baron from the hip all the way up to the shoulder. The wound was so deep it was a surprise the boss hadn't lost an arm. Move! Angered, the gigantic Minotaur general tried to punch Kirito with its free hand while the boy was still in the air. It failed miserably. Drifter was right behind Kirito, rage spike launching him forward, his spear drilling through Baron's left wrist. So heavily wounded twice in quick succession, the 4-meter-tall boss staggered, and then fell. It still had almost an entire health bar left, so it was by no means dead. But it was vulnerable. Kill! Wah! Did you see that? So cool! Shinichi was fanboy ing, but Suguha had to, although reluctantly, admit that the pincer attack Kirito and Drifter had performed was pretty cool. No, scratch that, it was awesome. The two of them flew towards the boss like a pair of green and red comets. And the way Kirito left himself completely open after his attack. He didn't just trust Drifter to be there for the follow-up. He knew he would. For some reason, Suguha suddenly felt like crying. She put a hand over her mouth to stifle a cry, her eyes watering. The way her brother jumped in front of that monster. There was no hesitation whatsoever. When had he grown up so much? The duo of Drifter and Kirito had knocked down the boss. There was no suspense left after that happened. Struggling to get up and surrounded by over 50 players, Baron the General Taurus' fate was sealed. It couldn't even use numbing detonation anymore, because each time it tried, at least 4 different attacks would knock the Warhammer off of its path. Though the DKB and ALS were the ones who did most of the work, Agile was the one who landed the last hit on Baron the General Taurus, and Drifter would guiltily admit that he took no small amount of pleasure when seeing Kibu and Lin's sour faces. Feeling all the tension leave his body at once, Drifter sat down, panting heavily. This hadn't been an easy fight, but they had won. And nobody died. A complete victory. He was tempted to join the others in celebration when he happened to look at the entrance of the boss room and saw someone he never thought he would. Argo? It was unknown whether the info broker heard him or their eyes just happened to meet, but when Argo stared right at him, what Drifter saw wasn't joy, but panic. Careful. It's not over yet. Unfortunately, Argo's warning was lost to all but Drifter, drowned by all the voices. Before he could get up and ask her what she meant, one of the dark corners of the boss room started to shine. Before anyone could react, they all heard a roar, and then a pillar of lightning tore a path right through the middle of the raid party. What the? Momentarily blinded, Drifter rubbed his eyes to get rid of the white spots. He almost wished he hadn't. What greeted him was a scene of despair. 24 players were laying on the ground, paralyzed, and none of them above yellow. Some of the more fragile ones were even deep in the red, just a breath away from dying. Looming above them was the worst monster Drifter had yet to see in SAO. A minotaur, like the other two bosses, but this one had 3 pairs of horns, and stood at well over 6 meters. Each of its legs was as thick as a tree trunk, and its lower body was covered in chainmail. Literal lightning flared out of its nostrils, and on top of its head sat a platinum crown. Looking at the gigantic golden warhammer, easily twice as big as him, and many times as wide, Drifter gulped in fear. Now he knew what Argo meant. Asterius the Taurus King. Chapter 34 A Pair of Idiots. Drifter looked up at the monster approaching them with heavy steps. Asterius the Taurus King walked towards the players almost unhurried. Casually. A ruler in its palace. Drifter was terrified. But there were almost 24 players who were in critical condition on the ground, and no one was doing anything. Forcing back his fear, he kicked Kirito, who was staring at the boss slack-jawed, to catch his attention. Kirito, think you can distract it for half a minute? We need to drag back the people paralyzed. Yeah. Well, I can try at least. The young swordsman swallowed loudly, and Drifter berated himself for asking a kid to fight such a monster. But there was no other way. Suddenly, a black hand dropped on Kirito's shoulder. We will be right there with you, kiddo. Let's go! The swordsman shot a grateful look at Agile, who was visibly scared, but still offered his aid. Drifter held back the merchant, however. No, wait, Agile. Let Wolf, Namate, and Shigio go with him. Nautilus, the same. Orlando, you and the Braves too, support Kirito. You need to stall that beast until we get everyone on their feet. Roger that. Agile, I need you to beat some sense in Kibu and Lind. Get them moving. Aye. The people Drifter called didn't discuss his orders, following them automatically. After Asterius' massively destructive and demoralizing attack, they were barely holding on. They just needed someone to tell them what to do. Asuna, Yuna, gather the scattered parties. You are responsible for taking back the paralyzed players and distributing potions. Okay. The 2 girls rushed to do as they were told. Meanwhile, Kirito and the others had already reached the boss. Their attacks did nothing to it, but at least they distracted the monster, which was exactly what Drifter wanted. They needed to buy enough time for the ALS and DKB to put themselves together and start cooperating. What about me? Sinan stopped next to Drifter, looking up at him with her piercing gray eyes. He gestured towards Asterius the Taurus King. Both NATO and Baron's weaknesses were their horns. It stands to reason Asterius will be the same. Do what you do best, Sinan. And you? Sinan asked that question more as a passing thought than anything, one arrow already knocked on her grafted horn bow and ready to fire as soon as she got in range. He needs to talk to me, Sinchan. I'll give him back to y'all soon. Meanwhile, go get it. The archer cast a glance at Argo, and just nodded. She didn't see when the info broker had gotten there or when she had entered the boss room at all, for that matter, but now wasn't the time to worry about it. Without another word, she ran to join the fight. Drifter surveyed the battle. This was the reason he could be Kirito's second-in-command. The role he played in the party. His job was to keep a cool head. Kirito was a great leader when everything was going according to plan, and no slouch either when it came to improvisation, but in the end, he was still too young. When things got way too out of hand, he panicked. Everybody did. Just look at how that lighting storm Asterius conjured left everyone stunned and unable to muster a reaction. Drifter wasn't much different. He also panicked when it happened. But he knew what was expected of him, even if no one else did. So he suppressed his panic and looked at the battlefield objectively. Coldly. He was no great commander, but when everyone else was lost, he could stand up and give orders. So that's what he did. If one had to make distinctions, you could say that Kirito, Orlando, and even Kibu were leaders who led by example. They would always be the first to throw themselves into the fray. Drifter, and to an extent Lind, on the other hand, were the kind of party leaders who were better at seeing a battle in its entirety. Seeing that he had somehow managed to contain the situation, Drifter let out a sigh of relief. It felt like a long time had passed, but in fact only 20 seconds had gone by since the boss, the true boss, appeared. He finally turned to Argo, who was hyperventilating next to him. Clearly, the info broker had rushed to reach here. Come on Argo, don't waste time. Tell me what I need to know and leave specifics for later. Aight. Asterius is the final boss, NATO and Baron were just appetizers. He has a lightened breath attack, you already saw it. Telltale signs he is gonna use it are rear and back, suckin' air in, chest inflatin', and sparks flyin' round his snout. It's a straight attack, so you gotta dodge to the sides as soon as you notice it. Weaknesses not the horns but the crown. Get Sinon to shoot it and there's a chance Asterius will stagger. That's all I got. It's more than enough. Thanks, little rat. Really. We'll talk more after we put down this overbearing cow. Go get him, tiger. Drifter smirked tiredly, and fist bumped Argo. Then, he drew his spear and rushes into the fray. The info broker looked at his back, and collapsed. Ha! Ha! I might have just made it. Don't die, please. Drifter didn't hear Argo sighing, nor her quiet plea. His mind was completely focused on the situation at hand. He quickly went around the boss room relaying the intel the info broker had just given him, starting with Sinon. Aim for the crown, Sinon. The archer just nodded, shifting her aim slightly. The platinum crown was a much harder target to hit than the horns, but she didn't question Drifter. She trusted him to have his reasons for asking that. Yuna, how are the wounded? Healing. But we pretty much exhausted our paralysis heal potions fighting the first two bosses, Drifter. They have to wait for the paralysis to fade on its own. Drifter cursed and checked his inventory. He also only had one of the potions left. Out of options, he gestured for Yuna and the others to drag the paralyzed players even further away. Asuna, go help Kirito and Nautilus. Watch out for Asterius's breath attack, and try to kite him to the other corner of the room. Okay. The fencer dashed away the next second. She was a pure and kind young girl, and seeing Kirito and the others struggle against the boss had obviously made her anxious to help. It was just one person, but having Asuna join them helped relieve the burden. The chestnut-haired girl integrated seamlessly with Kirito and Nautilus. Especially the former. He and Asuna seemed able to read each other's thoughts. Drifter's final stop was the huddled group of Agile, Kibu, and Lind. For once, the last two weren't quarreling, but Drifter couldn't imagine what was taking them so long to mobilize. What's going on? Why aren't you fighting? The three had very different reactions to the question. Agile showed a helpless expression, Kibu snorted as was his norm when talking to someone from Kirito's party, and Lind had an inscrutable expression. We were thinking it might be better if we withdraw for now, Drifter. No you coward. I say we bring down this monster now. Y'all just have to follow mine, Kibu, lead. And I told you to stop being a stubborn knucklehead, Kibu. Look at the situation. Drifter looked between the two party leaders, stunned. So the temporary ceasefire he thought they had come to was in fact just a pause in their argument. But the spearman couldn't even be bothered with that right now. He was staring at Lind with an unbelievable expression, and couldn't help but blurt out what he was thinking. Withdraw? You want to retreat now? Yes. That monster is too strong. Just look at my Dragon Knight Brigade and Kibu's Aincrad Liberation Squad. They are in shambles. Drifter was stupefied before. But now he was annoyed. So Lind wanted to retreat and fight another day, that was understandable. They would have more information and be able to prepare better. He was worried about his subordinates, also understandable, even commendable. But Lin was completely ignoring the fact that it wasn't just the DKB and ALS that composed the raid party. He was looking down on Drifter's party, Agile's party, the Legend Braves, and all the other smaller groups who were here today. No, to be more correct, he was treating them as if they didn't even exist. As if only the group led by him was important. Are you fucking stupid, Lind? So what if your parties are in disarray? You are the party leader, get them in order. While you two are butting heads over here, the rest has been fighting Asterius for 2 minutes now. Are you blind or do you not even put us in your eyes, Hey! Don't lump me together with him. Shut it, Kibu. To start with, we wouldn't even be in this situation if the two of you had more than a single brain cell and hadn't rushed out as soon as we discovered the boss room. The two people Drifter was berating obviously wanted to retaliate, but he couldn't be bothered with listening to them bark when his party was fighting for their lives nearby. The spearman turned around and started walking towards Asterius the Taurus King. Come on, Agile. We are eating roasted beef tonight. As for you two fame-chasing fools, try to keep your selfish thoughts to yourselves next time. Remember the whole of SAO is watching. Leaving behind two dumbstruck idiots, that last word quickly becoming Drifter's preferred one when dealing with Lind and Kibu, the spearman dashed towards the boss, Agile hot on his heels. It was only when they got closer that Drifter realized just how absurd of a command that he had given when he told the others to stall the giant Minotaur. Asterius the Taurus King was a monster in all senses of the world. Each of its swings sent the tanks flying, and if it weren't for Kirito, Asuna, and Orlando taking turns intercepting it, as well as Sinan's timely saves in the format of flying arrows, people would have certainly died by now. Switch! Drifter didn't stop running, though. Asterius was scary, yes. Terrifying, even. But the boss committed the mistake of standing between the players and freedom. And it would die for it. Comet break! With all the power and speed of a javelin, Drifter's spear pierced through Asterius' guard, and into its naked torso. The force behind this skill was such that even the 6-meter-tall boss staggered. And Drifter wasn't finished yet. Martial Arts, Senda. Using Asterius' knee as a stepping stone, Drifter jumped up, making use of the skill's momentum to go much higher than it should have been possible, and reaching the boss head. His hand was clenched into a silvery glowing fist, and with a grunt, Drifter drove an uppercut into Asterius the Taurus King's chin. Senda was a single-hit skill, and definitely the most destructive one inside martial arts. Not only was its damage devastating, but it also inflicted a heavy stun status effect. Of course, Asterius was a floor boss, so what would normally leave a common mob defenseless for 3 to 5 seconds translated to less than an entire second when applied to it. But in this case, the stun wasn't as needed as the powerful knockback the skill carried. The boss, who was already leaning back due to comet break, was unable to keep its balance, and fell to one knee. You could hear a pin drop in the boss room. The whole raid party had gone quiet. From Nautilus and Yuna, to the Legend Braves and Agile, and even the two idiots and their subordinates, everyone was staring at Drifter in stunned silence. They couldn't be blamed. The scene of a human beating down a monster thrice his size was just too shocking. Meanwhile, Drifter fell painfully on his butt after the impressive display. Martial arts, Senda was powerful, there was no denying that, but its shortcomings were obvious too. Drifter's whole body felt heavy as lead due to the force cooldown. The fact that he had used it right after Comet Break, an equally taxing spear skill, didn't help. Wargark! Asterius shook its head, as if trying to shake away the dizziness, and roared in anger. The guttural shout woke everyone up from their stupor. Fired up by Drifter's eye-catching attack, the players roared back, and charged at the boss. Agile had been right behind the spearman, and, as such, was the first to reach the kneeling boss. His huge double-bladed axe shone bright green as it cut down on Asterius's warhammer-wielding arm with an execution. A deep wound was left on the boss' wrist, and it roared in pain. Asterius swung its arm, hitting Agile head-on, who barely had time to put his weapon in front of his body to partly block the attack. Still, the merchant was forced to take 5 or 6 steps back to offset the blow. "Come on, boss, let's take this overgrown cow down." One of Agile's party members, Wolf, put a hand on his back to secure him, a wild smile on his face. After seeing Drifter act, his fear had turned into anger, all of it directed towards Asterius the Taurus King. Agile grinned back, but someone was even faster than him to respond. "Attack, ALS. We will defeat this boss today. Brothers of the DKB, we will take down this monster. Attack!" Agile watched dumbstruck as Lind and Kibu led their subordinates to run past him and engage the boss. He looked at Drifter and saw the spearman smiling wryly, an expression he was sure mimicked his. Both were thinking the same thing. Idiots. Chapter 35, Beginning of a Legend. With a flick of her wrist, Asuna pulled her rapier out of Asterius the Taurus King's body, leaving a circular wound, small but deep. Bright red pixels flowed out of the cut, floating for a few seconds before dissipating into nothingness. That was the SAO equivalent of blood. Twirling about, the fencer dodged under one of Asterius' swings and stabbed the boss in the thigh twice more. With narrowed eyes, Asuna pressed on the offensive, using a linear to carve a long gash across the boss' naked torso. Right now, Asuna was so focused that even the noise the 50-something players around her made were muffled. She was in her own world. A quick stab, retreat. The left side is open, 2 more cuts. Drifter didn't panic when Asterius appeared. Switch with Nautilus, heal. Go back in, Asterius' back is unguarded, hit it with a skill. Drifter managed to take control of the raid party with a set of quick actions. Jump over the Warhammer, a combo aimed at the wrist. Drifter only used 2 skills to bring the boss to its knees. A DKB player is in trouble, use a 2-hit combo skill to interrupt the boss, pull him back. She was rooted in fear on Asterius' spawned. 2 slashes on the inside of the boss' knees, stagger it. She couldn't do anything until Drifter ordered her. A wide swing is coming, duck under it, an upward stab to the elbow. She had attacked so many times and Asterius hadn't fallen. She was weak. A line cut to the boss flank. Retreat out of range of numbing detonation. Why did she freeze in fear? Why couldn't she just get up and fight? Wasn't that what she had promised herself she would do? Wasn't the reason she joined her party and fought in the front lines because she thought she was strong? Then, why was she still so weak? Sidestep a crushing impact. For quick successive strikes, withdraw, switch out. Switch in again, a single slash. Weak, weak, weak. Powerless. Useless. Leaning back, chest inflating, sparks flying around the snout. A lighting breath was coming. Dodge to the side, barely. Take advantage of the period Asterius has to stay still to cast the attack. Stab. 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 Even now, she couldn't do anything. Her attacks barely tickled the boss. Weak. A quick reverse slashing motion to the leg of the boss. No reaction. Use the knee as a platform to jump up. The belt buckle is large enough to serve as a foothold. Reach higher, now at the same level as Asterius' head. The crown is the weak point. Prepare a skill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stabs. The tinkling sound of her rapier hitting the crown mocked her. She was weak. The boss wasn't even. Asuna! Wait, where was the boss? Asuna! Asterius the Taurus King had disappeared. Asuna landed softly on the ground and spun, searching for the boss. Maybe it was some kind of new skill? But she couldn't find the boss anywhere, only a bunch of polygons swirling around her. Asuna! Startled, Asuna looked at Sinan, who had grabbed her by the shoulders. For some reason, the archer had put her bow away. Now that she was looking, everyone had lowered their weapons. What was happening? Sinan? Her grip on her rapier was still tight, and Asuna was still feeling tense. Her friend noticed that, and, for some reason, smiled. Sinon cupped Asuna's head with one hand and lifted it up. We did it! We did it, Asuna! Asuna didn't think she had ever heard Sinon speak so softly or with so much relief imbued in her voice. But she had all the reason in the world to do so. Congratulations! When Asuna saw the word hanging above their heads, she trembled, and then her shoulders sagged, and she collapsed. All the stress and tiredness from the boss raid caught up at once. It took a while for her to realize that something was still off with the atmosphere. They had just defeated the second-floor boss, so why wasn't anyone cheering? Maybe somebody died? That thought terrified Asuna so much that she opened her eyes with a start, only to discover the entire raid party staring at her. Feeling shy, and more than a little uncomfortable, the fencer quietly tugged at Sinon's sleeve. What happened? What happened? You happened, Asuna. That was incredible. What? Sinon wasn't making any sense. She hadn't done anything special. She couldn't even damage the boss that much. She was nothing compared to Drifter. Asuna wasn't jealous of Drifter. Not even close. Quite the opposite, actually. She looked up to the spearman too much, and, because of that, she couldn't help but compare herself to him. And she found out that she was worse than him in every aspect. Drifter was a good leader, and an even better fighter. She, on the other hand, couldn't speak up when strangers were involved, much less take control of a party or even an entire boss battle as he did. As for fighting, there wasn't even a need to comment. Of course, only Asuna thought that. If she asked any of her party members, or even the man in question, they would scold her for being dumb. They all looked up to her, and yet here she was, looking down on herself. A good leader? Asuna might not be one yet, but they all thought she had the makings of one. She was smart, thoughtful, and stubborn. As for her combat capabilities, Drifter could see that Asuna's low self-esteem was acting up again, so he walked up to her and rested a hand on her head. Asuna, you just wiped the floor with Asterius. Huh? Dumbstruck, the fencer stared at Drifter. The way her hazel eyes opened wide and her mouth curled in surprise were almost too much for him. As it was, Drifter couldn't restrain his joyful grin from appearing. I don't know what kind of anime state you entered towards the end there, Asuna, but you were like a tornado. You were running everywhere, and Asterius couldn't catch you no matter how hard you tried. I swear you took out a third of his last health bar alone. As he spoke, Drifter ruffled Asuna's hair and gestured with his thumb to the other players, who helpfully nodded their heads to show the spearman was telling the truth. Only now did Asuna understand that the admiration she saw in their eyes was directed at her. Even Kibu was nodding, though begrudgingly. Drifter's right, Asuna. You were so fast I could barely catch a glimpse of you. Like lightning. Yeah. That was damn impressive, girl. Kirito's words broke the spell that seemed to be holding everyone from commemorating. Suddenly, shouts of joy and relief filled the boss room, as it finally sunk in that they had won. They won, even though the battle started out so catastrophically. And they won without losing anyone. Some people laughed, others cried. Players from the DKB and ALS hugged, much to their respective leaders' muted discontentment. But Lind and Kibu didn't interrupt the celebrations. The raid party deserved it. More than one person came up to Asuna to congratulate her. Drifter patted her head one last time before clasping hands with Agile and Orlando. Sinon, Argo, Yuna, and Nautilus were wrapped in a four-way hug. You were amazing, Asuna. No amount of praise made Asuna happier than this one. When Kirito approached her and smiled so happily, Asuna felt all her worries vanish, fade away. She smiled brightly, her cheeks dusted with pink. Thanks! She was still talking with Kirito when someone suddenly hugged her from behind, lewdly grabbing her waist. Asuna squeaked and spun around, before sending a pointed glare at the offender. Who could it be other than Argo? That was a show and a half, on. Especially that last bit. What kind of skill was that you used to defeat the big cow? I'd never seen it before. It was a 5-hit combo, wasn't it? I don't know. Of course the info broker was the one most interested in the unknown skill Asuna used. She hadn't seen one like that in the beta. Several others were eavesdropping on the conversation, but Asuna's answer shocked all of them. You don't know? She really didn't. She was just fighting normally, or apparently not, from what everyone was saying, and it happened. Asuna quickly opened her menu. There were a lot of notifications, and entered her skill tab. No doubt, at the very top was a new skill. Glass Shard. Never heard of it. Kaiba probably added it after the beta. But a 5-hit sword skill, That might be the first in the game. What are the unlocking conditions? As she asked, Argo transferred a bag of COR to Asuna. The fencer accepted it absent-mindedly, knowing that if she didn't, the info broker would complain. Argo liked to run a fair business, after all. 390 mastery in rapier. I have 391. Wah. You must have reached it just in the nick of time then. Yeah. I think I unlocked it. And just kinda used it without even knowing. Hearing that, the players around lost interest. They didn't really expect to be able to use glass shards since it was very clearly a unique skill to rapiers and other light swords, but one could always dream. Unfortunately, Asuna was the only fencer amongst the frontliners, so that skill was destined to only be shown by her hands for a long time. After all, choosing a rapier was a very courageous choice. It was a weapon with low base damage that depended entirely on scoring multiple hits in quick succession and aiming for weak points. Not only that, but a fencer had to put almost everything they had on dexterity and couldn't use heavy armor or shields, otherwise their agility would be affected. In other games, that wouldn't be a problem, but in SAO, where death was real, a rapier was a very bold choice. That was another reason why so many people looked at Asuna with admiration. In their minds, she had to be extremely skilled and supremely confident in her abilities to come to the front lines with such a build. If any of them discovered that Asuna was a total noob, and chose the rapier simply because she thought it looked pretty, who knows what they would think. Alright, chatting is good and all, but shouldn't we make our way to the 3rd floor? I'm sure the people watching are anxiously waiting for us to unlock the teleporter. Agile clapped his hands, catching the raid party's attention. The DKB and ALS were obviously the first ones to take action, almost racing to climb the stairs that appeared. Or at least they would be, if their members weren't dead tired. The rest of the players left in small groups one by one. No one mentioned the last attack bonus, which obviously went to Asuna. Unlike the first floor, nobody contested her right to it. Not after that display of sword skills. See you around, people. Drifter, Asuna, that was a marvelous fight. Thanks. Ha ha ha. Don't forget our appointment, big man. Let's test SAO's alcohol. Course. Message me. Drifter waved to Agile and his party members. The only reason they weren't going to the 3rd floor together was because Argo signaled for them to stay behind. We'll get going too. It was a fantastic battle, my friends. Actually, think you could wait a minute, or boo? I need to talk to you. Nothing bad, I promise. Kibu, you guys too. Though they were all curious as to why Argo wanted them to stay behind, Kirito and the leader of the Legend Braves just nodded nervously in Orlando's case. Argo then guided them out of the boss room, thus ending the broadcast, which was still active as long as someone remained in the room. They slowly climbed the stairs, all of them exhausted. Though Drifter wanted to go drink with Agile and Orlando, that could wait until tomorrow. Today was a day to celebrate with his party, and to rest. Ike, here should be good enough. Dri boo, you're searching catching anything? Drifter raised an eyebrow at all the precautions, but activated the skill nonetheless. All clear, little rat. Why the mystery? You will see. Chan, can you bring out the last attack bonus? Ah, I forgot about it. Asuna nimbly operated her menu, and took out Asterius the Taurus King's unique drop. In her hands materialized a pair of iron rings? No, they were much larger, almost the size of Drifter's head. And their edge glinted in the light of the torches, showing how sharp they were. Argo nodded slowly. My info was right after all. What are they called, Chan? Moonlight chakrams. It's a throwing weapon? When she read the description, Asuna's voice unintentionally took a higher pitch. Her surprise was justifiable, as the amount of long-range equipment in SAO was below pitiful. Just look at how much Sinan struggled to get her hands on her grafted horn bow. Just like I thought. Chan, sell those to the Legend Braves. Huh? What do you mean, Argo the Rat? Why would we buy those? The Braves were as confused as Drifter's party. Argo didn't falter, however. In fact, Drifter rarely saw her so serious. "You are gonna buy them so all the Braves can fight together one day. That's the solution, or boo." Orlando's eyes lit up with realization. Of what, Drifter had no idea. Without hesitation, the Brave opened a trading window with Asuna. "We'll buy it." Error. Unsure, Asuna looked at her party members. Drifter and Kirito stared at Argo for a few seconds, but the info broker didn't waver. In the end, Kirito nodded. They obviously wouldn't take advantage of the Legend Braves, who could be considered friends, so Asuna set a low price, and Orlando accepted the trade without hesitation. Almost immediately after, the Braves hurriedly bid farewell to the party, and left. "You are going to tell us what that was all about later." It wasn't a question. Argo nodded again, and finally seemed to regain some of her cheerful demeanor. The info broker gleefully grabbed Sinan and Nautilus' hands, ignoring the protests of the two quietest members of the party, and dragged them up the stairs. "Sure. But for now, the third floor awaits." Chapter 36 City on Treetops. The third floor was nothing like Drifter was expecting. While the first floor was mostly composed of grassy plains, and the second was a grand savanna, the third floor was a lush forest. The exit of the labyrinth was a grove between the roots of a giant tree. All around them was a verdant forest teeming with life. The sound of birds and insects made for a very pleasant background noise. Even though he knew so many trees would only make fighting harder, Drifter thought the change of scenery was a welcome one. "Wow! This floor is so beautiful." "Heh! Wait till you see Zumfit, Chan. Of all the main cities I saw in the beta, it's by far the prettiest one." "Zumfit? What a name!" Kirito snickered at Nautilus's interjection. The young swordsman was excited for this floor. He opened his arms, and started walking a path he knew too well. Yes, Zumfit. The city on treetops. While Drifter, Kirito, Argo, and the others were making their way to Zumfit, in the real world Suguha stared blankly at the black screen of her cell phone. She knew the players weren't having an easy time in Sword Art Online, that much was obvious. Over 2.200 people had died already, after all. But the battle against the trio of bosses on the second floor had been something else. She wasn't impressed by the bosses, however, but by the players. Sure, Asterius the Taurus King had been terrifying. Even just from watching it, Suguha could feel how fearsome the boss was. But if the monster scared her, then the players who slayed it gained her utmost admiration. Especially Drifter and Asuna. In her heart, she would always consider her brother the most powerful, but even Suguha had to admit that the spearman and rapier user were the highlights and major contributors of the boss raid. First it was Drifter's unbelievable combo which struck down Asterius. Then, Asuna's lightning-fast offensive which killed the boss. And they were both in her brother's party. In the following days, Suguha would rewatch the battle many times. And she would never cease to be amazed by how incredibly strong the players were. Not just Drifter and Asuna, but all of the raid party. Most of them might not have shown as much as the spearman and fencer, but that didn't make the fact that they would willingly fight the strongest monsters in SAO any less impressive. Maybe there was a chance she could see her brother again. Whoa! Drifter had to agree. Whoa! City on treetops, huh? Very accurate. After crossing a palisade guarded by several NPCs dressed in weirdly lackluster armor, the party plus Argo had entered the city of Zumfit. Though Kirito and the info broker had already described the city as the most beautiful of the first 10 floors, nothing could prepare you for a settlement that was literally carved inside trees. Zumfit was composed not of ordinary buildings, but rather 3 gigantic trees, each at least 30 meters in diameter and 3 times as tall. The trunks were almost entirely hollowed out, with wooden buildings occupying almost the entire space. Needless to say, Zumfit was a vertical city, with ladders and stairs carved on the hollowed trunks connecting different areas, and bridges linking the 3 trees together. Of the few buildings at ground level, the most eye-catching one was, without doubt, the teleporter. That was partially due to the fact that it was constantly flashing and spitting out wide-eyed players. We didn't get the bonus experience this time, what a pity. We can't always hog all the benefits, Yuna. I know. I'm just joking, Kirito. The black-haired swordsman grinned at the songstress before turning to Nautilus to explain something to the older boy. Slightly behind him, Asuna had her head raised, looking at the suspended bridges above them. Seeing her distracted, Yuna showed an impish smile and winked at Drifter. The spearman raised an eyebrow in curiosity before seeing her subtle gestures and smiling back. Nonchalantly, Drifter slowed down his footsteps, as if he was taking in the view. To avoid bumping into him, Kirito had to move a little to the right. At the same time, Yuna put her hands around Asuna's neck, hugging the girl from behind, and making her accelerate her walk just a little bit. When the fencer threw a questioning glance at her, Yuna just smiled, before releasing Asuna and looping her arms between Argo and Sinan's, dragging the two away. Hey, Not, come take a look at this. Faking interest in something, Drifter gestured for the ash-haired blade user to come with him. At the same time, he also casually bumped Kirito's shoulder with his fist, as if to say they would be right back. Of course, everything Drifter and Yuna did was calculated, improvised, but calculated. When he touched Kirito, he just so happened to push the boy towards Asuna, who had unknowingly started to walk next to Kirito while they were both distracted. Unknowingly to her, of course, because Yuna had planned exactly for that. The two teenagers, who had yet to realize how close to each other they were, brushed shoulders. Sorry. Both Kirito and Asuna apologized at the same time, only to discover they hadn't bumped into some random player, but each other. Then, very slowly, they realized their shoulders were still touching. Almost at once, they split, their faces burning. When they looked around and discovered that everyone seemed to suddenly be doing something else, leaving the pair alone, they became even more embarrassed. Now, this was the 21st century. There should have been no way such a mundane thing as brushing shoulders should cause such a shy reaction from both of them, nonetheless. But Drifter and Yuna had known the two teens for long enough now to understand some things about them even without Kirito or Asuna having to tell them. Kirito was your typical shut-in gamer, who had very little contact with other people, much less girls. And Asuna had very clearly lived a sheltered life until now. Add to that the fact that they were both young teenagers who were just starting to discover romance, and clearly were interested in each other, and voila! From where he was faking looking at something on a tree trunk, but was actually sneakily peeking at the lovebirds, Drifter covered his mouth with both hands to stop himself from laughing maniacally and ruining the atmosphere. But it was so damn hard not to. He never thought he would one day see a scene that looked to be straight out of a crappy romance anime. Nautilus had caught on to what was happening by now, and wasn't faring much better. On this his normally quiet disposition was an advantage, as he could control his laughter much better than Drifter, the only sign being his twitching lips. Others didn't have so many qualms. Yuna was giggling away, and Argo was guffawing so much tears appeared on the corners of her eyes. Even Sinan had to cover her mouth to hide her smirk. Yuna! Drifter! Oops! Feeling two sets of glares directed towards him, Drifter put on his most innocent expression, which was totally ruined by his cheeky smile. Even though they had been uncovered, he considered their little prank a success on all accounts. After all, even if she had her hands on her hips and was pouting, Asuna didn't move further away from Kirito than it was necessary to avoid accidental touches. And the boy, while flushing, kept stealing glances at Asuna. Overall, Drifter was happy. The mood, which had been somewhat heavy ever since the boss fight, cleared up, and everyone felt more spirited. They started walking around Zumfit, deciding not to go out again, even if there were still a few hours of daylight. They had just defeated a floor boss, so a little free time was in order. "Excuse me. You are the songstress party, aren't you?" Ever since they beat Ilfon on the first floor, the party had grown used to the stares of other players. But this was the first time someone stopped them. All of them tensed up, but thinking that this was a safe zone, Drifter quickly relaxed and looked at the player. The one who stopped them was a young girl. Too young, in fact. She couldn't be more than 11 or 12 years old. Her brown hair was styled in a pair of ponytails and tied up with a cute bow. She was gripping the hem of her shirt nervously, but her eyes were glinting with what Drifter was quickly coming to recognize as admiration. "Error. Yeah, I guess you could call us that." Kirito cautiously answered the girl, keenly aware that a lot of people were watching their interaction. Drifter agreed with his cautiousness. While he doubted that she meant harm, he had had his fair share of unhappy encounters with other players. It was better to always be on alert. Thankfully, it seemed they were overthinking. The girl's smile widened when she heard the confirmation, and her eyes nearly became star-shaped, especially when she looked at Asuna. "I knew it! You were so amazing today. The way you killed the floor boss was incredible. I wish I could be as strong as you one day." Thanks." Asuna didn't know how to react, and, truth be told, neither did Drifter. He was just a white-collar worker who hadn't even finished college yet. How was he supposed to deal with a child's worship? "My name is Silica. I'm so glad I could meet you today." "Well, I was hoping that would happen, anyway. That's why I came to the third floor." Towards the end, Silica's excitement seemed to wane, and she looked down, blushing. The girl had used all her courage to come forward and stop them, and now she didn't know how to proceed. Fortunately for her, Asuna was soft-hearted. Realizing Silica was timid, she put on a gentle smile. "Well, I'm happy you found us, then, Silica. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Are really?" "Of course. Though I don't know why you wanted to find us so much." Two big brown eyes stared back at Asuna, and Silica's answer was almost a whisper. You gave me courage." I was too afraid to leave the town of beginnings. Until today. Watching you fight, how fearless all of you were. I decided I should do something too." Asuna's mouth opened, but no sound came out. She was too shocked to answer. And she wasn't the only one. The rest of the party was also looking at Silica, stunned. Drifter scanned the crowd with his gaze. He saw a lot of people nodding or with pensive expressions. There were also many clenched fists, as if Silica's confession represented all of them. The spearmen had never realized how much of an impact they had on the other players. For a long while, nobody said anything. Finally, it was Kirito who broke the silence. The swordsman stepped forward to stand next to Asuna, and looked at Silica with a small, yet sad, smile. "We are not fearless, Silica. Not by a long shot. We were all terrified when Asterius appeared. I'm scared every time I face a monster, thinking it might be the last. But, although we're scared, we still have to fight. Because we want to leave this place, and go back to the real world. We want to beat Sao. And no floor boss can stop us from doing that." Whether Kirito was being honest when he spoke the last sentence, probably not even he knew. But the conviction inputted on it was enough. Silica's shoulders shook, and when she raised her head again, there was a bright smile on her face. "You are right. We are going to beat Sao." Without waiting, Silica waved goodbye and left. Drifter was worried she might try to go out here on the 3rd floor, even though she was obviously underleveled and clad in beginner's equipment, but luckily Silica went to the teleporter and shouted Talbana. It seemed she was going to the 1st floor to grind. Even so, he was still somewhat concerned about the girl, so he turned to Argo. "Little rat, think you could get someone to keep an eye on her, just for our peace of mind?" "I was thinking the same, Dri Boo. Can't help but want to help a cutie like her. I'll get one of the shinobis to look after her." "Fumaningum? I thought you didn't get along with them?" We clashed cause I didn't want to sell unverified intel to them. Now that we know the martial arts quest's still the same, I sold it. Furthermore, there was no way I was gonna let go of a bunch of perfect informants like him. Even if they're not right on the head." Drifter raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "Where's our commission?" "Ah, look at that stall over there." Shaking his head in amusement, Drifter dropped the topic. He didn't really care about the profit Argo made with the intel they provided her, though he was going to extort a lot of information out of her as revenge for the prank. Chapter 37 Changes. It was about 8 p.m., and Drifter was ready to go to sleep after an entire day exploring Zumfit. He had repaired his equipment, checked out the stalls to change some outdated pieces of armor, and even accepted a quest or two. When he thought back to the battle against Asterius earlier that day, he still shuddered. It had been intense, and way too close for comfort. Especially his charge at the start. When had he become so bold? Of course, he knew the answer. It was not boldness, but desperation that led him to take such rash actions. He had gambled on the fact that his combo would be able to halt Asterius' momentum, and he won this time. That the boss fell down came as much of a surprise to him as it did to everyone else. Still absorbed in his thoughts, Drifter saw his HUD flashing. When he opened it, he discovered it was a message from Kirito, forwarded to all party members. "Kirito, can you come to my room? I want to talk about the 3rd floor." Instead of replying, Drifter simply got out of his room and went to Kirito's. Almost at the same time, Sinon, Nautilus, Yuna, and Asuna also opened their doors. Kirito was sitting on his bed when they entered the room. Drifter and Yuna, the wannabe matchmakers, very quickly pushed Nautilus and Sinon to sit down on the chairs, leaving the spot on the bed next to Kirito for Asuna. Their not very subtle actions didn't go unnoticed, though Kirito did his best not to look at them and blush. Asuna, on the other hand, was gaining a certain immunity to their antics, and directly rolled her eyes at Yuna. The songstress didn't care. Both she and Drifter were having too much fun trying to match the shy teenagers. "Ahem. I asked everyone to come because we need to talk about this floor." Kirito cleared his throat to bring their focus back to the reason why he called the party to his room. Seeing that he was serious, Drifter and Yuna stopped their teasing and started paying attention. "What's so special about this floor?" Asuna tilted her head and asked what everyone was thinking. Kirito raised 3 fingers. 3 things. The first isn't that big of a change. There are 2 field bosses on this floor. One of them, the indolent Treyant, isn't that important, but the other is related to the second thing I want to talk about. The others waited for the swordsman to continue. Kirito looked at each of them in turn, taking in their reactions. The second field boss is called Nephila Regina, a giant spider. That provoked varied reactions amongst the party. Drifter and Sinon frowned, Asuna squeaked and showed an expression of disgust, and Nautilus kept a straight face. It was Yuna who had the biggest reaction. "Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Not fighting a spider. I won't. I refuse. No!" The songstress started babbling and shaking. It was only when Nautilus and Drifter each rested a hand on one of her arms that she stopped mumbling. The blade user sighed. Yoon doesn't like spiders. It was obviously a lot worse than simply doesn't get along. If just the idea of facing a giant spider monster left her in shambles like that, it was a very clear case of arachnophobia. Error. I'm sorry, Yuna. And no, never mind, Kirito. Just Why is that field boss more important than the other? Because it drops an item needed to create a guild. Meaning, from this floor onwards, guilds will start to appear. Guilds? It was Asuna who asked, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Kirito nodded. Guilds are larger groups of players, above parties in the scale. While a party has a limit of 6 players, that's only the minimum amount required to create a guild. There are a lot of advantages to being part of a guild too, such as a shared inventory apart from your personal one, larger scale communication channels, and, most importantly, a buff when guild members are in the same party. Not to mention that guilds can have their own headquarters, which only guild members can access. An impenetrable stronghold. Kirito's tone was very even as he explained, as if guilds had nothing to do with them, even though they had enough members to form one. Drifter guessed this was a remnant of his solo habits, but decided not to comment for now. Kibu and Lin probably already know that. Damn it! This floor is gonna be a nightmare. They are going to be at each other's throats, and we are gonna be caught in the middle of it, I just know it. Unfortunately, I think you are right, Yuna. They are going to fight for the honor of being the first guild. I just hope they know when to stop. Kirito said that in a surly tone, and the mood took a sudden downturn. Drifter frowned, thinking back to all his interactions with the two aforementioned players. If their enmity continued, it was just a matter of time before something tragic happened. It might be time to sit down with the two idiots and beat some sense into them. I'll have to get agile. He didn't say that out loud, and only thought it. Honestly, Drifter shouldn't be thinking of going behind his party leaders back to talk to Kibu and Lind, but Kirito was just a 14-year-old kid. It wasn't right for him to participate in a conversation where insults and curses were sure to fly. Drifter would take this burden gladly. Actually, there's one more thing. It's also what I think matters the most to us. Noticing all the serious expressions caused by what he said, Kirito quickly raised the third topic he had. Don't keep us in suspense, Kirito. Yeah, what is it? A quest. A multi-staged quest, spanning several floors, to be exact. It's called the Elf War Campaign. Kirito looked like he was expecting a big reaction, but everyone just looked at him curiously. To them, this was indeed less explosive news than being able to create a guild. The boy heaved a sigh. I forgot you guys weren't in the beta. The Elf War Campaign is important because it goes from the 3rd to the 9th floor, and it's loaded with clues to the floor bosses. This time, everyone's eyes widened. They already knew how vital information on floor bosses was. Truth be told, the reason they struggled so much on the 2 boss raids until now was exactly because they went in relying only on the knowledge of the beta testers. Because of that, Diavel died on the 1st floor, and they almost suffered casualties on the 2nd. Sounds like we have to complete the questline on each floor before challenging the floor boss, then. Nautilus pointed that out, and Drifter nodded. The 2 airheads aren't reliable, so we can't count on them to share. We should talk to Argo even though she probably already knows. She knows. By the way, Kirito furrowed his eyebrows when he said that. Drifter felt a but incoming. And he wasn't the only one. Asuna poked the swordsman on the shoulder. There's more, isn't there? Yeah. The introduction to the Elf War Campaign is that you find a forest elf and a dark elf fighting, and you choose to help one of them. In the end, the one you chose to support sacrifices themselves to kill the other elf, and you have to deliver the item they were fighting for to the camp of whoever you chose. Basically a multiple-choice quest, then. You had to choose a camp right at the start, and help it defeat the side you didn't go with. Since it had war in the quest title, Drifter imagined there would be lots of battles against the enemy NOCs and whoever chose to. Shit! When he reached the end of this line of thought, Drifter slapped his tight, startling his party. He didn't even apologize, as he was too unsettled right now. He had a bad premonition, and stared at Kirito. It's a branching questline, isn't it? Multiple parties can choose different options. Bastard. Kayaba is making us fight other players. Understanding dawned upon the others, and their expressions also turned gloomy. Obviously, whatever camp the players chose, they would want that side to win. But what should they do if they encountered other people in direct opposition? They wouldn't fight each other, right? Asuna's voice trembled when she spoke. Even Yuna was behaving meekly. I don't know, Asuna. I really don't. I want to think they won't, but what Kirito fears is probably the same as I, Asuna. To smaller parties like us, that won't be a problem. We can just compete without fighting other players or give way if necessary. But the DKB and ALS. Each of them has about 20 people. And they are sure to be on opposite camps. If it's those two, I really don't know. Field bosses, guilds, quests, those weren't all the changes happening on the third floor. The next morning, Drifter and his party went down to the lobby to have breakfast, only to find the Legend Braves waiting for them. They also had a skinny player Drifter had never seen before with them, and Argo was in a corner watching. Orlando? Heya, Kirito. Hello to everyone else too. Confused, the party nodded. The Braves seemed to be feeling uncomfortable because they kept shuffling their feet and didn't talk for a long time. What is it, Orlando? Dilly-dallying is not like you. You are making all of us anxious. About this. We are leaving the front lines for a while. This is Neza, he is also part of our party. We are going to help him. Once he started talking, Orlando didn't stop, as if a restriction had been lifted. He told them about Neza's FNC, about how they made him use the quick change mod to cheat other players. Neza interrupted at that point, insisting that he hadn't been forced, but chose to do it himself, and even talked about how Argo threatened to out them if they didn't stop by themselves. In fact, we knew what we were doing was wrong, but we just didn't know how else we could help Neza. It's all thanks to you that he can fight by our side now, Asuna. Huh? The chakrams you sold to them, Ah-chan. Neza has a depth perception issue. It won't be perfect, but at least with the chakrams he can fight. Argo, who had simply been watching until now, joined the conversation. Suddenly enlightened, Asuna realized why the info broker was so insistent she sold the Moonlight Chakrams to the Legend Braves. Then, are you leaving the front lines for good or? We will be back one day, my friends, fret not. We just want all of us to come back together, so we will train a little more. After the Legend Braves left, the party finally sat down to have breakfast. It was an eventful start to the day, but, in the end, they still had to have a good meal. There was a lot to be done. While taking a bite of a triangular-shaped fruit, Drifter glanced at Argo. The info broker was sitting next to him, stuffing her mouth with food with no regard for her image. Hey, little freeloader, what's on your mind? What you mean? You haven't teased anyone yet, so obviously there's something worrying you. Deftly avoiding Argo's vengeful fingers trying to pinch him, Drifter smirked. At least he had managed to lift up her mood, but he knew there was still something weighing on her mind. He raised an eyebrow and stared at her until the info broker gave up. Neza and the Braves didn't come up with the idea of using the quick change mod on their own. Somebody told them how to do it. This kind of thing. I suppose only a beta tester would know it, right? Yep. But why would they do something so needless? Can you think of any advantage they could get? I dunno. Chaos, maybe? Drifter frowned. As Argo said, the only thing that could result from the trick the Legend Braves were pulling was chaos when they were found out. Uff. Hearing Argo sigh, Drifter grimaced. Mature as she was, the info broker always tried to carry all the burdens alone. It was only with Drifter and Kirito that she opened up, and even then it was rare. Stretching his hand, he ruffled her curly hair. Cheer up, little rat. You got a whole new floor to uncover. And lots of new toys to pass the time, from what Kirito told us. Argo pouted, but didn't shake his hand off. Instead, she punched him on the shoulder. You know, it's unfair how easy you can read me, Dri Boo. Nobody told you to come find me that day. Nah, but I like how it turned out. Besides, I've got a bet riding on ya. What? No matter how hard he tried to make her talk afterwards, Argo refused to budge. Breakfast ended on a joyful note. That is, until Drill Sergeant Drifter, as Yuna called him on certain occasions, like now, clapped his hands with a meaningful smile. Let's get to grinding, shall we? Chapter 38, Forest of Wavering Mists. 16th of December, 2022, 3rd floor of Aincrad, Forest of Wavering Mists. The party cautiously made their way through the forest. Nautilus was leading, with Kirito right next to him. Asuna, Sinon, and Yuna were in the middle, while Drifter brought up the rear. It was unknown when, but mist had started to pervade through the trees, surrounding them. Even their maps didn't show their position correctly. Eyes open, people. If this isn't the prelude to an ambush, I don't know what is. Drifter's words proved to be prophetic. Not even 5 minutes later, he, Kirito, and Sinon all stopped at the exact same time. Exchanging glances, Drifter traded positions with the archer. Your searching caught that too, right? Yep. 10 meters ahead, behind the tree. Not behind the tree, it is the tree. A tree-ant sapling. If it hadn't moved just now, searching wouldn't have found it. As he spoke, Kirito readied his sword. Tree-ant saplings were at the same time easy but difficult enemies to face. Easy because they stayed still most of the time, and their attack pattern consisted mainly of whipping moves from their branches. Difficult because when they walked, it was an extremely fast and deadly charge, and they could use their roots to restrict players' movement. Alright, attack with everything you have. Nautilus, its vines will go around the shield, so don't bother defending too much, attack too. Sinon, try to hit its eyes and mouth if you can, it should be its weaknesses. Okay. After giving out the general orders for the battle, Kirito was the first to rush towards the mob. The tree-ant sapling looked just like any other withering tree until the swordsman entered its aggro range. Then, 3 holes opened up on its trunk, inside 2 of which ghoulish purple flames burned. The third and bigger hole had a ragged edge, eerily similar to a mouthful of sharp teeth. Shriek! Coming alive, the tree let out an ear-piercing screech. The branches on both sides of it suddenly trembled and tied each other, creating 2 long, whip-like arms. Without warning, one of them lashed out at Kirito. The swordsman tilted his body to the left, resting his sword over his right shoulder, and leaning forward. With a shout, he delivered a heavy one-handed overhead slash, leaving a deep cut on the monster's arm. Nautilus followed on the wake of Kirito's slant, his own blade shining a pale blue as he swung it from the right to the left in a simple horizontal, hitting exactly on the same spot as Kirito. The wooden limb, which was already badly damaged, was now hanging on by a literal thread. If left alone, the wound would soon regenerate and close, but of course Drifter wouldn't pass on such a wonderful chance. He used one of his quickest skills, Snake Bite, one hand holding the back end of his spear, the other gripping the middle of the shaft, both facing opposite directions. With the support of the system, the solid body of his weapon seemed to turn flexible for a moment, soaring over Nautilus' shoulder to fully sever one of the tree-ant sapling's arms. The monstrous tree shrieked, waiting what was left of its limb. Drifter felt it hit his forearm, but it was just a chaotic flailing of its arms, and his health barely dipped. 2 arrows quickly found their way inside the tree-ant sapling's open mouth, one of them scoring a critical hit. After that intense round of attacks, the mob was already on its last legs, its health bar on the low end of red. Switch, Drifter. Without hesitation, Drifter spun to the side, leaving just enough space for Asuna to come bowling through, her rapier ablur. Amidst the flurry of normal blows, Drifter saw the flashing light of a linear and a sharp hail, the former being a straight jab, and the later a 3-hit combo of frontal stabs, all aiming at different weak points of the mob. Only someone as dexterous and agile as Asuna could accomplish this feat so effortlessly. The final blow left Asuna's wine floret stuck deep inside the mob's gaping mouth for a second, before the tree-ant sapling burst into shards. That was a lot easier than I thought it would be, if I'm being honest. Yuna whistled. She had been using Firemare to buff the party, but even if she had done nothing, all it would take would be 2 or 3 more hits to kill the mob. It was partially because we detected it before it could ambush us, but you are right, Yuna. I think we've been using floor bosses as a basis of comparison, which is why the Treant seemed so weak. Good thing we followed Kirito's advice and went back to the first floor to get that wind fleuret for Asuna too. I'm sure it made a difference against Asterius, but seeing it in action against a normal mob makes it a lot clearer how much stronger it is than your old rapier. To that, Asuna just smiled happily and stroked the handle of her new weapon. It was quite the beautiful piece of work, and much stronger too. It also meant a lot to her that the party had taken time off their busy schedule to go back to the first floor to get it, and then farmed wind wasps on the second for upgrade materials. Even if they said it was because that would make her stronger against the floor bosses, her gratitude didn't vanish. What about drops? Nothing of note. Some special logs, a vile will-o-wisp for that quest we accepted. Okay. Let's continue. I think the location of the primer quest of L4 isn't too far, and... Oh woo! A low-pitched howl suddenly interrupted Kirito, coming from somewhere in front of the party. 2 other bone-chilling sounds cut the misty forest air soon after, coming from behind them. From the mist, 3 wolves with vibrant yellow manes appeared. The predators slowly circled the party, growling and snarling. Wolves again? Doesn't Kaiba have any imagination? Those are not quite the same as the ones on the first floor, Yuna. They are roaring wolves. They are much faster and stronger. As if to prove what the swordsman was saying, one of the beasts pounced at the party, targeting Sinon. Before its sharp claws reached the archer, however, a round shield blocked their path. 3 long lines were carved on the equipment, its durability instantly reduced by 20 points, but Nautilus managed to use a counterforce to bash the mob away, hacking at it with his blade at the same time. The roaring wolf whined, and halted its attack. Nautilus grinned. So are we. Heh! Sinon snorted in amusement, while Asuna, Yuna, and Kirito chuckled. Drifter also had to smile. A somewhat badass Nautilus was not something he ever expected to see. Oh woo! Grr! This time, all 3 roaring wolves lunged at the same time. Their AI seemed to be much more developed than the Treant sapling, and they had even used one of them to unleash a probing attack. Dragging his spear tip on the ground, and then abruptly swinging it upwards in a half-moon shape, Drifter hit the wolf closest to him with a vertical. Back to back with him, Sinon shot another point-blank with an arrow, causing the creature to whimper in pain. But neither of the mobs stopped. Changing his hold on his spear, Drifter used the blunt end to smash the roaring wolf in front of him on the snout, then, sliding his hand over the weapon's shaft, he made a 270-degree turn, delivering a devastating blow to the wolf's ribs. This time, the mob was sent reeling back in agony. Behind him, Sinon had stored away her bow in favor of her dagger. Even after she had gotten her deeply desired grafted horn bow, she hadn't slacked off on her dagger mastery, exactly for situations like this. While Nautilus held the roaring wolf at bay, Sinon repeatedly jabbed at it with normal attacks and canines. The bleed effect from the skill was also sapping away at the mob's health, slowly but surely. As for the third wolf, Kirito and Asuna were dealing with it without breaking a sweat. If the mob wasn't trying to eat them, Drifter might feel pity, because what the duo was doing to it could classify as bullying. Even as he threw a quick glance over his shoulder at them, Drifter saw Asuna repealing the wolf with a flurry of blows. Kirito was backing her up by using wide slashes and the occasional sting to control the mob. Back to Drifter, one would think he was at a disadvantage for having to deal with a roaring wolf alone. After all, Yuna could only buff the party, but not directly fight, but that was not at all true. Of the entire group, he was the best suited to solo a mob like the wolf. Due to his longer reach, the beast couldn't make full use of its agility, and was constantly pushed around. Though the name of the game was Sword Art Online, there obviously had to be more kinds of weapons, otherwise it would be too boring. Besides, a party without variety wouldn't be able to beat the game. Without a doubt, the sword was the king of all weapons in SAO. Whether it was the normal one-handed sword, the intimidating greatsword, the nimble rapier, the long katana, the sharp blade, or any other, swords dominated SAO. But each type of weapon had its strong points and weaknesses. In Drifter's humble opinion, no sword could beat his spear when it came to controlling the battlefield. The longer reach allowed him to keep enemies away while hurting them, killing them without ever getting too close. With a spear in hand, even fighting a crowd was no impossible feat. Of course, the disadvantage of the spear was that all its lethality was concentrated on the spearhead. Once enemies managed to get past it, Drifter's combat effectiveness dropped a lot. Which was why the roaring wolf couldn't be allowed to get close. Oh woo! Oh woo woo! Two wolves howled, the one Drifter was fighting, and the one Kirito and Asuna were taking care of. Their health had fallen to 50% at the same time. When the two roaring wolves retreated and started howling, that actually gave the party time to take a breather. They focused on the last beast, who was fighting Sinon and Nautilus. Unfortunately, that one also ran away after its health dropped to half. It was when the third wolf howled that Drifter started seeing a pattern, and he didn't like it. Kirito, do you know what they are doing? And no. There was nothing like this in the beta. Stay sharp them, I have a bad feeling about. Oh woo woo! A repeat from when the roaring wolves first appeared moments earlier, more howls came out of the mist, but this time Drifter was pretty sure he saw them spawning. All 6 of them. Great, more dogs. Ugh. Sinon groaned sarcastically, perfectly reflecting the mood of the party. The roaring wolves weren't exactly hard to deal with, but if all of them called 2 more whenever their health fell to the halfway mark, it wouldn't take much longer for the party to be overwhelmed. Kirito. We are breaking through in that direction. Kill the wounded mob and abandon the fight. The black-haired boy gave the orders with decisiveness and swiftness, quickly finding the weakest link in the wolf pack, and choosing to run in that direction. Unlike real wolves, as long as they broke the encirclement and left their aggro range, the roaring wolves would leave them alone. Having laid out the plan, Kirito was the first to dash towards the mob. It was the wolf Drifter had fought earlier, which was already down to 50% of its health. The first attack to reach the mob wasn't Kirito's, however, but an arrow shot from Sinon's bow, striking the wolf right in the forehead. Thank the gods that bows and other throwable weapons weren't restricted by the system limitation of not being able to change equipment mid-battle. The wolf whined in pain, but it was useless. Kirito's sword had already arrived by the time it recovered, leaving a deep gash on its neck, and scoring a critical hit. Asuna followed up almost immediately with a parallel sting, her rapier shooting forward twice, leaving 2 identical puncture wounds on either side of the roaring wolf's chest, and killing it. Meanwhile, Drifter and Nautilus were responsible for keeping the other mobs at bay while Kirito and Asuna spearheaded their escape. They did that by using wide area of effect skills, such as Nautilus' horizontal arc and serration wave, a single-hit sweeping strike, and Drifter's tidal sequence, a series of 3 wide horizontal swipes, meant to push enemies away instead of hurting them. Finally, after killing 2 more roaring wolves, and being chased for a few hundred meters, the mobs abandoned the chase. That would never happen in reality, but here the monsters were governed by their aggro range. Uff. Hey, did you notice it? You too, Asuna? What are you talking about? Drifter put away his spear while taking out some lotus bread they had brought in Zumfit, the kind that slowly regenerated health. They had potions, but those were expensive and better set aside for emergencies. The 3 wolves we fought first called others when their HP fell below a certain level, but the new dogs didn't, even when we killed one of them. I see. So each roaring wolf can summon 2 others, but those are like special reinforcements, they can't do the same. Correct. Sinon, think you can type all that and send it to the little rat? Argo should be willing to pay a lot for that. Okay. Now aware that they wouldn't be overwhelmed by a never-ending stream of mobs, the party was much more carefree when they found roaring wolves in their path, only avoiding them if they were in packs of 4 or more. It was like that, 2 hours later, the sound of metal clashing and sword fighting came from the trees ahead of them. Kirito perked up, excited. Finally! The Elf War campaign starts here. Chapter 39, Elven Dance. Deep in the forest of wavering mists, the sounds of battle, of swords clashing and the screams of the wounded echoed. Two elves were locked in mortal combat, fighting their hardest to claim the other's life. From afar, it looked almost like a dance. One elf, dressed all in black clothes and wearing a dark cloak, waving the sword in her hand, and fleeting around like a butterfly. The other elf her partner and opponent at the same time, holding his ground while donning his all-white heavy armor. A deadly dance of yin and yang. Hidden behind the bushes at the edge of the clearing, Drifter and his party watched the duel. The one from the faction of the forest elves was a male knight, holding a shield and a long sword. He looked like anyone would imagine an elf to be, pointy ears, blonde hair, blue eyes, and a handsome face. As for his opponent, the dark elf, she was a dark-skinned beauty, and Drifter would be the first to admit that it was strange to think of an NPC like that, but it was the truth. She wore mostly black leather armor, and even her cloak was of a purple dark color, complementing her lilac hair and violet eyes. Are you sure those are NPCs? They look so real, just like players. To be more exact, they aren't even NPCs, they are mobs. Look! Asuna looked at where Kirito's finger was pointing. The two elves had been fighting for a while, but neither seemed able to take the upper hand. Above both of their heads was a quest marker. Drifter turned to Kirito. What's going on here, Kirito? We have to choose one of them to help, and attack the other. We have to be careful, though. Each of them is as strong as a 7th floor elite mob. What? How are we supposed to defeat them, then? We aren't. In the beta, the moment my health fell below half, the elf I chose sacrificed themselves to kill the other. I'm guessing it should be about the same this time, probably half or all of us have to enter yellow for it to happen. Frowning, Drifter stared at the elves. Even if he hadn't exchanged blows with them yet, he could tell they were strong, far stronger than the players. If one of them was to target the squishier members of the party, such as Yuna and Sinan, not to mention half-health, a single hit might be enough to kill them. Then, do they both have to die? Asuna whispered with a dejected look on her face, but Kirito didn't seem to notice. Huh. Well, I guess if we can beat one of them while avoiding losing too much health. But that's not possible. Is that so? Drifter didn't quite understand why Asuna looked so down when she heard that, but didn't dwell on it. Unhooking his spear from his back, he looked at the elves. Let's use the advantage we have, and choose the same one you did in the beta, Kirito. Which one was it? Do you even need to ask? It was the dark elf. Yeah, it was. Wait, how did you know? Shaking her head, Asuna seemed to clear her mind of all other thoughts. She smirked at the young swordsman with really written all over her face. Kirito blushed in embarrassment, while Yuna was having a fit of giggles. Somebody's gonna suffer a bit today. Error. Well, we just have to come out and point our swords at the forest elf then. The system will recognize that as us choosing the dark elf faction. Asuna snorted at the awkward change of subject, but didn't insist on the topic. She didn't have any reason to, really. Kirito was a boy, it was obvious what elf he had chosen to save in the beta. The fencer had already unsheathed her rapier, ready to jump into the fray, when Sinan put her hand on her arm, holding her back. Wait, Asuna. You want to try and save the dark elf, don't you? Kirito already said it's impossible, so. Yes, but you want to try it all the same, don't you? Stumped, Asuna looked at the serious Sinan, then at everyone else. Yuna was smiling brightly, Nautilus smirked and gave her a thumbs up, and Drifter grinned and nodded. The one whose opinion she cared about the most made a show of sighing and shaking his head in despair, before giving her a reassuring grin that caused her heart to beat faster. Moved, Asuna bit her lower lip, and nodded. Yes. I want to save her. The archer smiled, squeezing Asuna's arm once before letting go. The next moment, she already had an arrow knocked on her bow. Drifter, you are our strategist, what say you? Ha. If everyone's in accord. Let's do this properly then, shall we? Sinan, Find a good position to snipe the forest elf. Yuna, you go with her, sing for us. Leave it to me. Nautilus, you circle around the back with me, we'll try to surround him and pin him down. Kirito, Asuna, can you take the frontal assault? Support the dark elf. Gotcha. Okay. Sounds like we have a plan, then. Also, we will try to save the dark elf, but it's just an NPC in the end, so personal safety is a priority, got it? That forest elf looks like he hits hard, so try to dodge rather than block. Just because we have a failsafe in case our health dips below 50% doesn't mean we should risk it. There was a series of grunts and nods from the group as they all spread out according to Drifter's instructions. When Kirito and Asuna walked into the clearing, the elves paused their battle to stare at them. The forest elf was the first to speak. What is humankind doing in these woods? In contrast with the forest elf knight's imposing manner, the dark elf lady's voice was much more pleasing to the ears, but no less commanding. Do not interfere. Begone from this place. After a slight hesitation, Asuna trained her wind fleuret onto the forest elf. Almost immediately, the cursor above his head turned red, while a health bar and a name, Forest Elf Hallowed Knight, appeared next to it. Sorry about this. You fools, you side with the dark elf? The cursor above the other elf, however, turned green, and she hopped back to stand next to Kirito and Asuna. It seems that some humans understand honor after all. The Dark Elf warrior was just following the script and plot set by the cardinal system, otherwise there was no way she would call what the players were doing honorable. Nautilus and Drifter had appeared behind the forest elf's back, completely trapping him, not to mention Sinan, who was still hiding, waiting for the chance to launch an ambush. This was a 1 versus 7 fight, but why would players care about honor when battling mobs? I have come to take back that which you have stolen from my people. The secret key. The Dark Elf said something that was probably relevant to the Elf War campaign plot, but Drifter didn't pay attention. They had Kirito to fill them in all the details later. Now, the spearman was much more concerned about the way the Forest Elf Hallowed Knight raised his blade above his head, about to strike. Very well. Then all of you shall dye my sword red with your blood. Here he comes! Focus on dodging, only try to block it if you don't have any other option. Only when the forest elf attacked did the party understand the horror of a 7th floor mob. Before the last words had even left Kirito's mouth, the enemy's sword was already coming down upon Asuna with unstoppable momentum. Drifter's eyes widened, and for a moment he thought he saw the blade cutting right through the middle of the girl's head. At the last second, the fencer managed to move out of the path of the blade, leaving part of her cloak behind. Asuna buckled her knees, feeling the sword touch the edge of her clothes, and launched herself to the left, almost parallel to the ground. Then, she raised her rapier in a swift thrust, right at the unguarded jaw of the forest elf, aiming to pierce through it and all the way through his head. Drifter could have sworn he never saw a player move so fast or react so quickly. He was sure Asuna was acting based on pure instinct, because there was no way she could have thought through and planned all that in the milliseconds she had. And yet, the Forest Elf Hallowed Knight was even faster. The shield he carried on his left arm blocked the rapier's path, knocking it out of the way. The thin blade was no match for the robust shield, and was slammed away, with Asuna, who was gripping the hilt tightly, stumbling along with it. Stop, traitor! Before the forest elf could muster another attack, the other NPC present made her move. The dark elf's sword snaked forward, just as fast as the forest elf's had been. The enemy was forced to raise his own blade to parry, leaving himself open for Kirito to cut his midsection with a horizontal. Both Nautilus and Drifter also didn't let go of the chance, hitting the elf with their own skills. And, from the tree line, an arrow came, slamming right in the middle of the forest elf's back. After close to a month more, in Drifter, Nautilus, and Yuna's case of constantly fighting together, the party had already achieved astounding synchronization. Such teamwork would take years to develop in the real world, but here, under the pressure of death, it was, as Argo once said, be better or be dead. Their organized assault worked, whether poorly or outstandingly had yet to be seen. Hit by 4 different attacks, 3 of which were highly damaging skills, all buffed by Yuna's music. The forest elf Hallowed Knight lost 1/10 of his health instantly. Just like Kirito said, this was an elite monster comparable to those on the 7th floor. The combined attack should have been able to wound any mob on the 3rd floor to the red, if not kill them directly, and yet it only took away 1/10 of the forest elf's health. Pesky ants! How dare you get in my way? Enraged, the forest elf Hallowed Knight roared. His shield slammed into Kirito, sending the black-haired boy flying, and his sword bypassed Nautilus' shield to nick his forearm. That single cut was enough to bring his HP down to the upper limit of yellow. Another hit like that and he would fall below half health. Careful! He is much stronger than he was in the beta. Kirito yelled while quickly running to intercept the mob. Honestly, it was understandable that the forest elf would be harder to fight. After all, he was going against a full party, unlike how Kirito had played solo in the beta. The system probably adjusted the difficulty based on that. His warning was unnecessary, however, because the whole party had already understood how tough of a nut to crack the forest elf Hallowed Knight was. They fought for several more rounds, and if it wasn't for the dark elf warrior saving them at all the right moments, the party would have long been annihilated. As it was, Drifter and Kirito were quite hurt, while Nautilus had to retreat to heal, leaving only Asuna untouched of the close-quarters combatants. Without Nautilus there, the pressure on the trio increased drastically. Thankfully, they had at least managed to take the forest elf down to 30% health. As soon as his health entered the red, the forest elf Hallowed Knight went berserk. In an unfortunate coincidence, Sinan's arrow just so happened to hit him in the back of the head exactly at the moment his aggro cleared, causing the mob to turn his aggression towards her. Foolish humans, I vow to claim your lives with my blade today. This is bad. Just because there was an apparent safety net in the form of the Dark Elf Warrior, it didn't mean the start of this quest was safe. The harshest lesson all players learned during the first month in SAO was that everything in the game was out to kill you, and a moment of carelessness more often than not equated to death. Now, the forest elf was gunning for the lightly armored Sinan, whom he could hack to death in 2 hits. Things weren't looking good. At times like this, the only one who could intercept the frenzied mob wasn't Drifter or Nautilus, but Asuna. The lightning-quick fencer rushed to block the forest elf, and her rapier struck true, carving a long gash along the side of his neck. Another person who was able to catch up with the enemy was the other NPC in the clearing. While Asuna was attacking from behind, the Dark Elf Lady had somehow managed to appear in front of the Forest Elf Hallowed Knight, and, while he was distracted by Asuna's attack, she slashed down on his neck, aiming to cut off his head. Even in the awkward position he was in, the Forest Elf still managed to defend. Asuna was preparing to launch another offensive when Kirito yelled something that caused her to halt. Asuna, remember that shields are covers. Wah! Oh! Got it! As if enlightened, the fencer suddenly leaned close to the ground before dashing towards the Forest Elf Hallowed Knight. Her rapier glowed cyan, and Drifter recognized the skill Folium, one which he had rarely seen Asuna use due to its weird starting stance. The skill started as an upward slashing motion beginning from the lower left hip, then making a loop when it reached its apex, and transitioning to a downward slash to the right. The forest elf sneered and raised his shield to block the clearly telegraphed blow, already raising his sword to deliver a counterattack. And yet, the expected impact to his shield never came. With his vision blocked by his own shield, the forest elf Hallowed Knight realized too late that Asuna's Folium hadn't been aimed at him at all, but it was in fact just a bluff. When he finally started turning, Asuna was already at his back, and delivered a high-powered oblique, a short-range thrust with all her weight behind it. Barely able to keep his balance, the forest elf almost fell face-first into the ground. He growled like an animal, but before he could retaliate, Kirito was there, cutting his back with a horizontal square. Nautilus and Drifter weren't lagging behind, and neither was Sinan, who was unfazed by the murderous charge of the mob. Well fought, human warriors. Meanwhile, the Dark Elf Lady had, strangely, paused her attack, and complimented the party. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Drifter thought she sounded a lot less robotic than before. Chapter 40 in the background. Gah! Deep in the forest of wavering mists, a lengthy and terribly difficult battle was concluding. Even if it was 7 against 1, it was hard to say who had suffered the most. Drifter stabbed his spear on the ground and leaned on it as he watched the dark elf warrior plunge her curved blade into the forest elf hallowed knight's belly one last time, wiping away the last bit of his HP. The party was in a terrible state. Kirito and Asuna were both barely above half health, and even that only because they had taken turns healing during the battle, together with Yuna's rest's constant regeneration. As for Nautilus, even though he was the one with the largest HP bar in the party, he was also the one who weathered the brunt of the damage, and, as such, wasn't in a much better spot. Drifter himself was dangerously close to the red zone due to a berserker attack from the forest knight. Now that he looked at it, the dark elf wasn't faring much better than them, her health also perilously low. Only Sinon and Yuna stayed unharmed the entire battle. I am beaten. Holy! We actually won! Watching the last bits of health of the forest elf hallowed knight vanish, Kirito exhaled, tired but happy. Near him, Asuna stared at the forest elf with a modicum of pity. He looked far too similar to a real human, after all. But I should warn everyone, even I don't have any idea of what will happen now. As far as I know, nobody has ever defeated him, so we have completely veered off from my beta knowledge. It's kinda exciting, actually. Asuna stuck out her tongue at the swordsman, but didn't disagree. The fact that the forest elf hallowed knight's HP gauge had already disappeared, but his body hadn't shattered like it always happened meant there was still some plot to go through. Ah! What a terrible shame. Marred in wounds, the forest elf pulled something out of his pocket. It looked like some sort of bag made out of leaves. Drifter had no idea what it was, but the dark elf had a big reaction to it, her violet eyes widening. That's... I'll not cede my spoils to the likes of you. While the dark elf lady had just started reaching for the bag, the other NPC threw it high up in the air. Drifter's confusion as to what he hoped to accomplish by doing that didn't last long, because he saw a shadow swoop down and grab the item with its talons. A huge falcon had suddenly appeared and carried away the bag. Waiting for it was another forest elf, this one dressed much more sloppily than the first, with an insufferably smug look on his face. He had an arm outstretched for the falcon to land on, and his other hand was ready to receive the bag. Oh, those hopeless knights, too proud for their own good. A forest elf falconer. That's another elite mob. Well, at any rate, I'll be taking custody of your secret key, or whatever this is. So no need to worry. The falconer spoke in a sing-song voice, mocking the party for wasting all that time and effort, only to lose what they were fighting for. However, the smug grin was soon wiped from his face when Sinon hit the falcon circling above him, causing it to fall from the sky with a piercing shriek and an arrow skewering one of its wings. Pests! How dare you! The forest elf falconer's face contorted into a mask of boiling rage when he witnessed his pet hitting the ground, and his prize rolling away. But his anger was nothing compared to the bloodlust the dark elf was emanating. Drifter had never felt chills as strong as what he experienced now. If anyone had told him about killing intent before, he would mock them for reading too many wuxia novels. But now, thanks to the SAO system, his skin was crawling with the visible bloodlust manifesting itself around the dark elf warrior in the form of a distortion in the air. You are the falconer. Threatened by the menacing aura the dark elf was exuding, the new enemy forgot about the secret key and his anger, and whistled. The huge falcon took flight and then landed on his arm, the health bar above it showing that, while Sinon's arrow hurt, it would take a lot more to kill it. Do I know you? I don't think I would have forgotten such a beauty. Even if you were a dark elf. As he caressed his pet's head, the forest elf falconer calmed down, and even his arrogant smile returned. Drifter tensed up when several figures appeared behind him, a whole bunch of forest elves. Though they looked weaker than the knight and the falconer, there were still a lot of them. Although, now that I look closely, you remind me of that herbalist I killed, to get that very key. The forest elf didn't laugh, but his mocking expression and deranged smirk showed what the distorted glee he was feeling in provoking the dark elf lady. With a guttural growl, the dark elf threw herself at the falconer, her blade chopping down on his neck with such force that, even though he blocked it, the forest elf was still forced to crouch to withstand the impact. Kirito wasn't sure of what was going on anymore. The hatred the dark elf held towards the falconer was palpable. He had never seen any NPC behaving like this. But now he had no time for such considerations, because the moment the dark elf warrior attacked, she signaled the restart of the battle. Here they come! The moment he first clashed against one of the new enemies, his spear blocking a short sword, Drifter realized the mobs, simply called Forest Elf Scouts, weren't anywhere as strong as the knight had been. Thankfully, the system wasn't that cruel. Tilting his weapon, Drifter caused the opponent's sword to slide along the shaft of his spear, causing the forest elf to stumble forward and right into his incoming knee. Martial arts, Hyza hit the mob on his belly, causing him to double over in pain. Twirling his spear, Drifter smashed the blunt end of it on the forest elf scout's face, then finished his combo with a straight sting to the elf's throat. While it wasn't quite enough to kill the mob, it certainly worked well to keep him at bay. Instead of pressing on the offensive and finishing off the enemy, Drifter chose to abandon the fight and circle around him. Without the need to communicate, all his teammates had done the same, and the party met in the middle of the clearing. In this type of situation, where they were facing multiple enemies, it was obviously smarter to group up. The songstress and archer had already begun to move the moment the forest elf scouts appeared. When they rejoined with the others, Yuna and Sinon were placed in the center of their small circle, with Drifter, Kirito, Asuna, and Nautilus each facing a different direction. This was their normal battle configuration when they were exploring the labyrinth, where enemies could spawn anywhere, and it worked well in this situation too. You have to die! The whole party had this really odd feeling when they saw the frenzied dark elf warrior fighting against the forest elf falconer. It was as if they were side characters, and their battle was only serving as background to the NPCs. Honestly, Drifter didn't care much even if that was the case. He would much rather the dark elf tie down the elite tier mob than having the falconer target them. Heaving a sigh of exertion, Drifter drove his spear through the chest of one of the forest elf scouts, thus killing it. Taking advantage of the opening, he glanced at his party members to see how they were doing. Kirito was struggling against two mobs at the same time. Thankfully, he had Sinon as backup, and any time one of the elves lowered their guard, an arrow would surely find its way through their defenses and into their bodies. As for Asuna, the fencer was easily dealing with her opponent, her rapier leaving cut after cut in his body. Turning over to his left, Drifter looked at Nautilus. He always worried the most about this friend of his, though he made a conscious effort to never show it. It couldn't be helped. Nautilus FNC could resurface at any moment, so Drifter was always on the lookout. Fortunately, the ash-haired boy was doing okay. Thanks to the broadcasts, pretty much everyone knew about their party. And yet, whenever they talked with other players, even other frontliners, two members of their party were quite routinely overlooked. They were Drifter and Nautilus. Everyone recognized the beater Kirito, and Asuna was also famous not only because of her beauty, but also because of her overwhelming speed and ability. Yuna and Sinon, being two very unique players in their own right, also shone brightly. Due to that, Nautilus and Drifter, who didn't have any defining qualities to set them apart, went mostly unnoticed most of the time. However, the truth was that both were extremely skilled players. They had to be, otherwise they couldn't have earned their spots on the front lines. Nautilus' quiet nature and low-key attitude only highlighted his abilities, if only you searched for it. The battle right now was the perfect example. The blade user was facing off against two forest elf scouts at the same time, and yet his movements were steady, without any hint of nervousness. Blocking one attack with his shield, Nautilus knocked the sword aside and stepped closer to the mob, restricting his range of movement. With a horizontal, he almost cleaved the forest elf in half, and the position he ended in just so happened to allow him to dodge the second enemy, before performing a backward slash on his leg. What others might consider luck, Drifter knew it was, in fact, the result of carefully made calculations. This was the kind of fighter Nautilus was. Calm, steady, even cold. The boy didn't earn his place amongst the frontliners to being in the same party as the beater Kirito, as many thought, but had earned it himself. Swiping his spear, Drifter deflected an incoming attack and focused on the new enemy that appeared in front of him. The party had already killed 3 Forest Elf scouts, and yet 3 more had spawned to replace them, keeping their numbers at 6, the same as the party. He could see from that the battle didn't depend on the players, but rather on the result of the NPC's fight. Asuna! Watch out! Hearing the desperation in Kirito's voice, Drifter's head unconsciously snapped to search for the fencer. It was so sudden that he even forgot he was in the middle of a fight, and was hit hard in the chest because of it, losing a good portion of his health. With a grunt, he refocused on the Forest Elf scout in front of him. Using a vertical, he knocked the enemy's sword out of the way, before following through with a thrust through his head, and another swipe to finish it all off. His attention immediately went to Asuna, and what he saw caused him to despair. The Forest Elf Falconer had somehow managed to untangle himself from his fight against the Dark Elf Lady, and had rushed towards Asuna with a haughty smirk on his face. Do pardon me, but as I did back then, I've identified the weakest one. Kirito had moved to stand in front of Asuna, and crossed swords with the Falconer. But, as it turned out, the mob was using himself as a distraction, allowing his pet to grab Asuna in its talons, and fly up with her. Asuna! Just as Drifter and the others were despairing, a shadow pounced on the falcon's back. A huge mob, which looked like a roaring wolf, but with its fur many tones darker, bit the falcon's neck, dragging it down. Asuna and the 2 animals collapsed into a heap on the ground, but the fencer was quick to regain her footing and slip away from the brawling creatures. Going through a roller coaster of emotions, Drifter lowered his spear, and Sinan relaxed her bowstring. The party looked at each other while forcing back the Forest Elf scouts. Asuna was the most haggard of the bunch, her hazel eyes open wide, traumatized by the sudden flight. What is it now? Of course! If the Forest Elves have falconers, then the Dark Elves have wolf handlers. Out of who knows where, another Dark Elf had appeared, this one a male. His face was contorted in rage as he immediately attacked the Forest Elf Falconer. Falconer! In the name of my fallen wife, you must die. Staring at the 2 NPCs duke it out, the party didn't know what to do. Why did it feel like their roles were inverted, and the elves were the main characters? It was like they had been drawn into their story. Wife? Fallen? Kirito, what the hell is going on? No idea. But this should be the end of the plot for this quest. No more Forest Elf scouts are spawning, see? The others realized what the swordsman was saying was true. There were only 4 Forest Elves remaining, without including the Falconer. Alright. Let's finish them off and watch the show. Chapter 41 Kismol. Hiya! Shouting, Asuna ducked under a swing of her opponent's sword, and retaliated with 2 quick jabs of her rapier. Before she attacked again, a blade appeared above her head, hitting the Forest Elf scout diagonally on the neck, and almost cleaving him in half. Puffing, the fencer stood up straight, and high-fived with Nautilus. Thanks, Naut! You had it under control. Hee hee. Drifter looked at the pair exchanging mock praises, and chuckled. That had been the last Forest Elf. Now, the party could just watch the other 2 battles which were happening in the clearing. On one side, a wolf and a falcon were trying to tear each other apart with teeth, beak, claws, and talons. It wasn't a confrontation anyone ever expected to see, but the way the 2 animals fought was brutal and savage. Nearby, the duo of Dark Elves, which appeared to be brother and sister-in-law from the snippets of conversation Drifter managed to catch, were trying their hardest to murder the Forest Elf Falconer. The mob was holding his ground against them, though his haughty smirk had disappeared. Should we help? I dunno. The Falconer is strong, far stronger than the Knight. The NPCs already did the majority of the damage, even if we attack him there probably won't be any rewards. But, they seem like they are struggling. Shouldn't we? Huh. This is. They were just chatting idly when Yuna happened to spot a small leaf bag on the ground. With an exclamation, she picked it up, prompting a notification to show up on the party's HUD, saying they had acquired the quest item's secret key. Almost at the same time that happened, the forest elf falconer turned his head and glared at them. The party immediately tensed up and prepared to deal with the enemy. Vermin! He didn't disappoint. With a shout, the forest elf sent both of the friendly NPCs staggering back and charged at the players. His speed was almost too fast for them to react, and before they knew it, the falconer was already on top of them. He completely disregarded Nautilus and Kirito, who were the first line of defense, homing in onto Yuna, who held the satchel. Drifter and Asuna tried to stop him, but the forest elves simply ignored their attacks, allowing their weapons to sink into his body without losing speed. It was Sinan who finally managed to stop him, by standing right in front of Yuna. The archer had forsaken her bow in favor of her dagger. A wise choice, considering she would only be able to fire one arrow before the mob got up close and personal. Relying on her quick reflexes, Sinan dodged the incoming sword, letting it hit the ground right next to her feet. The dagger in her hand immediately slashed upwards, leaving a shallow cut on the forest elf falconer's left shoulder. Right after, she twirled her fingers, changing to a reverse grip, and delivered the real killing blow, a fatal flaw, which could only be used when the opponent left their guard completely open, just like the falconer did when he disregarded her to go after Yuna. And yet, just as the dagger was about to sink into the side of his neck, the forest elf falconer jerked his head back. A thin red line was drawn on his neck, but it barely did any damage. That cocky smirk returned to his lips, and he looked down upon the archer. It looked like the mob was about to say something mocker. Probably, his AI was really infuriating. Whatever it was, however, was interrupted by Yuna smashing his nose in with her elbow. Martial arts, brick break. Ugh! If even Sinan could take time to put down her bow and improve on her close-quarters skills, how could Yuna not do something similar? Only, instead of dagger, she had focused on martial arts. The songstress didn't need to defeat any enemy using it, only be skilled enough to survive until her party could support her. This was something the group had discussed a long time ago. As a unique player who used musical instruments instead of real weapons, Yuna would always be seen as the weak link of the party. Against normal mobs that wouldn't be a problem, they just follow their aggro system, after all. But Kirito had already told them that higher floor mobs had much more developed AI, and today's battle provided hard evidence of this. Yuna didn't want to play the role of damsel in distress. No, she absolutely refused to be a burden to her party. The forest elf falconer clearly wasn't ready for the blow, and stumbled back. By then, Kirito, Ajuin, Nautilus, and Drifter had already turned around, and there was no chance in hell they would let the mob continue to do as he pleased. Several different skills landed on the forest elf, causing him to scream in pain. But an elite mob was an elite mob, after all. His HP fell by another 10% and entered the red, but the forest elf falconer managed to knock the entire party back with 2 swipes of his sword, before jumping away and climbing a tree to stand on one of the branches, looking down upon the others. By now, the 2 dark elves had joined the party, and the forest elf knew his chance was lost. Our whole troop was wiped out. I must admit, I am impressed. But on the other hand... Suddenly throwing his head back, the forest elf falconer screamed. Aarg! Why did all my allies have to be a bunch of useless garbage? Grimacing after the outburst, the forest elf held his side, where a large wound could be seen. He whistled, and his falcon disengaged from the scuffle against the wolf to fly towards him. I will come back to take that key someday. But I hope we can put an end to this vengeance business someday. Wait! This isn't the end of this. Don't flee, coward! The 2 dark elves launched themselves at the falconer, but it was too late. Grabbing one of the ankles of his pet, the forest elf falconer was carried away through the sky, his last words still audible. You see, I have no interest in this childish rivalry. Ah! Without another word, only a guttural shout, the wolf handler rushed in pursuit of the forest elf. He didn't even spare another glance at the party. As for the original dark elf, the female warrior, For a second it looked like she was about to do the same, but in the end she stopped, and stayed. Walking towards Yuna, she put forth her hand. The secret key. Might you entrust me with it? Oh! Of course. The sanctuary is safe for now. The dark elf lady gripped the small bag tightly, holding it close to her chest as she murmured something in a language none of them understood. Only after putting the secret key away did she look at the party. You have my thanks, human warriors. The commander will wish to reward you personally. Please, will you come with me to our base camp? Even though they just finished a harsh battle, the dark elf still showed a beautiful smile. Above her head, a quest marker appeared. The party looked at Kirito, the only one who might know something, but by now they had screwed up the quest line so much that the swordsman could only shrug. Seeing this, Asuna stepped forward and bowed formally. In that case, we accept your offer. Asuna, it's best to give a clear-cut answer to NPCs. Very well. The base camp is through the woods to the south. Come with me. The dark elf interrupted Kirito and turned around, leading them deeper into the forest. The black-haired boy was staring at her back agape. The party looked at him weirdly, and Drifter nudged him to get him moving. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just I've never seen an NPC behaving like this. I get what you mean. The NPCs in the cities are very robotic compared to her. She's a lot more natural when she's talking. Yeah. They really beefed up the AI since the beta. What's a beta? Huh? The party had automatically ignored the dark elf as they talked. NPCs followed a routine, and even if you mentioned the most outrageous things in front of them, as long as it didn't trigger their response system, they wouldn't do anything. But why was this particular NPC not following the norm? The dark elf had, at some moment, slowed down to stand next to the group and was looking at the players curiously. Her pointy ears shook when she tilted her head, looking nothing like an elite mob and more like a curious kid. What's a beta? Pardon me if I am intruding. She seemed to think they didn't understand the question, so she repeated it. She even apologized, thinking she might have touched upon some secret. Little did she know that the players weren't answering because they were completely and utterly stunned. An NPC asking what a beta test was. Was there anything more ridiculous and outlandish than this? If the party told other players, they would be laughed at, because it was simply unbelievable. And yet, it was happening right now. Yuna barely managed to stammer a response. A beta is like a simulation of something. A test trial. I see. Humankind comes up with the most interesting terms. The dark elf warrior giggled, which did not fit at all with her image. Drifter, Yuna, Nautilus, Sinon, Asuna, and especially Kirito, were still too dumbfounded to appreciate her smile. It was only after a few seconds that they seemed to regain their mental facilities. You said we are going to your base camp. Right? Yes. It was only due to your timely assistance that I was able to survive and recover the secret key. I am sure the commander will want to congratulate you. Okay. There was an awkward silence for the next few minutes, but they had Yuna in their party, who simply couldn't stay quiet for long. And this time, they made sure to include the dark elf in the conversation, as it was clear her AI was advanced enough to keep up. So, what's your name? It's weird to keep addressing you as you. We should introduce ourselves first. I'm Yuna, and those are Nautilus, Sinon, and Kirito. The one fidgeting over there is Asuna, and the grumpy-looking one is Drifter. Yuna! I'm not fidgeting. I'm not grumpy, it's you who are a little kid, Yun. And why did you single me and Asuna out anyway? The dark elf's AI was impressive and all, but Kirito was the only one still shocked by it. Maybe because the rest of the party didn't have nearly as much experience with MMORPGs, they didn't think too much of it, and soon resumed their normal behavior, which included a lot of Yuna and Drifter trading barbs. Pfft. Ha ha ha. You are pretty close, aren't you? The dark elf wasn't talking just about Drifter and Yuna, but the whole party. From how they fought, she could see how much they valued each other. In fact, she wanted to say that they were actually pretty strong, but that would have been impolite, as it would sound like she was slighting them. What struck her the most about this group of humans was how casual they were. A hallowed knight of the forest elves was no weak enemy, and the troop of scouts that followed, not to mention the falconer, weren't to be overlooked either. After fighting such an extensive and tiring battle, the humans should have been exhausted, at the very least. And yet, not much time had passed, but they were already conversing and joking without a care. This kind of mentality was something only the most experienced of warriors could have. Deciding they were worth her respect, the dark elf gave them a proper military salute of the dark elves, heels touching and back straight, a closed fist crossed over her chest. "My name is Kismol, a proud member of the Lyusula Royal Guard, and more specifically, the Pagoda Knights Brigade. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." The greeting was so formal, the party felt the urge to bow in return. Two of them, Asuna and Kirito, in fact did, saying the customary "nice to meet you." After that, Kismol completely integrated into the conversation. Kirito, Asuna, and Yuna asked her plenty of questions regarding the Dark Elves, and the party once again marveled at her AI. In their walk to the elven camp, Kismol told them a lot about their war against the forest elves, filling in the details of the lore that Kirito had forgotten or simply not cared about during the beta. Apparently thousands of years ago, the Dark Elves and Forest Elves lived in relative harmony, each in their own kingdoms. But one day they suddenly lost their power to use magic. Skip forward some few hundred years, the two tribes of elves started fighting because of the secret keys. The Dark Elves' belief was that they had to protect the keys, and never allow them to be used, or their entire race would perish, while the Forest Elves believed the opposite, that by bringing the keys to the sacred spirit tree and using them, magic would be returned. The two types of elves had been fighting for centuries because of their different beliefs. It was only a few weeks ago that a forest elf spy stole one of the secret keys guarded by the Dark Elves on the 9th floor, and Kismol had been hunting him down since then. Finally, she had managed to recover it with the help of the players, and had to report to the Dark Elf commander. According to Kirito, that was pretty much how the quest is supposed to go, with the special addition of Kismol, who shouldn't have survived originally. Whoa! Magic? So cool! You really can't use it anymore? Unfortunately not, Asuna. Ever since the Grand Separation, magic has been lost to all races. Grand Separation? What's that? Kismol looked weirdly at them, as if unable to comprehend how the players didn't know such basic knowledge. It was the most famous legend amongst all people, after all. The day we were punished by the gods and chained to our floating prison, of course. Chapter 42 Talks in the Bath. The Dark Elf camp was pretty much what one would imagine. A few dozen tents, surrounded by a wooden palisade. The trees around it had been cut down, clearing the line of sight so they could spot enemies more easily. Inside, hundreds of Dark Elf warriors went about their day. They didn't even glance at the players when they appeared, as if they weren't there. The commander himself behaved much more like the NPCs the party was used to. He gave a clearly scripted speech and thanked the party for assisting them against the villainous forest elves. When Kirito purposely said things in a roundabout manner, as a test, the Dark Elf commander froze for a second, before repeating his last sentence. It appeared only Kismol was able to keep a natural conversation and understand the players. That discovery caused Drifter to unconsciously heave a sigh of relief. He liked Kismol and all, but if every NPC was advanced like her, SAO would be 1,000 times more complicated. The completion of the first quest in the Elf War campaign brought a surprise to the party. Amongst the rewards they received, besides experience and COR, there was also a piece of equipment. Drifter held the shining new spear in his hands, admiring it. The shaft was made of dark wood, rigid and solid. It had a leaf-shaped spearhead, thin but deadly. Some orange plumes and feathers were tied by a string and hanging on the other end of the weapon. It reminded Drifter a little of the Hoko Yari spears seen in historical dramas. Running his fingers along the weapon, the spearman let out a sigh of admiration. His cobalt spear had served him well, but it was, after all, a first-floor drop, and was starting to lag behind. This Chaldea Fana came just in time. It means lone leaf in our language. It once belonged to a mighty royal knight. I'm sure it will serve you well, Drifter. The spear was heavier than he initially thought, but it suited him well, as his level was also much higher. Giving it a few practice swings, Drifter nodded satisfied, and sheathed it on his back as usual. Kismol smiled. Then, let me guide you to your tent. It may be cramped, but I trust you do not mind sleeping together? A few of the party members, namely Asuna, Kirito, and Nautilus, blushed, but ended up agreeing, feeling it would be rude to reject. Besides, all 6 of them would be sleeping together, so it was a lot less embarrassing than just 2 or 3 of them. Drifter, on the other hand, didn't pay much heed to it. He was older than the rest of his friends, and was a university student, so sharing a living space was nothing new to him. Since the Dark Elf camp was classified as a safe zone, it was a lot more convenient than having to go back and forth between Zumfit and the camp. The tent Kismol guided them to wasn't big, but it could accommodate all 6 of them quite easily. It even had a stove and several pieces of furniture. The only difference between this and their rooms back in Zumfit was that they would all have to sleep together. Without any regard for her image, Yuna threw herself on one of the fur mats and rolled around. Drifter facepalmed inside, which attracted her ire. Sitting up while clutching a pillow, the songstress pointed a finger at Drifter, Kirito, and Nautilus. You boys better not be thinking anything perverted, okay? Oi! The only one who has to take her mind out of the gutter here is you. Humph! Asuna, Sinan, let's cuddle together tonight. Do not give them a chance. The 2 boys plus Asuna blushed and stammered an answer. Sinan, on the other hand, simply flicked the songstress on the forehead, then sat down next to her. As for Drifter, he had learned that when Yuna behaved like that, the best way to deal with it was to ignore her. Plus, watching her pout was a joy in itself. He was doing exactly that when he saw Kismol taking off her cape and armor and hanging it on a stand. The NPC noticed his inquisitive look. This is just a temporary military camp, so we do not have enough tents to house guests. This is my tent. Ah, then thank you very much for having us. Drifter nodded his gratitude to the Dark Elf. It was hard to treat her just as an NPC when she was so realistic, and the reply came naturally. You can dine at that oval tent in the middle of the camp whenever you are hungry. There is also a simple bathing tent you may use. Whoa! You have a bath? Of course, we are not beasts or savages, but civilized elves. Being able to eat and rest well is essential to a warrior's well-being. Intimidated by Asuna's brightly shining puppy eyes, Kismol led the party out of the tent. Drifter had never seen anyone who liked to take baths as much as Asuna. Every night, as long as it was available, the fencer would soak for almost an hour before going to bed. Wait, Asuna. With the tone of someone trying to prevent a calamity, Kirito rushed to stop the fencer. Yet, he was a little too late. Asuna stopped in front of the bathing tent as Kismol unhurriedly went in, lifting the tent flaps. Error. There's only one tent, meaning it's a mixed bath. And it's a tent, so there's no door. Drifter and the rest of the party suddenly found something very interesting on the other side of the camp, leaving Kirito alone to his fate. As for why the swordsman was singled out by Asuna, everyone knew, but decided it was wiser not to comment. Ha ha ha. Are all human couples as funny as you? We are not a couple. Kirito and Asuna froze for a second before yelling in unison. Meanwhile, Drifter's and Yuna's eyes shone when they looked at Kismol, who was covering her mouth and laughing. Both had the feeling they had just found a new ally in their efforts to matchmake their friends. After much shouting and rustling, it was decided that the girls would take a bath first, while the boys would stay outside and guard the tent. Since there was no door, there obviously was no lock either. Whether that was a reward or a punishment to them was unknown. After things settled down, the girls started chatting. And, with just a wall of cloth between them. The men could hear everything, so it wasn't long before they too were involved in the conversation. Kismel told them the tragic story of how her sister, who was married to the wolf handler from earlier, had been killed by the forest elf falconer during a raid on their village. It was due to that tragedy that Kismel, who is a royal knight and should have been guarding the main settlement of the Dark Elves, on the 9th floor, requested to come on this military expedition in search of the secret key, and, more importantly, of revenge. The NPC also talked about the capital of their kingdom, the royal city of Lyusula, and its many scenic points. According to her, it was a beautiful place, one of the only 2 remaining kingdoms since the Grand Separation. The other kingdom was Kael'zo, of the Forest Elves. This isn't the first time you mentioned this Grand Separation, Kismel. What exactly was that? The party didn't have time to ask earlier, during their walk, as they arrived at the camp and got busy with handing the quest in and accepting the next one. Once more, the question caused the Dark Elf to look at Yuna curiously. You really don't know? I thought the old legend was well known amongst all races. Though, you don't see many humans around anymore, so the tales might have been lost. The 3rd through the 9th floor was elven territory, so there were very few human NPCs. Luckily, Kismel kept going, so they didn't have to create a story to explain to her why they didn't know Aincrad's lore. The legends say that many thousands of years ago, our kind lived on the ground, and so did countless other races, from humans to dwarves. While there were disputes and skirmishes, the land was mostly at peace. Until one day, a disaster struck. Something angered the gods, and so they decided to punish all people by separating them and trapping them in this floating prison. Aincrad. Even though she was too young to have personally experienced any of this, there was still a trace of forlornness in Kismel's voice. The gods cut 100 different regions of the earth in circles, and raised them into the sky, carrying with them my ancestors and yours. The smallest circle was no more than 3 kilometers across, while the largest was over 10 kilometers. They were then stacked and connected by the towers, creating the floating fortress on which we are now. There was a small pause before Kismel continued, as if she was deciding what to say. Even after the creation of Aincrad by the gods, there was still a time when all races could go wherever they pleased inside the castle. But, as magic started to fade and vanish, so did our ability to go beyond the floors we were on. It is only through the blessing of the spirit tree, which extends its roots across several floors, that elvenkind can still travel between some floors. But it has been several years since we encountered any sentient being from the first 2 floors, or any beyond the 9th. You can go through the labyrinth whenever you please? What about the floor bosses? Floor bosses? Ah, you must mean the Guardians. They are powerful fallen beings, and traveling through the towers would require us to slay them. That would be far too perilous and costly. We travel through the spirit tree. Can we do the same? I mean, travel with you via spirit tree? There was a faint trace of hope in Asuna's voice, but everyone knew how unlikely it was that Kayaba would leave such a huge loophole. Kismel's next words only confirmed their suspicion. Unfortunately not, my human friend. Only those of elven blood can do so. But why do you want to travel to other floors? Seeing their dejected but unsurprised looks, Kismel couldn't help but ask. Ever since she met the humans, she had a strange feeling. They were all very skilled warriors, even Yuna, who played music in battle, but at the same time, they were all so young. She knew humans aged much faster than elves, but still, she thought them too young to be partaking in such dangerous battles. Elves of their age would still be considered small children. Even Drifter, who was slightly older, would be the same. I won't lie to you, Kismel. Until 2 months ago, most of us had never heard of Aincrad, much less set foot on it. What? How is that possible? After a moment of hesitation, Drifter spoke. He couldn't mention anything about the real world or Aincrad being part of a game, or he might bug Kismel's AI. She was giving them a lot of useful information, so he didn't want that to happen. Besides, the Dark Elf was kind of growing on the party. It was getting hard to think of her just as an NPC. But spinning the tale in such a way that it aligned with the lore should be okay. About 2 months ago, a maniac captured 10,000 people, humans, and trapped us on the first floor of Aincrad. Who would have the power to do that? And why? What kind of evil god? Drifter paused. Evil god. He refused to think of Kaiba as a god, but in the world of Sword Art Online. Maybe that was an apt description. Maybe the same one who created this prison. As for why, I'm not sure. Probably only he knows. This is an incredible tale, Drifter. Ha! A lot less incredible and much more horrifying when you were part of it. But Akihiko Kaiba, that's his name by the way, gave us a way out, if it can even be considered that. What way? To climb all 100 floors of Aincrad, defeating all the floor bosses, and then challenge him in his palace at the top. If we win, we will be free. If we lose... Heh. There was a long period of silence after Drifter finished, during which only the sounds of bodies moving in the water, and then that of clothes rustling. After a few minutes, Kismel walked out of the bathing tent wearing a tunic. The girls came out right after her, and stood next to Drifter, Nautilus, and Kirito. They were unsure of what the Dark Elf wanted. The whole party was surprised when she gave them a military salute. My friends, I swear that after my quest to retrieve and return the secret keys to their rightful places is complete, I will aid you in escaping Aincrad. Kismel. You. Why? The Dark Elf smiled. You said the evil god Kaiba trapped you on the first floor. That means in 2 short months, you have climbed to the 3rd floor, and bested 2 guardians. I do not know what price you paid to accomplish such a remarkable feat, but now I am even more certain you are venerable warriors. Pledging myself to your cause is no shame. And besides, I might find the way to save my people too if I go with you. This had gone far beyond the behavior any NPC could have. But no one cared or even remembered about that now. Seeing the resolute expression on the Dark Elf's face, they all felt moved. Kirito put out his hand to her. It would be our honor to have you fight beside us, Kismel. The Dark Elf stared at the offered hand for an awkward minute, seemingly confused. Only then did she realize what the gesture meant, and put forth her own hand to grip Kirito's. Her reaction caused the entire party to laugh. Human costumes are weird. Kismel joined your party. Chapter 43 Yuna's Fears. The following morning, the party set out to complete the 2nd quest in the Elf War campaign, vanquishing the spiders. Only, they now had a 7th member with them. Maybe because she was considered a quest-related NPC, Kismel didn't count towards the limit of 6 people per party. So now, below their health bars in the HUD, there was an additional one. Her level also seemed to have been adjusted to fit with the rest, so they unfortunately didn't have an overpowered 7th floor elite NPC they could use to one-shot every mob in their path. Nevertheless, her addition was a huge boost to the party's fighting prowess. A lot had been discussed last night, including what Kismel's existence meant to the Elf War campaign. And wasn't that an awkward talk to try and have with her around? They couldn't just say she was supposed to die originally, right? But they managed to skirt around the more tense points, leaving Kismel only confused, but not with her worldview shattered. According to Kirito, their local MMORPG specialist, the Elf War campaign was composed of many multi-instance quests. Meaning, every time a new party started the quest, a new instance would be generated. Asuna had been especially horrified to find out that there were several copies of Kismel who would die to start the campaign. The swordsman said that it was already a miracle that they managed to save her, and he doubted any other party would even try when it was much safer to just follow the script. Drifter. Do we really need to go? Yuna hopefully clutched his sleeve, trying to stop him. She had been acting like that ever since she first saw the name of the quest. However, she hadn't accepted to stay back in the Dark Elf camp, and insisted on coming with them. Her fear of the 8-legged critters and her resolution to fight alongside her party were clashing, resulting in her very hesitant pace. Drifter knew that, but the fact Yuna was still here meant she had also made her choice. He never doubted her. No frontliner would stop because of something as inane as fear. He patted her head. Of course we do, Yoon. Even I know spiders are a common trope in RPGs, much like the wolves we keep finding. You've got to get used to them. Besides, it will be a great chance to try out your new song. The night before, Kismol had curiously asked Yuna about why she played music in the midst of a battle. After learning that the songstress could use music to heal and buff her allies, the dark elf connected it to the old shamanic rituals of her people. She then offered to teach Yuna several elven songs she knew. One of them resulted in a skill. Del Din. Silent Fear. The name was intimidating, and so was the melody. A deep, slow tune that sent shivers down the spine of whoever was listening. Enemies especially would feel intense dread when hearing the song, causing their agility stat to drop drastically, and with a chance of inflicting a fear debuff, which rendered them unable to attack for the next few seconds. Ugh. Okay. You showed no fear even when facing the despicable falconer of the forest elves, Yuna. Why do you behave like so when against mere spiders? They are disgusting, Kismol. They have so many legs and eyes. And they are hairy. And they are so fast, and they hide, and... Kirito said they are almost a meter big here. I'm eyeballing it, but I would say it's about 1.5 meters, actually. See? How can you not be afraid of a spider that gigan? Wait. Drifter, did you say you were eyeballing it? Yup. It's right over there. Kaya. Later, the party would swear they never heard Yuna reach such a high tune before, not even when she tried her hardest during her performances. The squeal she made was so high-pitched that it momentarily stunned her friends. Kismol, who was more sensitive to sound, even rubbed her pointy ears. Sorry. Directing a glare at the songstress, Drifter raised his newly acquired Chaldea Fana to meet the incoming thicket spider. Rage spike pierced right through its exoskeleton, and he swung his spear at the ground, with the mob still impaled in it. With a disgustingly wet noise, the spider was crushed. Of course, just 2 attacks weren't enough to kill the mob, but the thicket spider relied on its venom to hunt. After the short combo, it had almost half of its health. Drifter would give it to Yuna. The creature was ugly. The fact that it was now leaking green blood from the holes and cracks in its exoskeleton didn't help either. Ah! Kill it! Kill it with fire. Yuna, stop screaming and start singing. Exasperated, Sinan smacked the songstress in the back of the head. Ignoring her pout, the archer knocked an arrow on her bow, and fired, piercing one of the eyes of the thicket spider, and luckily scoring a critical hit. Kirito and Asuna also rushed forward, and started dishing out attacks. As for Nautilus and Kismol, they both hung back, attentively watching the surroundings. The spider in front of them was already done for, but this type of individually weak mob rarely appeared alone. Sure enough, another 2 thicket spiders were stalking them, and only showed up now that half of the party was engaging the first one. Nautilus used taunt to draw one of them his way, while Kismol charged the other with her sword glowing purple, a sign of the usage of some skill Drifter had never seen before. With a single slash, the dark elf cut off 2 of the spider's legs, leaving it shrieking in agony. Just then, a sad and depressing flute melody rang out, causing even the party to shudder. The spiders had even more extreme reactions to Del Din. Not only did their speed noticeably drop, but the one Nautilus was fighting even stopped attacking and covered its head with 2 of its legs. That was the fear status effect in action. The shield bearer was far too good of a player to waste such an opportunity. His blade flashed forward, cleaving half of a leg and one of the thicket spider's pincers. Then, Nautilus twisted his weapon, gouging out a deep hole in the mob's face. To finish his combo, he smashed the monster's head in with the appropriately named shield bash. Switch! The ash-haired player didn't even have to end the mob's life himself. Having already killed the first spider, Kirito came to his aid, while Drifter and Asuna went to help Kismol, not that either of them needed it. Within 20 seconds, the remaining 2 thicket spiders had been slain. Oh, durable spider web. And 2 of them. We struck it rich, people. Those can sell for 250 COR each, or we can find a tailor to fashion some armor for us. Really? We gotta get some more then. Liz's cyan scale armor set is good, but it's too heavy for the lightly armored players. That could be a good replacement. Nautilus, that was a great combo. Chatter filled the clearing as the party looked at the drops. With 3 players with high levels of mastery and searching, they weren't worried about being ambushed. See, Yuna? It wasn't so bad, was it? Kismel showed a candid smile, and gave the songstress a crooked thumbs up, a gesture she had learned from Asuna earlier today. Yuna could only smile wryly, knowing the dark elf meant well and wanted to encourage her. You even managed to perform perfectly under those circumstances. I must admit, I am astounded. Never had I imagined music could be used in battle, and yet, the effect was noticeable. Truly unbelievable. Hee. It's all thanks to you teaching delved into me. Hey, you too! We found the cave. Their conversation was interrupted by Asuna, who was waving her hand. She had used her rapier to cut some vines which were covering an opening into the earth. Coming! Without much hesitation, the party entered the cave. It was dark, and they had to rely on the torches Kirito and Drifter were carrying to see anything. They naturally placed Yuna and Sinan in the middle of the group while the rest surrounded them. How are we supposed to fight while carrying these? Amongst the many base skills, there existed a one-handed spear, and Drifter's mastery in it was not low, near 400 points. However, that didn't mean he could fight well using only one hand to hold his spear, only that the damage reduction from not wielding the weapon properly would be less. It also allowed him to use some skills one-handedly, such as linear, sting, and horizontal. Any of the more complex abilities, however, needed both hands. Unfortunately, there was no one else more suited to carry the torch in this environment. Kirito could still fight while holding the flame since he used a one-handed sword, but Yuna, Nautilus, and Sinan all needed 2 hands to fight. Asuna relied on her speed, so she also couldn't carry it. That left only Drifter and Kismel, and the dark elf would be more useful than him inside the cave. It was said that 1 inch longer was 1 inch stronger. But there were always exceptions to the rule. Inside a closed environment like this cave, Drifter couldn't exert his spear skills to the maximum, so he was delegated to the role of torchbearer. Incoming! At the front, Nautilus was the first to spot the 2 thicket spiders. Here, with only the flickering light of the 2 torches to illuminate, the mobs looked a lot more menacing. There was no need to taunt the monsters, as they launched themselves at the blade user as soon as he came into range. However, before they could reach him, Asuna had already knocked one of them back with a series of stabs and jabs. Under her leadership, it didn't take more than 2 minutes to eliminate the mobs. I didn't mention it before, but you really aren't afraid of spiders, are you, Asuna? Why did you think I would, Sinan? I dunno. Just seemed like the kind of thing you would dislike. You love cute and clean things, and you hated the kobolds on floor 1, and they were nowhere near as gross as those thicket spiders. I don't like spiders, but they don't scare me. You've just gotta squash them. Although those are a little too big to be squashed. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed when they saw Asuna's innocent and cute expression, with one finger tapping her lips in doubt. Like that, the party advanced deeper into the cave, fighting off batches of thicket spiders, sometimes as many as 5 at once. With their abilities, not to mention the fact they were a never-seen-before 7-people party, they made it through almost unscathed. There was only once where Asuna got a little careless, and ended up bitten and poised, but they had prepared antidotes just for that. Their vanquishing the spiders quest was comprised of 2 objectives. The first was to kill 100 thicket spiders, which they were slowly but surely coming close to accomplishing. The second was to find a dead dark elf scout, and bring the leaf-shaped emblem he carried back to the commander. They found the dark elf pretty easily. Or, at least, what was left of him. Apart from some broken bones and strands of silk, there was only a small badge, the quest item. Kismel clutched it strongly, an unreadable expression on her face, before putting it away. Wait. What's that noise? Sounds like people talking. Players. Players? Kismol asked them curiously when she saw that her companions' faces had turned grim. Maybe a player was some sort of monster? Players are what we call each other, the people Kaiba kidnapped. Isn't it good news then, finding one of your own? Not all players are on good terms. Especially that one who is coming. I would recognize that obnoxious voice anytime. Come on, enter that side tunnel over there. I would really rather not meet Kiba right now. Asuna put her hands on Kismol's back and pushed the dark elf, who was still looking in the direction Kibu and the ALS players were coming. They hid where the fencer had shown, and, soon enough, heard the other group passing by, with Kibu cursing loudly about how dark the dungeon was. They didn't see the ALS people, but by the noise, there should have been only one party. It made sense. Any more than that wouldn't be viable in the cave. After Kibu and his minions were gone, the party returned to the main path, and continued to brave their way deeper into the cave. Still, Kismol was full of incisive questions, causing Kirito to sigh continuously as he answered. Do you have enmity with each other? Pardon me if I'm being rude, but humans in the castle have always been mostly peaceful, so I am curious. Ah. I wouldn't use enmity to describe it. We simply had some conflicts of interest before. After all, there are. We're 10,000 players, but resources are limited. You fought them before? How is their strength? Kirito was stunned for a second before chuckling and waving Kismol off. It's not to the point where we would draw swords on each other. Just. They don't like us, and we don't like them, so it's best to avoid confrontation. Humph! He is an idiot. Asuna muttered under her breath, grumbling, and Kismol made the smart choice of acting as if she didn't hear it. I see. There are certainly some other brigades that don't have the best relationship with my Pagoda Knights brigade. But in the end, we are all on the same side. Yeah, that's pretty much the same situation as us. To be honest, if there was no Kibu, we might not have made it to the 3rd floor at all. Though he is a hot-headed moron, he is a good fighter. Why was he even here at all? Could he also be doing the campaign? Kirito? Thinking of the cactus-haired brute, Drifter put forth the question. Kirito pursued his lips, then shook his head. No. He is probably here for the guild creation quest. But if he thinks it's going to be that easy, he is being too naive. It was not even 2 hours later that they heard a huge commotion from up ahead. Once again, they hid in a side tunnel, but this time they didn't even need to bother, because the ALS party was running for their lives, and had no time to pay attention to them. Fuck! Who the hell said that thing was easy to kill? Kibu and his party ran past them, leaving behind only a string of expletives. Chasing after the players was a gigantic silvery black spider, at least 2 meters tall and 6 meters long. No matter how you looked at it, that was the field boss, Nephila Regina. Yuna paled considerably when the huge spider appeared, but thankfully the field boss was too occupied hunting down Kibu and his party to notice them. That is, until Kismol and Asuna rushed out at the same time and struck it. The spider turned to them with venom dripping out of its fangs. The songstress almost fainted at the sight. Ah! Why did you do that? Such a foul beast can't be allowed to live, or others might suffer the same fate as our scout. I don't like Kibu, but I can't just watch. Hearing their reasons, Drifter and the party smiled wryly. What else could they do but fight? Arg! Whatever. Let's get this over with. Ack! Disgusting. Chapter 44 Gold Mine. Drifter didn't see the attack before it hit him. One moment he was piercing his spear in the abdomen of Nephila Regina, and the other something struck him and sent him flying until he collided with the wall. Worse yet, he didn't fall down, but was glued to the rocks by a sticky spider web. The more he struggled to free himself, the tighter the web bound him. Worse still, he had no idea how long it would last, and even if he could free himself alone or needed someone's help. Drifter! Don't worry about me. Finish it off. Raising his gaze, he saw this party still engaged with the field boss. Nautilus yelled his name, but the shield bearer was too occupied to come to his aid. The others also had their hands full, so, looking at Nephilah Regina's almost empty HP gauge, he shook his head and told them not to worry about him. The battle against Nephilah Regina had started. Not great. Not only was the field boss a fearsome monster in its own right, with huge, venom-dripping fangs, 8 legs as sharp as spears, and the ability to shoot out webs to trap the players, but Kaiba had also made another of his nifty changes to the monster. Now, any contact with the needle-like hairs that covered Nephilah Regina's body had a chance to induce a paralysis debuff. Asuna was the first one to discover that, with nearly tragic consequences. The fencer had just finished an attack by using the field boss as a stepping stone and somersaulting away. Right in the middle of the jump, her body froze, and she crashed on the ground. While everyone was still stunned, trying to understand how that happened, Nephilah Regina hovered over Asuna, raising both of its front legs, ready to impale the defenseless player. It was only due to her quick reactions that Kismol was able to block one leg, but the other hit Asuna directly, piercing the left lower side of her stomach and coming out of her back. Just that one hit shaved off more than half of Asuna's HP. If both attacks had landed, she would have died instantly. The near-death experience left everyone feeling cold, not just Asuna. Just the other day they were joking that the third-floor mobs weren't as hard as they expected. Now, they almost paid the price for their arrogance. After that scare, the party fought a lot more cautiously. Thankfully, the battle ended without any more accidents. Nephilah Regina was a field boss, that was true, but she was designed to be handled by one, or at most 2 parties. What made the fight hard was the diversity of status effects it could apply, paralysis, poison, and that web which was as good as any crowd control skill. Now Drifter could see exactly why Kibu and his minions ran away from the field boss. Knowing the muscle for brains, he had learned that Nephilah Regina had high attack but low HP and defense, and brought a party composed entirely of heavy hitters, hoping to overwhelm the field boss. With this kind of strategy, it was a surprise that all of them managed to survive. "Hey, is any of you going to free me, or are the drops more important?" "I dunno, Drifter. Should we? You look pretty comfy." Drifter rolled his eyes. Great. Now even Nautilus was making fun of him. Where would his face go? But it couldn't be helped. His position now was really compromising, stuck to the wall with one arm twisted behind his back and his legs akimbo. He knew that if it was someone else from the party in his place, he would also be snickering. Har har har. Now get me down from here. In the end, it was Kismol who took pity on him and cut him free. Drifter thanked the Dark Elf, and glared at his so-called friends. But he couldn't hold it for long before shaking his head and smiling wryly. He was not truly angry. "Great fight, Kismol." Saying that, Drifter put up his hand, palm facing the Dark Elf, expecting a high five. Kismol just stared at his hand for a long awkward while, before putting her palm together with his, and holding it there. She tilted her head and looked at him. "Is this another human custom, Drifter?" After a stupefied second, the players burst out laughing. Kirito went up to them and demonstrated how to do a proper high five. "It's called a high five, Kismol. It's a human gesture of commemoration." "All right." The Dark Elf nodded, and, for some reason, her eyes shone with joy. Imitating Kirito, she clapped her hand with Drifter in a proper high five. It was clear that she was very excited about it. "I call dibs on the drops. You're gonna be disappointed, Drifter. Just some mats, nothing else." "No way. Isn't that the boss we have to kill for the guild creation quest? How come it's so stingy?" "We didn't accept the quest, so the item didn't appear. Otherwise, players could just endlessly farm it, and it would lose meaning." "Bah! All right. What's next then?" "Hand in this quest, and continue the campaign. More importantly than the rewards, I think we should try to dig up as much information about the floor boss as we can. We don't want a repeat of the previous floors." Several heads nodded, and Kirito led the party out of the cave following his map. It was when they were walking back and chatting that Drifter suddenly had a light bulb moment, as Yuna called it. Kismol. The Dark Elves lived on the 3rd floor for a long time ago, right? And even now you still come here from time to time. Yes. Why do you ask, Drifter? Well, you wouldn't happen to know anything about this floor's guardian, would you? Or know someone who does? Kirito froze. The party froze. And then, as one, they slapped their foreheads. Of course! The reason Kirito was so invested in this elf war campaign wasn't for the experience, COR, or items even though they were nice. It was for information. Now, no one dared to fully believe the intel from the beta. Even Kirito and other beta testers like him doubted themselves. But to make sure all of them survived, information was key. And there was a gold mine of it walking next to them, and they hadn't realized it until Drifter brought it up just now. Instantly, all of them turned to Kismol with hopeful eyes. I don't know much about the Guardian myself, only that it is a corrupted treant. However, I can ask the commander when we go back to the camp. He should know more. Thank you. You have no idea how helpful that will be. The Dark Elf just waved off their gratitude, saying it was nothing. At the same time, her eyes shone with appreciation, and her already high approval of the humans grew even more. Though young, she saw not a sliver of hesitation in them, even when they talked about fighting an ancient and evil beast like the Floor Guardian. Their way back to the Dark Elf camp to hand in the quest and start the next part of the Elf War campaign was done in a joyous mood. It only got better when Kismol quickly fulfilled her promise, and went to talk to the commander. Drifter wasn't actually sure if their new friend really had a conversation with the commander. The NPC was a lot more rigid than Kismol, or if that was simply the excuse the system found for inputting new knowledge in her head, but either way, when the Dark Elf rejoined them, she had a whole lot to tell the party. Most of it was similar to what Kirito already knew from the beta. The 3rd floor boss was known as Nereus the Evil Treant, a gigantic living tree that was rooted dead center of the boss room. It used its branches, roots, and vines to attack the players, and was a well-rounded boss, with high HP, high defense, and high attack. Its only major weaknesses were its slow attack speed, and the fact that it couldn't move. Only, that last one was a lie. According to Kismol, once enraged the floor boss would be able to use its roots as legs and chase after whoever was attacking it. In their heads, the players summarized that as its berserk phase. Not only that, but Kismol also said the boss was able to, in her own words, corrupt opponents. She didn't know exactly what that entailed, since it had been centuries since the Dark Elves last challenged the evil treant, but that corruption was what wiped out the armies they sent. Like we imagined, it will be different from the beta. Better let Argo know. And we also should do our best to finish the campaign as soon as possible. How about we split tasks? I need to go to Zumfit to enhance my Chaldea Fana and talk to Liz. I also promised to meet Agile, and I can see Argo along the way. Meanwhile, you guys continue doing the quests. The party easily accepted Drifter's proposition. The next few quests in the Elf War campaign were mainly fetch quests and escort quests, so unless there were any accidents, they could complete them without any problems, even if Drifter wasn't there. Not to mention, they had Kismol to fill in for him. Once back in Zumfit, Drifter's first stop was Liz's blacksmithing stand. Like on the floor below, she had set up shop in the main plaza of the city. By now, Lisbeth was already a well-known name, one of the best, if not the best, non-affiliated forgers. All the other renowned blacksmiths belonged to either the Dragon Knights Brigade or the Aincrad Liberation Squad. Liz herself had received numerous offers to join the two soon-to-be guilds, but she rejected all of them. Her reason was that she wanted to help more players improve their equipment, and because of that she couldn't become an exclusive blacksmith for either group. However, Drifter always felt that was just an excuse, and that Liz was just waiting for the right group of people to invite her. Anyway, even though it was the middle of the day, there were quite a few players waiting in line in front of Liz's stand. The blacksmith saw him and nodded in greeting. He waved back, but didn't go up to her. Drifter had a close friendship with her, and, exactly because of that, he wouldn't cut in line and cause her trouble, so he went to the end of the queue. Liz saw that, and stuck out her tongue at him, then grinned. While waiting, Drifter started sending messages to Argo and Agile. The info broker was somewhere else doing who knows what, so she couldn't come meet him. Instead, Drifter just sent her everything his party had about the Elf War campaign, plus what Kismal told them about Nereus the evil Treant. He refrained from telling her about Kismal herself, though. It was not that he didn't trust Argo, but he knew the Dark Elf was unique, unlike any other NPC. If news spread that she was anything other than a quest NPC, he could already imagine the fuss Kibu and Lin would make. It would be the whole beater thing all over again. Argo, quite the harvest, Dribu? I don't have enough COR at hand for that. Drifter, doesn't matter, this is info that should go into the guide anyway. You should especially make sure all frontliners know about it before the boss raid. Argo, you got it. I'll put aside any juicy bits of intel I get for you. Now I gotta go. Bye! Hey, dude, the line's moving. The player behind him tapped his shoulder, and Drifter took his eyes off his menu. Nodding, he saw that it was already his turn. He greeted Liz happily. I like the hair, Liz. Thanks! I've wanted to dye it since forever, and I've finally found an NPC who sells what I needed. Haha. You have to tell Sinan about it soon, then. She talked multiple times that she wanted to dye her hair too. If she comes to see you and you still haven't told her about it, you are going to suffer. Hee. Got it! And what do you have for me? Liz's hair was now dyed a light shade of pink, her bangs held up by a hammer-shaped hair clip. It suited her well. Drifter took out his new weapon and handed it to her. I want to enhance it. It can go up to +8, so getting it to a +6 should be doable. The mats needed are all second floor drops, but they are still quite rare. Don't worry, I've got them here. Great! I'll get started then. And while we wait, why are only you here today? You normally don't go anywhere without at least Yun and Not. While striking down with her hammer, Liz made small talk with Drifter. They are following the elf campaign quests. I had to enhance this beauty, and I also promised Agile that we would try SAO's alcohol together. What? The blacksmith looked up from her anvil, stunned. She was having trouble discerning if Drifter was telling the truth or just joking. Surely she had heard wrong, right? Are you serious? Yep. You really are something. How can you even have the peace of mind to go get drunk in our situation? I never said I was going to get drunk, only that we are going to try it out. Besides, we just beat the second floor with no casualties. If that isn't reason for celebration, what is? Still, Liz, I want to go back just as much as you and everyone else. But it isn't happening anytime soon. You need to loosen up every once in a while. Whatever Liz wanted to say stopped in her throat. Drifter was right. If they didn't even commemorate the good occasions, would they even have the willpower to make it to the end? Drifter had also left unsaid something else, but Liz didn't notice his underlying meaning. Even if, and that was a big if, they one day managed to escape SAO, how many of the people they knew would still be with them? Drifter didn't have any confidence in surviving, which was why he was so eager to enjoy the little moments. Here, your Chaldeafana +6. It's probably the second best equipment I saw till now, only behind Kirito's Anil Blade +6. Thanks, Liz. We are lodging on the Dark Elf camp, so it might be a few days before we see you again. Good business! After bidding the blacksmith farewell, Drifter turned around to leave. There was still a long line of customers behind him, after all. But just as he was walking away, Liz called him. Drifter! When the strategy meeting happens, message me, okay? Hearing that, many emotions flashed through Drifter's face. Surprise, curiosity, worry, admiration, joy. In the end, he grinned. Will do. Chapter 45 Drunken Stupor. His meeting with Agile was going to happen on the first floor, Town of Beginnings. So, Drifter thought he might as well make use of the free time he had before the appointment to meet Sasha and the kids back at the church. He and Yuna had been coming here regularly, but with all the preparations for the second-floor boss raid, the battle itself, and then getting wrapped up in the Elf War campaign, it had been a few days since they last showed up. After spending some time playing with the kids, and promising to teach them how to fight someday, it was finally time. The spot Agile had chosen was in the periphery of the town, an old dilapidated and shabby brick building. Drifter raised an eyebrow and entered, only to discover that the interior was much more well-preserved. "Hey, Drifter! Over here!" Agile's loud voice attracted his attention, and he saw the big man waving to him. Not that it was hard to miss him, considering they were the only patrons of the bar. Much to Drifter's surprise, Agile wasn't alone. With him were Orlando and, stunningly enough, the second-in-command of the DKB, Shivada. It took him a moment to recognize the older man without his characteristic heavy armor. Shivada was closer to Agile in age, maybe approaching his 30s. Though he hadn't had many interactions with the man, Drifter quite liked him. Shivada was a cool-headed warrior, able to control his emotions even in the most hectic situations. If it wasn't for him taking control of part of the DKB during the second-floor boss raid, the fight against Asterius the Taurus King wouldn't have gone nearly so well. Pulling a chair back and sitting down, Drifter fist-bumped Agile and Orlando, before offering his hand more formally for Shivada to shake. "Hello there. I wasn't expecting to see you here, Shivada. Am I unwelcome?" "Not at all. In fact, you are one of the people in the DKB I feel like I could be friends with." "Haha. We're not all bad, you know? But I'm glad to hear that." Drifter just smiled politely. While he could be more casual with Agile and Orlando, he wasn't anywhere as close to the DKB member as he was to the other two. Not to mention, Shivada's inclusion in this little outing made it seem less like just a few friends going out for a drink, and more like a meeting between the higher-ups of some of the most famous player groups. He also caught a glimpse of something in Shivada's eyes. He had a feeling that the other man had other objectives today other than just drinking. "Alrighty. Now that everyone's comfortable, bring the alcohol. I want to see whether the stuff in SAO is as good as it has been made out to be." Maybe sensing the slight tension between Drifter and Shivada, Agile slammed his big hands on the table and called for an NPC waitress. When the order arrived, Drifter appreciatively looked at it. SAO's naming system was as ordinary as always, simply calling the drink strong liquor. However, everything from the color to the smell had been perfectly reproduced. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Although he was more of a beer guy, it had been truly too long since he drank any alcohol. To beating the second floor flawlessly. To clearing his hellish game. "Cheers! Cheers!" The four people touched glasses, and took a sip. Feeling the burning sensation down their throats, they all exhaled contentedly. Agile poured more into his glass, and laughed. "Ah. It's not as good as what I have back home, but I can't believe they actually managed to reproduce it to this extent. Yeah. SAO will never cease to amaze me." Orlando and Drifter nodded in agreement to Devada's words. Though SAO was their prison, and they wanted to escape with all their being, no one could deny that Kaiba had achieved something which would go down in history, and that was before he kidnapped 10,000 people. "Oh, yes. Orlando, didn't you say you wouldn't come? How come you changed your mind?" "About that. It's actually thanks to Argo. She borrowed Neza from us, so we decided to take a break." "Borrowed?" Drifter raised an eyebrow. Looking at Orlando's expression, it didn't seem like borrow was the original word he wanted to use. Not to mention, Drifter liked to think he knew Argo pretty well, and she would never do something as polite as asking please. Most likely, she had approached the legend Braves, grabbed Naza, and dragged him away. That was more in line with the little rat that he knew. Did she say why? Apparently she needed an assistant for something, and we still have a debt to pay with her. Anyway, he should return in one piece. Probably. Right? Seeing Orlando's pleading expression, Drifter burst out laughing. Whatever it was that Argo wanted Neza for, it shouldn't be a bad thing. And if it was dangerous, she would have come to him first. Drifter didn't know when, but he started to get tipsy. He was not drunk, and the icon blinking on his HUD ruined the feeling a little, but he was certainly not as stable on his feet as he was before. Unfortunately, or thankfully, depending on how you looked at it, the intoxication status caused by alcohol only lasted for half an hour after you stopped drinking. Yo! Shivada! Where are you going? Just taking a breather. Be right back. What? Such a lightweight. Never mind. Agile, fill it up. It was well into the night when the DKB player got up to go outside. Orlando, who was by now well and truly smashed, yelled incoherently and quickly changed his focus. Drifter looked at the back of the player, then at the other two at the table, and got up to follow Shivada. Agile glanced at him, but Orlando didn't even notice. He found Shivada sitting on a bench outside, fiddling with his menu, as if waiting for him. Taking a deep breath to clear his head, Drifter slouched down next to him. What's up? You look like you wanted to talk to me throughout the entire thing. I do. Why not just send a message, though? Why go through all the trouble of getting Agile to be the middleman? Ah, you noticed that? Drifter snorted. He knew Shivada didn't mean to sound condescending, that was just how he normally spoke. It was still a little infuriating, however. Hard not to, when both of you have been sneaking glances at me the entire night. It sends mixed signals, you know? Besides, I'd never seen you and Agile speak more than a few words, but suddenly he invites you to drink with us? Strange, don't you think? The player sitting next to him chuckled, and nodded. Yeah. I wanted to talk to you face to face, but I didn't think you would accept if I just sent a message asking. Lin hasn't exactly made his best effort to establish a good relationship with your party. He's kind of an asshole sometimes, yeah. But we know he's pretty much gotten over the beater problem already. It's mostly pride and the need to look strong that keeps him away. That goes for both of our groups, actually. Heh. For a few minutes, they both said nothing. Each player had their own difficulties. They, even more so. As frontliners, they weren't only responsible for their own lives, but also for the remaining 7,500 players still alive. Willingly or not, they had taken up that burden when they chose to go against Ilfong, and this was not a ride they could get off midway. Well, what is it that you couldn't say through a message? Two things. One is something Lin wanted me to pass on, the other something I myself want to talk about. Lin's first. This is something both he and Kibu discussed, mind you. We are all pretty sure you and your party are going to form a guild of your own. But, in the off chance that's not the case, they hope your party can split up, half to each the DKB and ALS. Hearing this, Drifter was startled. He first stared at Shivada, to make sure he was being serious and this wasn't just the alcohol talking. It wasn't. Opening his mouth, Drifter enunciated each of his words clearly. Not a chance. The player wasn't offended nor surprised by the flat-out refusal. He was already expecting it. I told them that was what you were going to say. Alas, your party is smaller than us, but each of you is too unique, so they can't help but be tempted. Drifter just snorted. First they shunned Kirito, now they wanted them to dissolve their party? Lin and Kibu better wake up if they think there was any chance of that happening. My personal suggestion is that you create a guild. There are only benefits and no downside, after all. We will see. What's the second thing you wanted to talk about? Ah, that. You see, I'm the mediator between our guild and Argo the Rat. I was talking to her about our progress in the Elf War campaign yesterday. We sided with the Forest Elves by the way, and she mentioned your party. Apparently not only you are further along than us, but you also triggered some sort of special sequence and managed to acquire info about the floor boss? Drifter furrowed his eyebrows. Where was Shivada going with this? Something like that. I bought the intel she was selling, and it was damn expensive. But if it is true, it was worth it. How sure are you? As sure as we can be without actually going into the boss room. Good. I have a proposition for you, on behalf of the Dragon Knight Brigade. Hearing this, Drifter straightened his back. Though Shivata seemed to be contradicting himself by saying this was something he came up with, but then mentioning it was on behalf of the DKB, Drifter took it very seriously. That was because Shivata's position in the DKB was very similar to his. Both of them could be considered vice leaders of their respective groups. So, Shivata had all the right to speak for the DKB, while Drifter could very well answer for his party. My proposal is that the DKB will withdraw from the Elf War campaign and focus on clearing this floor and finding the boss room. If possible, I will convince Kibu and the ALS to do the same. On the other hand, I wish your party can focus all your efforts on finishing the campaign on this floor as perfectly as possible, and before we raid the boss. Why? 2 reasons. First, because Kaiba is obviously aiming at putting players at odds by having us choose different camps in this campaign. Though I don't believe we would ever truly fight over it, it would certainly create an even bigger rift between players, and waste time we do not have. Secondly, I know your party managed to unlock some special NPC or trigger some sort of secret quest or event. You are our best bet at finding out how much the floor bosses from here to the 9th floor have changed since the beta. Drifter didn't respond immediately, and Shivata also didn't rush him. He knew this was an important decision, which couldn't be made lightly. After all, if he agreed, Drifter would be basically confirming that his party wouldn't participate in the clearing effort of the labyrinth for the next 7 floors. While some might see this as a good thing, for the frontliners who were always striving to upgrade their levels, skills, and equipment, it was not necessarily an advantage. I need to speak to the others first. But I believe they will agree. I'm in favor of it, at least. It was only 5 minutes later that Drifter finally spoke. Even though he didn't give a direct confirmation, it was as good as, so Shivata smiled happily and shook hands with the spearman. Great! Thank you very much, Drifter. As long as we all band together, I believe we will beat this game one day. Drifter merely nodded and followed the DKB player back inside. Soon after, Shivata bid farewell to them, and Orlando also left. As fun as it would be to drink until the next day dawned, none of them forgot their situation. Tomorrow would be another day of fighting. At least, SAO didn't have a hangover mechanic. When only Agile and Drifter were left, the black man glanced at him. Shivata told you what he wanted? Yup. It was a good thing. Great. He is a nice guy, and much more level-headed than Lind. I saw that. Thanks for the help, Agile. Never mind that. I just wanted to drink, it reminds me of the real world. Let's get together again when we clear this floor, how about it? Definitely. Chapter 46, Trouble. With his head full of suppositions and considerations, Drifter separated from Agile and walked towards the central plaza of the Town of Beginnings, where the teleporter was located. His party was in the Dark Elf camp, and he wasn't about to trek through the wilderness in the middle of the night alone, but if he slept in Zumfit, it would save some time tomorrow. At this hour, there was no one on the streets, neither player nor NPC. However, Drifter wasn't worried. This was a safe zone, he couldn't take damage here. In fact, the emptiness made it easier for him to think. What Shivata proposed today has to be carefully considered, even if he was inclined to agree. If they could focus on finishing the Elf War campaign, his party would save a lot of time, and that was the most valuable currency in Sword Art Online. How long did they have until their bodies in the real world decayed? How long did they have until somebody outside decided pulling the plug was a mercy? How long until the players gave up? Drifter knew that asking everybody to wait until they finished the campaign before fighting the boss was not viable. He didn't want to do that. Every day more here was a day less in their lives. No one would be willing to wait, even if it meant taking risks. Not even him. Opening his menu, Drifter started typing a message for his party, but then stopped. He could see in his HUD that only Asuna and Yuna were still awake, probably bathing. It was better not to bother them right now. He could tell them everything tomorrow. Suddenly, Drifter halted his steps. His hand also shot to his back, and he pulled out his spear. This wasn't because he suddenly felt like training some new skill, but rather because two people had appeared in front of him. If this was the real world, being stopped by two strangers in the middle of the night would already be enough reason to be put on edge. But this was Sword Art Online, a world where no law existed. Even if Drifter kept telling himself he was inside a safe zone, it was hard not to be spooked. What do you want? We merely wish to pass to you our Lord's message, brave warrior. This way of speaking. Fumaningum? Only now did Drifter take a good look at the two players. They were dressed from head to toe in black garbs, covering practically their entire bodies, and leaving only their eyes out. On their waists were slim swords which resembled katanas. Seeing that the two wannabe ninjas didn't have hostile intentions, Drifter put away his spear. He was still eyeing them warily, though. What is it with people not refusing to send a message today? Our Lord does not possess you on his friend list, and felt that an anonymous message would not only be overlooked by you, but also belittle your status, brave warrior. One of the ninjas, a woman from her voice, answered his grumbling seriously, leaving Drifter tongue-tied. He was just complaining. Although she had a point, the part about him ignoring an anonymous message, not the second one. Please, call me Drifter. I really can't do role-playing right now. You are one of the courageous fighters who risk their lives against the demons who guard Aincrad. It would be an offense to address you directly, brave warrior. No, it's... Ah, you know what, never mind. So, what's the message? I'm getting a lot of those today. Actually, first, how did you even find me? The other ninja, a male, bowed. A great figure such as yourself doesn't go unnoticed, brave warrior. Meaning, someone saw him go to the bar earlier. Still, Fumaningdom had an impressive network to be able to receive news so quickly. Drifter wasn't sure he likes the feeling of having people watch his every move. Aight. Say what you want then. It's late, I'm tired, and I'm not even drunk anymore, so make it short. Was Drifter being unnecessarily grouchy? Maybe. But he had enough of how everyone seemed to want him to be a message boy today. Argo the rat values your counsel. Our Lord asks that you help set up a meeting between them. So everything ties back to Argo, Why are you guys bothering her again? We are not privy to our Lord's intentions. Shaking his head in exasperation, Drifter gave up. He was pretty sure Argo had mentioned employing people from Fumaningdom before, but apparently she had a one-way communication channel with them. Honestly, not his problem. I will tell her, but it's up to Argo whether she will take your leader on it or not. Can I go now? Or maybe you want me to deliver some message to someone else too, to keep the chain going? Thank you, brave warrior. Acting as if they didn't hear Drifter's snarky remark, the ninjas bowed one last time, and then ran into an alley. Before they even reached it, their figures were already blurry and vanishing. Their level of hiding was impressive, at least 30 points higher than his searching. Teleport! Zumfit! Ugh, so much trouble. This was supposed to be a night to take off the stress. Let's see. Argo. She is still awake? And Neza too? What are those two doing? Frowning, Drifter stepped out of the teleporter in Zumfit. The icon next to Argo's and Neza's names showed they were both still awake even though it was nearly 1 in the morning. Swiping his finger, he opened his map, and his worry deepened. Argo wasn't in the city. In SAO, there were some settings you could turn on and off in the friends list. By default, you could freely send and receive messages from friends, as well as trade items even if you weren't next to each other, as long as both were on the same floor. However, there was another function that you could choose to activate, which was the following setting. If you turned it on, your position would appear on the map of the players you denominated. It was something Drifter had insisted Argo turned on for him after she recounted a close encounter with death she had during one of her many scouting outings. And, right now, Argo appeared on his map as being deep into the third-floor jungle. "Drifter, what are you doing, little rat? Everything good?" Without any hesitation, Drifter sent her a message. Not only that, he spammed it to make sure she saw it. As long as she was out of combat, the info broker should have her HUD overcome by notifications at the moment. It worked. "Argo, investigating something, don't worry about it. Neza's with me." "Argo, that will cost you 50 COR BTW. "Argo, how was the party?" Drifter snorted, but also let out a sigh of relief. If Argo had the time to demand payment, she was truly okay. "Drifter, pretty good, all things considered. After party not so much. The role players stopped me, apparently their leader wants to meet with you." "Argo, him again? Did they say what is it about?" Drifter, "Nope. I said I would be the middleman, but couldn't guarantee you would agree. Do you want me to reject it?" Argo, "Nah, I'll talk to him, sort things out. Leave it to me." "Thanks a lot, Dri Boo." Drifter, "No problem, little rat. I'm going to bed, you be careful." Argo, "Gotcha. Sleep tight." Chuckling, Drifter closed his menu. Since Argo was still in the mood to joke, there shouldn't be any problems. Somewhere else on the third floor, Argo was having a very similar reaction to Drifter. She chuckled and thought Drifter was worrying too much, but still felt the warmth in her heart. Who told her to pick up such a considerate older brother? Shaking her head, Argo looked at Neza, who was crouching next to her. Although the man didn't have as high of a mastery in hiding as her, it was still passable. What she needed from him was his chakram skills, after all. At the moment, Neza was looking at Argo fearfully. That was because Argo had just asked him to do something which, in his opinion, was the same as courting death. "Why you want me to hit that thing?" "Yeah, I already said that, didn't I? Just use your chakrams to cut off that flower over there, and I'll collect it, then we leave. Simple." Neza's eyes widened in disbelief. Sure, he had learned how to use the moonlight chakrams, and plucking a flower from a distance wouldn't be hard. The only problem was, that flower is growing on the head of the field boss. The former blacksmith all but hissed at Argo. He owed her a huge debt, that is true, but what she proposed was simply suicide. Attacking the indolent treant with just 2 people was impossible. "So? I don't need you to kill it, just cut off the flower. Then you can scamper, and leave the rest to me." "Ugh. Well, come on. Stop wasting time and do it." Looking at the purple flower growing on top of the field boss head, he shuddered. The treant was basically immobile, so as long as he ran away as soon as he did what Argo asked, it wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Yet, he couldn't help but be afraid. Taking a deep breath, Neza readied his chakrams. When he looked to his side, the info broker had already disappeared. He knew that Argo had gone into hiding, and was probably as close as she could get to the field boss without triggering its aggro. Throwing away the last of his hesitation, Neza launched one of his chakrams. The deadly ring flew through the air, leaving behind it only the sound of parting wind, and accurately hit the stalk of the purple flower. Not only that, but after cutting through the plant, it turned in the air, and went back to Neza's hand. Rararg! Right then, the formerly motionless the indolent treant roared and stirred, its hollow eyes turning to stare at Neza. When that happened, the player immediately turned tail and ran. So fixated the field boss was on chasing him, it didn't discover that the flower Neza cut had, at some moment, disappeared. Aff. Uff. I'm alive. Even though the field boss attacks never came close to him due to the fact that he escaped immediately, Neza was still scared tremendously by the imposing monster. After all, it was hard to stay calm when a 6 meters tall tree was trying to kill you. Of course you are alive, idiot. I told you there wouldn't be any problems. Now let's go, it's getting late and I need my beauty sleep. Neza didn't even have the energy to jump when Argo suddenly popped into existence next to him. He also didn't ask if she got what she wanted, because he knew he couldn't afford to know. Tiredly, he nodded and followed her. Morning of the next day, Drifter reunited with his party. However, he only needed to take one look at their sullen faces to discover something was wrong. Only Kismol was going about her day normally. What happened? Kirito frowned, then sighed. It looked like he wanted someone else to explain it, but in the end it still fell to him to do so. After you left yesterday, we continued the Elf War campaign. It was going well until we received a quest to take back an item a forest elf spy stole. We had to infiltrate their camp, but it was a stealth mission, not a combat one. Sinan has the highest level of hiding of all of us, so she went in with Kismol. Everything went well, but just when we were leaving. At this point, Kirito trailed off. If it weren't for the fact he could see all of his friends in front of him, well and unharmed, Drifter would start to think the worst. There was a player waiting for us outside. He had to have been a beta tester, otherwise he wouldn't have known where we would escape from so perfectly. He requested to have a duel with Kirito. What? A duel? Drifter couldn't believe what he was hearing. It was not like he had never heard of players dueling. It was a good way to train without risking your life, but the timing left something to be desired. Yeah. I refused, and wanted to ignore him. After all, we were still right next to the forest elf camp. But then he threatened to reveal our location. You accepted? I don't know if he actually had any way of doing so, but I didn't want to risk it. HM. What rules? Half-loss mode. Hearing that, Drifter breathed a sigh of relief. There were 3 types of duels in Sword Art Online. One was called First Strike Mode, where the player who landed a hit first won. The second was none other than the half-loss mode, which, as the name indicated, lasted until one player fell to half health. As for the third and final type of duel, it was called Total Loss Mode. The win condition was emptying your opponent's HP bar, and thus killing them. How did it go? He was strong, very strong. We both lost equal amounts of health, and it got to the point where one more blow would end the duel. It was only then that I discovered he was actually controlling his damage output, so he could lower my HP as much as possible without finishing the duel. And then he suddenly erupted with a single-hit skill I had never seen, but which was very powerful. If it hit me, I believe my health would have been fully emptied. In other words, I would have died. What? Kirito's telling the truth, Drifter, we all saw it. That guy, whatever his name was, he deliberately lowered Kirito's HP, and then tried to kill him with a single blow. Chapter 47, Catching Butterflies. Kirito's telling the truth, Drifter, we all saw it. That guy, whatever his name was, he deliberately lowered Kirito's HP, and then tried to kill him with a single blow. Unable to believe what he was hearing, Drifter stared at each of his party members in turn. Unfortunately, they didn't seem like they were joking. But that would be murder. At this time, Drifter could no longer retain his calm. Just thinking that while he was away drinking and enjoying himself, one of his friends was almost killed, and by a player's hand, on top of that, caused him to feel immense guilt. No one said anything in response to Drifter's exclamation. Kirito also didn't continue his story, as what happened next was very clear. Kirito was alive and well, so that other players' fatal attack must have missed or been blocked. As for who the almost murderer was, Kirito kept referring to him as that player, so he shouldn't know it either. After a few dozen seconds of panic, Drifter forced himself to calm down. He grabbed Kirito by the shoulders, and hugged him briefly. Then, he looked at his party, his friends. From now on, we stick together, no matter what we are doing. Agreed. After that somewhat emotional moment, the party set off to continue the Elf War campaign quests. At the moment, they had to complete another fetch quest, something along the lines of catching some rare species of butterfly. Drifter didn't really pay attention to the lore. Right, with everything that happened, I almost forgot I also have something to tell y'all. It should be considered good news. Oh? Without wasting time, Drifter explained what went on the last night, especially Shivada's proposition. Kirito didn't say anything immediately, and instead looked at the others. While he was getting more comfortable in his role as party leader, he still felt he had to ask for their opinion regarding such an important decision. What do you think? I think we should accept. Even though we will lose some experience and equipment from the labyrinth, we can always buy the items we need from Agile. I'm sure you will be happy to help. I agree with Nautilus. Same. Not to mention, if we focus solely on completing the Elf War campaign quests on this floor, it's likely we will be finished before the rest even finds the boss room. Seeing Asuna nod in agreement with what the other three were saying, Kirito turned to Drifter, the only one who had yet to say something. Drifter, what are your thoughts? I also think it's in our best interest to accept. More than anything, I think having the DKB and ALS withdraw from the campaign is the best thing that could happen. I already thought that before, and I'm even more sure of it after hearing what you went through yesterday. We need to avoid conflicts between players at all costs. Alright then, it is decided. You added Shivada to your friend list last night, didn't you, Drifter? Send him a message saying we agree, please. Nodding, Drifter did just that. The DKB player's response came almost immediately, a mix of gratefulness and joy. He also had good news, saying that Kibu had agreed, though begrudgingly, to abandon the Elf War campaign and focus on the clearing efforts. Great! I really didn't want to deal with Cactus Hair more than necessary. Asuna sighed in relief, and the others echoed her sentiment. Kismol, seeing that they had finished their private conversation, rejoined them. Has your discussion reached a good ending? You look happier, Asuna. Without a doubt, Asuna was the one who was the most sullen after last night's events, even more so than the direct victim, Kirito. Although Kismol didn't find anything strange with the infighting between humans, humankind was well known for that particular trait. She knew it came as a shock for the girl, and the rest of her friends. I am, Kismol. That's good. We have a lot to do today. Once again, I must deeply thank all of you for offering your help. Don't sweat it, Kismol. Let's go catch butterflies. Asuna's enthusiasm was contagious, and soon everyone forgot the darker topics they were discussing earlier. The party set off to the quest area, eager to start the day. Kismol. This is not what I had in mind when you said we were catching butterflies today. The previously cheerful fencer was now screaming in panic as a 1.5 meters long butterfly gripped her by the leg and tried to carry her away, upside down. Meanwhile, her party was struggling between deciding if they helped her or hugged their stomachs laughing. That was because the giant butterfly was simply unable to take off while holding Asuna, so the whole situation looked comical, with the fencer hopping on one leg while raining blows on the monster. The monster in question could be considered a mini-boss, and not even a dangerous one. At least not to them, who had faced Ilfong and Asterius. It was called Fluttering Butterfly Queen, and it was the insect they were supposed to capture. According to Kismol, those types of monsters were frequently used by the forest elves to scout ahead and send messages. Stop laughter and help me! Ha ha ha! Chuckling even louder than before, Drifter nevertheless raised his spear and pierced through one of the monster's wings. The mob screeched, and let go of Asuna to try and stab Drifter with its legs. Unfortunately for it, Kismol and Kirito took the opportunity to cleave down on the extended limbs, cutting them off. After a few more attacks, the heavily wounded mini-boss perished, leaving behind only a normal-sized butterfly, which Kismol promptly stored away in a pot, and a rolled-up piece of paper. You all! Why are you still laughing? I won't make sandwiches again if you don't stop. Noob! Please, pardon us, Asuna. While the party begged for forgiveness under the world-ending threat of losing their snacks, no one was sure why, but Asuna turned out to level extremely fast in cooking, so her meals were something to look forward to. The dark elf had opened the message, and was reading it. As she did, her expression changed, passing by surprise, shock, fear, and settling on anxious. Panicking, Kismol yelled. Quick, we need to return to the camp. What? Why? What happened, Kismol? The forest elves are after the secret key again. Kismol had barely finished speaking when she set off in the direction of the dark elf camp. The party had no choice but to chase after her. What? But didn't the commander send it back to your kingdom? Confused, the party stared at the dark elf. While running ahead, Kismol shook her head. We knew there were spies of the forest elves disguised amongst our ranks, so we spread fake news that the key had been sent back via special means. Actually, the real secret key is going to the Western Spirit Tree today, protected by a small convoy. I even came out here with you today to complete the trick, but the forest elves somehow saw through it. The message said they are going to attack the convoy. Almost at the same time, the party received a notification saying that they had received a new quest, the Western Spirit Tree. Furthermore, it was a timed quest, and if they failed it, they would have failed the entire Elf War campaign. Seeing that, the players exchanged glances and picked up the pace. They had just agreed to be the one to finish this campaign, and even the ALS had withdrawn for their benefit, so they couldn't afford to drop the ball now. Furthermore, Kirito had already told them about this quest, though the time limit was an unwelcome addition. They were surprised, but not overly so. After arriving at the Dark Elf camp, they discovered that, to no one's surprise, the convoy had already left. They then set out to the west, hoping to reach it before the forest elves' programmed ambush. Drifter knew that was a vain hope, as no quest would be that easy, but Kismol didn't, so she was still urging them to go faster. Eventually they caught up to the convoy. That was mostly because it was now a flaming pile of debris and bodies, the kind that didn't depawn so it could give the whole scene a grim look. Frowning, Drifter surveyed the wreckage. Even if there was no blood, it still wasn't a pretty sight. There were a dozen dead elves spread around, as well as a few wolves, the trusty companions of the Dark Elves. Clearly, a violent battle had taken place. Kismol knelt by one of her fellow Dark Elves, and closed her eyes while muttering something. Drifter kept a serious expression throughout the entire process. Those were just NPCs, in fact, not even that, as they hadn't even lived at all, only been created by the cardinal system to set the scene, but to Kismol they were real, so even if it was just for her, he had to show respect. Activating his searching, Drifter overlooked the small battlefield and quickly discovered traces of where the attackers had gone. It also appeared that some of the original escorts of the convoy had survived and were pursuing the enemies. Kirito had noticed the same clues as him, because as soon as Kismol got up, he put a hand on her forearm and pointed north. They went that way. There's a trail of that shiny blue liquid you mentioned you used to track prey. Some of my people must be following them. We must render aid to them immediately and recover the secret key. That's what I'm thinking too. Let's go. Wait, you too. Didn't you notice something strange? They were about to set off again, Kismol anxious to pursue the ones who had harmed her kind, when Nautilus stopped them. The shield-bearer was crouching next to a dead elf, and appearing very uncomfortable to be so close to a corpse. What's wrong? Kismol, correct me if I'm wrong, but this one doesn't look like a forest elf. And she's not a dark elf either. Not only Kismol, but the entire party was curious, and approached the body. Just like Nautilus said, the dead elf didn't look like either of the two kinds they knew. Her skin tone was somewhere in between the dark elves and forest elves, a light brown color. However, dark veins were clearly visible, especially on her hands and around her eyes. Overall, it was an eerie sight. It's not possible. What are they doing here on the third floor? Suddenly, Kismol let out an exclamation of shock. Reeling back, she covered her mouth, eyes wide open. Then, she went around the battle site, checking out all the deceased elves. As she did so, her astonishment grew. Kismol? Do you know her? Taking several deep breaths to calm down, the dark elf first nodded, then shook her head to deny the claim. Not her specifically, but I know her kind. Fallen elves. Fallen elves? Yes. Remember how I told you the reason why my people and the forest elves are at war? Yeah, because of the secret keys, ain't it? You want to keep them safe and stored, while the forest elves want to use them. Indeed. But the fallen elves. They worship an evil god, which is why they look this way. This woman. She was probably a dark elf before passing through the fallen elf rituals and becoming this. It was plain to see that Kismal absolutely despised the fallen elves. In fact, she looked disgusted. But if you want to keep the keys safe, and the forest elves want to use them, what do the fallen elves want? And why did we find a message about their plans in a forest elf's butterfly? Are they allied? I don't know. Fallen elves haven't appeared for generations. They were a story mothers told their offspring to make them behave. I have never seen one of them before, let alone understand what they are thinking. Kismal was clearly shaken by what had happened. Still, she soon recovered her demeanor of a veteran royal knight, her expression changing to one of resolution and no small amount of anger. Whatever it is that the fallen want, we can't allow them to get it. Follow me! Chapter 48 Those Who Have Fallen. Somewhere on the third floor. Many moons had passed since he lost the one he cared for and loved the most in this world. Many moons during which he grieved, he mourned, he hated. Time didn't diminish the fury he felt. It didn't heal his broken heart. In the silent nights with naught but his blade and his loyal companion by his side, hatred festered inside him. He trained. He tracked. He hunted. Oh, he hunted. Not birds and deer, but the two-legged animals who had taken her from him. He became their nightmare. The reason why they couldn't fall asleep at night. Across floors he hunted them. He hunted and killed. Now, the one he wanted to tear apart the most stood in front of him. He was different. More cruel, more evil. Fallen. But it didn't matter. Man and beast stared at one another, for pairs of eyes crossing. One cold and devoid of emotion. One full of bloodlust. One mocking and exultant. One burning with undying embers of hate. Falconer. Die! Kismal was running like her life depended on it. For some reason, her heart throbbed with anxiety. Pay attention, everyone. We are getting near. Hearing Kirito's warning, which was prompted by a change in his quest log, though the dark elf didn't know that Kismal instead accelerated. She was afraid of what she would see, but she was even more worried about what would happen if she didn't hurry. Unfortunately, her worst fears came true. After bursting into the man-made or elf-made clearing, she discovered her brother-in-law and his wolf pet battling against the hated forest elf Falconer and his bird of prey. Only, the Falconer was no forest elf anymore. He was already a fallen elf. Paler than before, skin and black veins protruding around his eyes, the fallen Falconer was cackling madly while continuously hacking at the wolf handler the party met the other time, Kismal's brother-in-law. All the dark elf could do was defend, but even so he was still full of cuts and wounds. His pet wasn't doing much better. Somehow, the Falconer's falcon had also fallen, as Kismal called it. The bird's eyes were of a blood-red color, and it was clawing away at the wolf while trying to blind it with its sharp beak. Lock! Unable to stop herself, Kismal yelled. However, just as she tried to rush forward to help the other dark elf, many fallen elves appeared out of who knows where and blocked her path. Drifter and the party had no choice but to engage them. Kismal? Get away from here. That bastard is much more powerful than... Arg! Kismal's brother-in-law, Locke, turned to look at them after hearing her voice. He was first stunned, but then showed a panicked expression. He was full of hatred for the Falconer, fallen elf or not, and was willing to die as long as he could drag his enemy down with him. But the longer they fought, the more he realized the fallen Falconer was simply toying with him. He had already lost his beloved, he didn't want the Falconer to turn his sights to her sister, the only other person he cared about. However, the moment Locke got distracted, his fate was sealed. With a cruel sneer, the fallen Falconer pierced his sword through the dark elf's torso, the tip of the blade coming out of his chest. Then, he twisted the weapon. Locke gasped, eyes wide open in shock. He tried to turn around, unwilling to fall like this, but it was useless. The falconer planted a foot on his back and pulled out his sword, causing the wolf handler to fall face first on the ground, where he lay unmoving. Oh woo! No! Kismel and Locke's wolf both let out simultaneous sounds of despair. Drifter, who didn't have any connection with the wolf handler other than his relationship with Kismel, frowned while parrying a sword strike. Locke's death felt unnatural. It was too forced, too out of place. They never had a chance to even get close to him, much less save the dark elf. Everything felt very scripted. Unknown to Drifter, his guess was very close to the truth. Somewhere else, outside of Sword Art Online, in the real world, a man in a lab coat reclined on his chair and drank coffee while surrounded by screens. One of them beeped, and a message appeared. Variable error 0026 eliminated. Detected variable error 0025 in close proximity. Proceed with correction? The man took a sip of his mug, unhurriedly. Then, he shook his head. How many corrections has this error 25 avoided, Cardinal? This is the third time, sir. And why do you think that is? There is a 78-52% chance error 0025's continuous glitches are due to the interactions with players Asuna, Drifter, Kirito, Nautilus, Sinon, and Yuna. Proceed with correction attempt number 3, sir? No, I'm interested in its evolution process. Rename variable error 0025 to Kismel. Keep me updated. Understood. With this particular situation dealt with, the man, who was none other than Akihiko Kaiba, took another sip of his coffee. He soon archived that matter in the back of his head. There were countless other warnings and problems that required his attention. Back in SAO, Drifter glanced at Locke's body with a complicated look. In all honesty, the Dark Elf was just another NPC to him, and one with whom he barely had any interactions on top of that. But to Kismel he was someone very important, and seeing her in pain hurt him too, because he had long since stopped thinking of her as just another line of code, and started treating her as a friend. Falconer! I will kill you! Driven by rage and anguish, Kismel kicked the two fallen elves who had ambushed her away, and launched herself at the fallen falconer. He, however, had no plans to fight her. Whistling, the falconer stretched his arm for his pet to grab. With 3 or 4 beats of its powerful wings, the falcon took its master into the air, and out of reach. With how high they were flying, it could be seen the fallen elves still had some lingering concerns about Sinon. Looky look, what's this? Oh, it's your precious key. Ha 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 ha. While laughing, the fallen falconer had his bird fly him away, uncaring for the men he was letting behind. He didn't even mention Locke, only throwing a contemptuous sneer at the body, which he made sure Kismel noticed. Realizing Kismel was so enraged she wasn't even paying attention to the battle anymore, Drifter moved closer to her. It wouldn't do if she was injured because she wasn't paying attention. Kismel! Snap out of it. It was cruel to yell at her like that when her brother-in-law's body was still laying on the ground right in front of her, yes. But those fallen elves weren't weak, and there were 9 of them. Drifter could control 1, maybe 2, but having to take care of the one who was already fighting him, plus the 2 Kismel had been dealing with before, was too much for him. He was struggling to hold them back. Ha! A sword slipped past his guard, and bit into Drifter's flank. The blow grazed his armor, and didn't do much damage, but it still caused him to yelp in surprise. After all, although there was no pain, the sensation of having a blade cut your body wasn't pleasant. The sound of his discomfort seemed to wake Kismel up from whatever rage-induced trance she was in, though, so maybe it was worth it. Without any courtesy, the Dark Elf hacked away at her fallen counterparts' backs, delivering a frenzied tempest of deadly attacks. In no time, the 2 fallen elves had, well, fallen. Their brethren followed in their footsteps soon enough. Drifter breathed heavily while leaning on his spear. Those kinds of battles were always the hardest. They caught you by surprise, leaving you no time to prepare or plan, and were short but intense. Locke. Why are you so silly? How can I face my sister's soul when I follow her into the spirit tree? Kneeling beside Locke's body, Kismel cradled his head in her hands. While she wasn't crying, her eyes were red, and her voice laced with deep sorrow. Locke's wolf was next to her, prodding his hand with its snout, as if asking for caresses. Ferder. Don't grieve, old friend. Suddenly, Locke strenuously opened his eyes. With a trembling hand, he patted the wolf's head. Contrary to what one would expect from someone at death's door, the dark elf's eyes contained only warmth and a measure of relief. You too, Kismel, don't mourn me. I can finally see my beloved Tilnal again. Locke. You know she is going to scold you, right? Ha ha ha. Cough. 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 Ha ha ha. I'm looking forward to it. His laughter was interrupted by a violent coughing fit, and Locke's expression turned painful. He looked at the players, who were standing a respectful distance away. Humans. Take care of my sister-in-law. Having said that, Locke closed his eyes again. Then, his body started shining, and finally it broke into countless shards. Oh woo! Ferder howled mournfully, raising its head to the sky. Kismel choked back a sob, but didn't cry. Closing her eyes, she muttered an old dark elf prayer for Locke's spirit to reach their sacred tree. At that time, Nautilus was surprisingly the one to step forward and place a hand on Kismel's shoulder. His eyes held a forlorn gaze, full of understanding. He didn't say any superfluous words, but gently guided the dark elf to stand on her feet. We will get the secret key back from him, Kismel. And this time he won't escape. Kismel nodded forcefully, then started following the fallen falconer's trail without a word. Drifter exchanged wry smiles with the others when he saw that. Soon after, they approached a hole in the ground, a downward slope directly into darkness. At the same time, their quest log updated, and Kirito sent a message in the party chat. Kirito, this is the last leg of the Elf War campaign on this floor. There will be plenty of fallen elves, as well as one commander, so be careful. Plus, there's also the falconer, who wasn't in the beta. The party nodded. And, just like Kirito said, the fallen elf hideout was fraught with dangers. They experienced all kinds of ambushes in a short span of time. Fallen elf scout, fallen elf warrior, fallen elf broken knight, fallen elf wing commander, and all other kinds of enemies with deceptively simple naming sense appeared. However, while the battles were taxing, they weren't impossible. This once more reaffirmed Drifter's belief that, as long as one was careful and didn't overestimate themselves, surviving SAO wasn't actually that hard, even for the weaker players. Only the boss fights were programmed to be deadly. Unfortunately, many players still died every day because they overextended past their limits. After 3 hours of being on edge, always waiting for the next ambush, the party arrived at a huge cave, illuminated by flickering torches and shining gemstones. 2 people were sitting on stone chairs in the middle of it, drinking wine. On the table in between them was a leaf pouch, the secret key. They seemed to be expecting the players. Finally! I was starting to wonder if you were even weaker than I thought. Why did it take you so long? Stop your yapping, falconer. Just kill them and transport the key to our lord. The fallen falconer started to taunt them, but was cut short by the other fallen elf, who was wearing heavy metal armor. Above his head was a red cursor and his name, Fallen Elf Expedition Commander. Ugh, arrogant bastard. All right, I will take care of this garbage. Having said that, the fallen falconer got up and walked towards the party. Seeing that the commander seemed to have no intention of interfering, this was most likely a 2-phase battle, similar to the second floor raid. Oh woo! At this moment, the one who launched the first attack actually wasn't the falconer. It wasn't even Kismel or the party. Instead, it was Ferder, Locke's wolf, who had been quietly following them the entire time. The large wolf suddenly erupted in fury and charged at the fallen elf. However, From its perch on the ceiling, the until now unseen falcon dove down, smashing into Ferder. Both animals rolled on the ground, clawing and biting each other. The fallen falconer also rushed towards them, and his target was, not surprisingly, Kismol. He seemed to hate the dark elf with a passion. But he wasn't fighting Kismol alone. Instead, he was fighting their entire party. Nautilus took the lead, positioning himself in such a way that the falconer had to either change his target to him or try to go around, showing his defenseless flank in the process. The mob chose the first option, and his sword let out sparks as it clashed against Nautilus' shield. From behind, Sinan shot an arrow that hit the fallen falconer straight in the head. His hate-filled gaze turned to the archer, and so he didn't see Asuna's and Kirito's swords coming from each side to leave deep cuts on his body. Arg! Why can't you ants just die? Completely enraged, the fallen elf kept throwing ruthless attacks at the party, in no time bringing Nautilus down to yellow. Yet, he was unable to kill the players as easily as he thought he would. Instead, he was the one being slowly whittled down to death. Hey, falconer! Take a look at this. Suddenly, a loud shout caused the battle to come to a pause. The fallen falconer looked towards where it came from, and his eyes instantly widened in astonishment. Drifter was holding his spear up and pointing it at the falconer. But what really caught the mob's attention was the falcon skewered in the tip. Kismol and Ferder were standing on either side of him, and the dark elf had a joyous grin on her usually stoic face. No! How dare you! The fallen falconer had been so engaged in his battle that he forgot to pay attention to the surroundings. It was only now that the falconer realized two people hadn't been attacking him this entire time. Drifter and Kismol had gone after his pet. Swinging his spear, Drifter sent the moribund falcon barreling through the air toward the fallen falconer. But before the pet reached its master, Ferder jumped up and bit down on it, shattering the falcon between his strong jaws. Chapter 49, Farewell for Now. Kaya! With one last agonizing shriek, the falcon that had accompanied the fallen falconer through all his life, perished. However, other than showing a flicker of rage, the mob did not react to his pet's death at all. From that, it could be seen that, sadistic as he was, the falconer was different from Kismol. He was still just a monster following a script. Useless trash. It seems I will have to deal with them myself. At this moment, the fallen elf expedition commander who had been sitting the whole time suddenly barked those few words. Getting up, the fallen elf brought out an enormous double-bladed axe. Second phase incoming. Nautilus, Drifter, delay him with me. Everyone else, focus on the falconer, eliminate him first. Roger that. Got it! Even though the fallen elf commander had been sitting quietly before, just watching the battle unfold, the party had never stopped paying attention to him. They all knew he was the main boss of this chapter of the Elf War campaign. As such, they had noticed him even before he shouted. Drifter ran towards the fallen elf expedition commander, his body tilting forward at a 45-degree angle with the ground. He was holding his spear in front of his body, both hands near the end of the shaft, keeping the weapon parallel to the ground. Ha! With a grunt, Drifter shot forward in a rage spike, his spear tip accurately finding the gap between two of the iron plates that composed the belly portion of the fallen elf's armor. Then, he twisted his weapon, and violently pulled to the left, tearing through the torso of the mob. Something worth mentioning was that Drifter and the others had been wrong about one thing. Focusing solely on completing the Elf War campaign had not been detrimental to them in any way. Much the contrary, the experience they gained from completing the quests and slaying hard enemies such as the fallen elves was much more than what they would have earned if they were simply farming normal mobs. As such, they were a few levels higher than the average frontliner. Drifter's attacks emptied the fallen elf expedition commander's health gauge by at least 5%. While that might not look like much, this was, after all, only Drifter. But the spearman wasn't by any means alone. When the huge axe of the fallen elf was raised and then chopped down at him, Drifter didn't even move. That was not because he had been scared stiff, but because he knew it was unnecessary. A round shield suddenly appeared in between Drifter and the fallen elf expedition commander. Moreover, the shield had been positioned at an angle, so that, instead of catching the axe head, which would surely cleave right through it, it clashed against the weapon's shaft, deviating it to the right, where it sunk harmlessly into the ground. From the side, Kirito tried to cut off the mob's left hand with his sword. In SAO, as a general rule, humanoid monsters were stronger than other kinds of mobs at the same level. At the same time, however, they were also more susceptible to status effects if chopping off a limb could even be called a status effect. Of course, cutting off a hand or a leg wasn't so easy. Otherwise, players could just aim to chop off all 4 limbs of any humanoid mob, crippling them and leaving them defenseless, thus breaking the game. Kaiba would never leave such an obvious loophole. Before you could cut off a mob's or player's limb, a certain threshold of damage needed to be surpassed. Even so, a heavy sword blow to the wrist had a chance to inflict weakness on enemies, which was exactly what Kirito was aiming for with his slash. Ugh! The young swordsman got what he wanted. With a groan, the fallen elf expedition commander's left hand let go of his axe's handle and dangled powerlessly by his side. However, even that wasn't enough to stop the boss. Even though his axe was almost as tall as him and appeared to be heavy as a mountain, the fallen elf raised it with a single hand and swung it horizontally from the right to the left, knocking both Nautilus and Drifter back. Even with his attack power halved by his weakness debuff, the fallen elf expedition commander still managed to take away about 20% of their HP. Switching his hold to grab his spear with his left hand, Drifter put his other hand on Nautilus' back, lest the two of them fell. Then, he immediately lashed out with his weapon, leaving a long gash on the fallen elf's arm. Nautilus? Drifter had been about to launch another attack, an overhead swing, when he discovered that his ash-haired friend wasn't moving. Due to that, he was forced to suddenly change his motion, or he might hit the other player. Confused, he called out to Nautilus, but received no answer. It was only then that he noticed that the blade user's body was trembling. With a start, Drifter's expression morphed into one of horror. Shit! Not now! Nautilus FNC was acting up again, and at one of the worst possible times. Since the shield-bearer had taunted the boss beforehand, the fallen elf expedition commander was single-mindedly focusing on him. As such, he even ignored Kirito's attacks, and raised his giant axe once more. Only, now Nautilus didn't have the ability to block or dodge anymore. Without much time to think, Drifter did the only thing he could, and pushed his friend out of the way. However, who would have expected the boss to mimic Drifter's earlier move, switch his grip on his weapon's handle, and reverse the direction of his swing? Now, not only had Drifter not saved Nautilus, he had instead pushed the blade user right in the path of the axe. With a sickening crunch, the axe head struck Nautilus square in the chest. His chest plate, one of Liza's masterpieces, crumbled immediately, and the ash-haired player was sent flying. An enormous red line cut across his torso, giving the impression that he would split into 2 halves at any moment. Nautilus! Several people shouted together when they saw the sorry state the blade user was in. However, everyone was locked in their own fight, and were unable to rush out to help Nautilus. Even Drifter, who felt responsible, was the same. He took a step towards the fallen player, but then stopped. Kirito alone couldn't possibly stop the fallen elf expedition commander from running amok. Drifter, go help him. I can stall the boss. Just as he was being indecisive, the boy who was much younger than him smashed into the boss with his shoulder, sending the fallen elf stumbling back, and then immediately delivered a flurry of blows at him. Kirito! Just be quick! Seeing the slight smile Kirito gave him, even in this situation where his face was filled with tension, Drifter couldn't help but tremble. All along he thought of himself as the brains of the party, the one who could keep calm when everyone else was panicking. And yet, wasn't the exact opposite happening right now? Shaking his head, Drifter nodded to Kirito, and ran towards Nautilus. If it had been anyone else, he wouldn't have been so worried. After all, as long as they were still alive, they could just drink a health potion and recover. But Nautilus FNC caused him to be unable to do even that. Sure enough, even though the fallen elf expedition commander had already turned his sights to Kirito, Nautilus was still frozen, even in his precarious situation. While feeding him a health potion and watching his HP go back to yellow from deep red, Drifter noticed the unwillingness in his eyes. Why? Why now? Why me? Why? Seeing his friend like that, Drifter sighed. It was truly unfair. Nautilus was one of the best players in SAO. He was a frontliner. Every day he risked limb and neck fighting against the worst Aincrad had to offer, all for the sake of the thousands of people trapped with them. He fought floor bosses and came close to death more than once. There was no one who put as much effort as him in becoming stronger. It was truly unfair. You are recovering, right? Come back quickly, we need you. In the end, Drifter didn't choose to say any comforting words or to answer Nautilus' rough questions. Instead, seeing that the ash-haired player was already regaining control of his body, he got up and went back to help Kirito. Drifter's last sentence touched Nautilus profoundly. Right now wasn't the time nor place to talk about Nautilus FNC or about how unfair life was. Now was time to fight, and they needed him. They needed their friend. Their shield. Ah! Ack! Grunting, Nautilus forced his shaky limbs to obey him. Using his blade as leverage, he climbed up. But even though he was now standing, he still couldn't take a step forward. Damn it! While Nautilus struggled, not far away Yuna, Asuna, Sinan, and Kismol were locked in combat with the fallen falconer. Compared to the three men, who were barely managing to resist the mighty fallen elf expedition commander, and that was before Nautilus was wounded, the girls were having a much easier time. Now, the once smug and arrogant falconer presented a sorry sight. His entire body was full of cuts and gashes, and there was more than one arrow stuck in his body. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes carried a trace of madness. However, said madness was covered by unwillingness. This was different from Nautilus, who was unwilling to accept his weakness. The falconer was unwilling to accept defeat, accept the fact he was being suppressed by those he looked down upon. You! The fallen falconer started to speak, maybe to threaten him, maybe to throw insults, maybe to beg for his life. No one would ever know, because the moment he opened his mouth, Kismol swung her sword, the blade flashing forward and cleanly cutting off the mob's head. For but a single moment, the falconer's expression showed surprise, before he shattered into countless polygons. To outsiders, that might seem like an anticlimactic end. However, Kismol had learned her lesson. Every time she allowed the cursed falconer to speak, he somehow managed to escape. Not this time. Besides, scum like him didn't deserve any last words. Pa! Sister! Brother-in-law! I've avenged you. After killing the fallen falconer, Kismol's first action was to spit on the spot where he died, something very uncharacteristic of her. However, that was the only way she could air all the grievances in her heart. Finally she had gotten her revenge. Tilnal and Locke's spirits could rest easy on the spirit tree. But now wasn't the time to reminisce about the past or drown in the many different emotions she was feeling. Holding her sword, Kismol charged at the fallen elf expedition commander. In the end, the falconer had been just a puppet. The real culprit was the fallen elf in front of her. Bah! That trash couldn't even beat a bunch of girls. Whatever, I will do it myself. The boss roared in annoyance. By now, Drifter had already returned to Kirito's side, and both players were struggling against the mob. Thankfully, while the commander had absurdly high damage, his speed wasn't anywhere near as overwhelming. Suddenly, Kirito let out a surprised gasp. That was because someone had appeared in front of him and blocked an attack from the fallen elf expedition commander. Only, that person wasn't Kismol or Drifter, but Nautilus. Are you okay now, Nautilus? Why yeah. More or less. It could be seen that the ash-haired boy was still affected by the outbreak of his FNC. Nevertheless, Nautilus had returned to the battle relying on his unyielding willpower. He, like all the others in the party and, indeed, like all frontliners, refused to step back, to be cowed by fear. Refuses to be defeated by SAO. Let's finish off this bastard then. Pointing his Chaldea Fana at the boss, Drifter smiled savagely. Before, he, Kirito, and Nautilus were simply able to stall the monster, and Nautilus was even seriously injured in the process. But now they had Asuna, Sinon, Yuna, Kismol, and even Ferder, with them. It was time for payback. What followed next was a heated, but at the same time pitiful battle. Heated because the fallen elf expedition commander was a very powerful boss. Pitiful because he was not strong enough. When he died, not only did the fallen elf drop experience in abundance, but there were also several pieces of equipment. After examining everything, Yuna, Kirito, and Sinon would all gain an upgrade in defensive capabilities. More importantly, when Asuna picked up the secret key that was laying on the table, the party received a notification saying that their quest had been completed. Furthermore, the follow-up quest of the Elf War campaign could only be started once they reached the 4th floor. Here, Kismol. This belongs with you. Even though the quest didn't mention anything about giving the secret key to Kismol, Asuna still did so. It was only natural, after all the Dark Elf went through to retrieve it. Besides, the key belonged to the elven kind anyway. Thank you, Asuna. And thank you too, my friends. If you really consider us friends, then don't be so courteous, Kismol. Yuna grinned widely at the Dark Elf. The others also had huge smiles on their faces. Getting to know Kismol was truly one of the best things to have happened to them in SAO. That being so, I'm afraid I will have to leave you for the moment. I must deliver the secret key back to Lyusula with all haste. I fear I won't be able to accompany you in your battle against the Floor Guardian. Though Kismol showed a slightly dismayed expression when she said that, the players weren't surprised. Just the fact they could have the Dark Elf as a 7th member in their party throughout the entire duration of the Elf War campaign was already a game-breaking mechanic. They expected that she would have to separate from them at some moment. If the cardinal system was anything, that was fair. Don't worry, Kismol. Everything you've told us about Nereus is already a huge help. I'm not kidding when I say it will save many lives amongst our fellow players. That's so? I'm glad to hear it. I will see you again soon, my friends. For now, farewell. Come on, Ferder. First Kismol showed a thumbs up to everyone, and then waved them goodbye. Taking Locke's wolf with her, she rushed out of the cave. From her haste, it could be seen that she was in a hurry to offload the hot potato that was the secret key. I'll miss her. Don't worry, Asuna. It will be only for a few days. I'm sure once we reach the 4th floor, I'm sure she will join us again. Kismol already surpassed any AI and SAO no in the world. As long as she wants to meet up with us, and I believe she does, even the system will have to accommodate her. It took a moment for the rest to digest what Kirito had said. They didn't continue on the topic, however, as there were more important things. Things such as returning to Zumfit to repair their equipment and replenish their consumables. The 3rd floor labyrinth had been almost entirely mapped. The boss raid was coming. Chapter 50, 3rd floor boss raid. 20th of December, 2022, Tower of the 3rd floor. 52 players assembled in front of a pair of huge wooden doors. The group included all the frontliners who had partaken in the 2nd floor boss raid, as well as a few new additions. One of them was the blacksmith Lisbeth, who had temporarily joined Agile's party. As it turns out, oars weren't the only thing Liz was proficient in smashing with her hammer. How long do you think they will go on? Until Kibu loses his patience. So, I'll give it 5 more minutes. I think you are too optimistic, boss. I say 3 minutes tops. Liz, Agile, Namate, Shigeo, and Wool were sitting in a circle on the ground, supposedly doing some last-minute checks. The truth was that they, like everyone else, were sneaking glances at the 6 players standing in front of the boss room's doors. They had already concluded the strategy meeting yesterday, so the frontliners should have just started the raid without further ado. However, upon arriving here, they discovered that the doors to the boss room were covered in engravings depicting gruesome scenes of the floor boss massacring elves. Usually, no one would pay attention to that. After all, it was just lore and aesthetics, but Asuna had insisted they tried to interpret it, and Shivata, the second-in-command of the DKB, supported her idea. According to them, even if it turned out to be useless, they would have at most lost a few minutes. But, if the engravings held, by any chance, a clue or tip that could help in the boss fight, it could potentially be life-saving. Drifter, Kirito, Asuna, Kibu, Lind, and Shivata were examining the doors. Unfortunately, it seemed like everything they could glean from them, they already knew. Saving Kismal had really sequence-broken the plot of this floor. Enough wasting time. Let's kill this Sanuva bitch already. For once, I agree with Kibu. Those engravings are useless now. As usual, one of every 5 words that left Kibu's mouth was a curse or an expletive of some kind. By now, the others were already used to it, and Drifter, albeit reluctantly, held the same opinion as the ALS leader. By the way, the Aincrad Liberation Squad and Dragon Knights Brigade were officially guilds now. Both had completed the guild creation quest yesterday, and announced it at almost the same time, so no one knew who came first. That had become another topic for the two groups of players to bicker on. Seeing that no one else had any opinions about the matter, Lin nodded, and walked towards the players. It had been decided that, to avoid miscommunication, the ALS and DKB would take turns leading the raid party. Through the very mature method called rock paper scissors, Lin had won the right to command the 3rd floor boss raid. Next floor it would be the ALS responsibility. Of course, if any other major guild arose, that arrangement would have to change. Everyone! Thank you all for coming today. I'll be commanding this battle. We already covered pretty much everything in yesterday's strategy meeting, but there are still some points I would like to bring to your attention. The boss will be stationary for the first phase, but it has an extremely wide reach, so support players, don't lower your guard just because you are at the back. Also, watch out for underground attacks from its roots. We don't actually know if this is a thing with this boss, but it was with the field boss, so keep an eye on your feet. Finally, the second phase. That will be the most dangerous part, cause it wasn't in the beta, so we only have the clues the songstress party got from the Elf War campaign. Kirito? Me? Right. Hearing Lin call him forward, Kirito was startled for a moment. Looking at the not-so-large crowd, he swallowed nervously. Error. Well, what we got from the quest is very vague, but we are sure of 2 things. The first is that after the boss goes berserk, it won't stay rooted anymore, but start moving. The second, and most concerning, is that the boss has something the NPCs called corruption. We don't know exactly what that is, but our best guess is that it's some kind of dot status effect. Could be bleed, could be life drain, we don't know. So, just keep that in mind. When Kirito stepped back, the young swordsman heaved a deep sigh of relief. Drifter couldn't contain a snicker at his reaction. It seemed like that, to Kirito, speaking before a crowd was even more unnerving than fighting a floor boss. You heard him, people. Don't get cocky, and watch out for sneak attacks, that seems to be this boss' main suit. Once we enter second phase, let the tanks take the lead and test that corruption, so we can figure out what it actually is. Seeing several dozen heads nod, Lin glanced at the other leaders of the frontliners, then put both of his hands on the giant doors. With a gentle push, they opened. Orderly, the raid party entered the boss room. At the same time, thousands of players opened the broadcast in their HUD, as they had already been waiting for it. Over half of the player population had gathered at the main plaza of the Town of Beginnings since yesterday, when news that the frontliners would tackle the floor boss today spread. It was human instinct to group up when faced with perilous situations, and, even if they weren't the ones fighting, their lives nevertheless depended on the result of this battle. In the real world, however, things weren't nearly as organized. After all, they didn't have any advance notice that a boss raid was going to happen. However, having experienced it twice before, it didn't take more than a few minutes for news channels across the world to start transmitting the battle, and for people to stop whatever it was that they were doing to watch. This was especially so in Japan, where schools and businesses closed, and cars were parked on the roadside, yet no one cared. The entire country was completely focused on SAO. Of course, the raid party didn't know that. Someone had raised the topic of what if the people outside could see what was happening in SAO before, but then everyone agreed that it didn't matter. If the people in the real world could do something to help them, they would have done so already. The fact that almost 2 months had passed and nothing changed could only mean that they were powerless to do anything. The SAO players could only depend on themselves to escape. The moment he entered the boss room, Drifter realized that it wouldn't be an easy fight. That much had been obvious from the start, but it turned out to be even worse than they expected. The boss room wasn't just a simple throne room like the others, but instead, it looked like a clearing in a forest. There were trees everywhere, and the ground was uneven and covered in partially revealed roots. Which ones were just aesthetic elements and which ones belonged to the boss, it was anyone's guess. The floor boss in itself was easy to identify. Nereus the evil Treant was in the middle of the room, a giant dead tree a dozen meters tall. At least 7 or 8 people would be needed to encompass its trunk. The boss looked like a dead and decayed tree, its bark falling apart and molding, its branches bare of leaves. Even the stench it was emitting was that of something putrid. However, none of the players let their guard down. They just waited. "Start!" At Lin's command, the tank party stepped forward, holding their shields high. Sinan knocked an arrow on her bow and aimed. When the DKB guild leader shouted once again, she let go. As it flew, the arrow acquired a red hue. By the time it reached the boss, the tip was already sparking. Once it hit Nereus the evil Treant, a giant blaze was suddenly lit. This was no magic, but rather a combination of one of Sinan's skills, breaking airflow, and an item, flame fruit oil, which easily caught on fire when something hit it hard or it hit something. While it was too dangerous to be used with melee weapons, believe it, many players tried and regretted it. It was perfect for Sinan. Yagig! Yup, that's the boss all right. Tanks, taunt and brace. Damage dealers, wait for them to grab the aggro and then go mental. Parties F through H, get ready to switch in. Party I, lookout duty. Identify the telltales of the boss, especially of the AoE attacks. Let's chop down this tree. With Kaiba's familiar flair for the dramatic, Nereus the evil Treant woke up. Purplish will-o-wisps lit up on its body, looking like dozens of creepy flickering eyes. At around 4 meters of height, 2 sections of the boss trunk split up in a vertical mouth, dripping some kind of black goo. Sinan's arrow just so happened to hit one of the boss eyes, causing it to roar in pain. The shriek brought a smile to the player's face. She had guessed that, being a Treant, the boss would be weak to the flame fruit oil, and she was right. The attack scored a critical hit, and a small dent appeared on the first of Nereus' 4 health bars. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Roots and branches started moving and wiggling on their own before coiling around each other to create giant arms, which the boss promptly swung at the incoming players. While the tanks didn't quite get sent flying, they stumbled back and their formation was broken. Even to those players who invested everything in vitality, a good third of their health vanished. However, instead of feeling overwhelmed, Lind, Kibu, Kirito, Drifter, and the others showed an expression of happiness. That was because, from their experience in the floors below and with field bosses, the first attack would always be more powerful than the normal blows of the boss. Seeing as the tanks managed to weather through it with little problems, they were obviously overjoyed. Still, it had to be said that the reach of Nereus the evil Treant could be a problem. The tanks were still 15 meters away from him when the boss struck. But the raid party wasn't discouraged, and neither was Drifter. Running forward, he deftly sliced through a flailing branch, then thrust his spear through the trunk of the boss, piercing one of its many eyes in the process. Pulling back his weapon, Drifter spun his entire body using the momentum of horizontal arc and changed his position. The battles against the Trent-type monsters on this floor had taught him to never stay in one place for too long. Careful! It's using a skill. One of the support players at the back, responsible for identifying Nereus' weaknesses, yelled. Drifter had already noticed the dark green glow, and was retreating. Just as he got out of range, the boss swung its two whip-like arms, grabbing 2 or 3 players with each of them, and smashing them onto the ground. Not only did the unfortunate souls lose half of their health, they also entered a dizzy status. Seeing this, Lin's eyes widened. Pull them back and heal. Everyone, make sure your HP is above half at all times. If you need, switch with the backup parties. At this time, not even Kibu and the ALS were willing to disobey Lin. Their conflicts apart, they knew the frontliners needed to present a united front and work together against Nereus the evil Treant. For Drifter, the next 40 minutes of battle passed by in a flash. He attacked, retreated, defended, and switched when needed. While this was the third floor boss, he didn't find it nearly as dangerous as the triple bosses of the second floor. Maybe it was because he had gotten more skilled since then. Anyway, no unusual situation arose, and Nereus the evil Treant entered its berserk phase as expected. When its last HP bar entered the red, the boss roared once more, a piercing shriek that caused even the people watching the raid in the real world to grimace. Black vines oozing goo sprouted from Nereus the evil Trent's body, enveloping it like a cocoon. When it fell apart, the boss was revealed standing on 2 legs, and with 5 giant arms. Not only that, but the black goo was now coating its wooden limbs. Whenever a drop fell, it would corrode the ground, leaving only toxic smoke behind. Shivada, take the lead. Everyone else, get ready to support him. This was what they had discussed beforehand. Shivada was currently the player with the highest HP and defense of the frontliners. Litten from the ALS was a close second, but his equipment wasn't as good. As such, it had been left in the DKB vice leader's capable hands to test out the so-called corruption Nereus the evil Treant inflicted. Shivada didn't disappoint. Even when the boss stomped his way towards him, leaving small craters where he walked, the player stood firm. He also used an advanced tank skill, Shield Wall, to temporarily raise his defense and stability. Even so, when Nereus' tree-like arm crashed down onto him, his knees bent, and Shivada was forced to kneel. And the boss wasn't done. Another arm smashed into the player, and this time he fell. Still, even as he ungraciously rolled through the ground, he didn't forget his task. It's a status effect called SAP. I'm losing 5% of my HP every 3 seconds, and it can stack. Got it! Drink a potion and heal. Tanks, aggro it. Everyone else, full offense. Kill it before it can hit too many of us. Lin's decision was the same Drifter and Kirito made in their heads. Against Nereus the evil Treant, who could attack many players at once, instead of taking it slow, it was better to disregard defense and go all out, otherwise once most of the raid party was inflicted with sap, they would all be done for. Knowing that, Drifter attacked ferociously, letting out all of his skills with high damage, heedless of the long cooldown. All around him, the raid party was doing the same. He saw Kirito using a 4-hit combo skill, and Liz using a charged attack. Asuna had willingly stepped on the boss arms and been inflicted with sap, just so she could deliver a line cut to its weak point. Sinan was shooting arrow after arrow coated with flame fruit oil, basically burning COR to kill the boss. Congratulations! Grinning widely at the message floating above them, Drifter high-fived Nautilus, who was next to him. From afar, he saw Shivada looking at him, and nodded. Another floor had been cleared. Just 97 more to go. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 3. Peace.